Good morning.
Good morning, Fiona. How are you?
I am great, thank you, Darren. Good morning, how are you?
I cannot believe that ScotEd2 is with us. The first ScotEd about exactly a year ago. I can't believe a year's passed. But anyway, let's get on with it. To kick off our morning today, Fiona, can you share a little bit about who you are and what you do? Because it's a little bit different from last year.
I know, I was thinking that we have had a very busy year, haven't we? We're both in very different places to where we were last year. So, yeah, I am Fiona Lesbieter. I am Principal Teacher of Expressive Arts at Oban High School, and I started there just before the summer, and I'm loving it. Brilliant school, brilliant young people, brilliant place to have moved to live and work. And yeah, I'm leading the teams in art, music, and drama. And I'm an art teacher, and I just love all things learning and teaching. It's really passionate about the amazing professional learning that I've been involved in, and yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing what we can do in Open High for the young people there.
No, certainly is interesting. What a big move for you and your family. But Oban must be incredibly beautiful. Tell us a little bit about the scenery.
Oh, it is amazing. Uh, every morning I drive to school and I drive past the ferry terminal and past the water and drop my little boy at nursery and see out to Mull and to Lismore, and it is just amazing. Even on the rainy days, it is beautiful. And yeah, there's been just so many brilliant opportunities for us to get involved in. We've been at the beach after school quite a few nights, and yeah, just amazing scenery, and lots of lovely people as well. The young people are fantastic, and such a great team of teachers up here as well. So yeah, it's fantastic to be in Argyll and Bute, and I'm really looking forward to the exciting challenges ahead. But I'm not the only one who's moved role in the last year. So Darren, tell us a bit about your new role in school.
Of course, well, I am Darren Leslie. Since last year, I moved to the wonderful Baxter High School in sunny Fife as the principal teacher of teaching and learning. I also teach some physical education there, and I'm absolutely loving it. And just this week, we saw the launch of our professional learning program from the year, so I'm super excited to been involved in creating that, and I'm really more excited to be delivering that and supporting teachers get 1% better all the time. Kind of alluding to Mark Burns, who'll be talking a little bit later. I stole that off him, so sorry, Mark, but thank you, Mark. Yeah, so I also host the Becoming Educated podcast, which is available on all good podcasting platforms, to steal a line from the people that I talked about their books, Apple, Spotify, Podbean, the lot. I interview the great and good of education in and around the UK and further afield, like the United Arab Emirates. There's about 66, 67 episodes in the back catalogue, and I took a wee break from it, but it's coming back soon because I interviewed one of last year's ScotEd speakers, Kate Jones, this week. So that recording has been made, and I'm currently editing that. So hopefully that will be out in a few weeks. So we've got an exciting lineup today, Fiona. Last year's event was amazing. This year's event will be just as good and even better. I'm totally sure of that. Just for the listeners as well, can you share with us, how did ScotEd come to be, and how did we get to this place for ScotEd2?
Yeah, it's quite crazy actually, isn't it, to think about how far we've come. But yeah, so I'm probably the biggest fan of Becoming Educated podcast, yeah. So I really love listening to all your amazing guests, and we connected through that. And we both kind of found ourselves in similar sort of circles during lockdown, watching similar webinars, taking part in similar professional learning. And we just kind of had the idea, didn't we really, that there was a bit of an opportunity to bring this similar kind of platform to Scottish education. And we have so many amazing teachers, educators, all the way through from early years right through to primary, secondary, and just giving them an opportunity really to share their expertise to inspire people, to motivate them, and to share this good practice, I suppose, that we have going on in the country. So yeah, we decided to get together and organise this, and we have been absolutely blown away with people's generosity of their time, their willingness to take part and contribute. Last year we had such a brilliant range of speakers all through the day, and we were really keen, after the success of last year's event. We had an awful lot of positive feedback, didn't we, from last year's event, that we were really keen to do something similar again. So we have tried this year to again have a nice varied lineup, of a mix of different people, different views, different areas of expertise. So hopefully there is something for everybody. And our kind of view is that people can dip in and out as they choose. So whatever really takes their fancy and what motivates them in their own professional learning. And yeah, the sessions will be recorded, so everybody can tune in again later. You can share with colleagues at a later date if there's something that you've become interested in and you would like to watch. And the idea is that not everybody's going to be experts in whatever it is that they're watching by the end of their short 15-minute, but it's to kind of pique that interest, I suppose, and hopefully inspire you to maybe go on and read something or take that a wee bit further. So yeah, we're delighted that all our speakers today are contributing to the success of our second event.
Well, throughout the day, you'll be able to contact the speakers because we'll get them to share their Twitter handles as well. And if you want to comment throughout the day, you can do that on Periscope, Twitter, and on YouTube, and we can put up your comments. For example, we just had Orla Fowler commenting, thanks for the inspirations today. We had one of last year's speakers, Gavin Oates, with his usual inspirational, enthusiastic approach. Thank you, Gavin. And one of our speakers today says, good morning, Lena. We cannot wait for your talk a little bit later on. And Claire Pirry says, good morning from Aberdeen. And as in Claire's tweet there, if you want to tweet throughout the day on Twitter, please use the hashtag ScotEd2. Fiona is going to be in charge of the Twitter sphere. So she'll be tweeting out throughout the day our reflections and also be reading out your comments. So please get involved and please comment. So Fiona, are we ready?
I think we might be. Yeah.
I think we might be. We've got our first speaker lurking in the background. So let's introduce him. Our first speaker is well known to most of us. He's an outstanding inspirational motivator. He is a former teacher, school leader. His list of employment is incredible. He was a director of children's services for Stirling Council, a head of education in East Lothian, and an area manager providing support for schools in Fife, a performance review manager responsible for quality assurance. He's now a consultant and speaker, and we're so privileged to have him. And he is David Cameron, the real David Cameron. David, good morning. How are you?
I'm cool. I'm good. I was here a fortnight ago because my life's completely out of control. I'm suffering from early onset dementia, I think. So I was trying to broadcast a fortnight ago, but failed. So finally, today I'm catching up. So, yeah.
We're so glad to have you here.
Yeah, I woke up last Saturday to messages from David, and I thought I'd got it wrong myself. I was in a mad panic, but delighted to have you here today, David. So you're going to offer our morning keynote. So we're going to leave you to us, and you're going to inspire us and set us up for the day. Are you ready, David?
I'm ready. The last thing I'm going to do is inspire you guys, because my message comes accompanied by Johnny Rotten and the Sex Pistols. And there it is. That's my message. My message is never mind the bollocks. And that was a bit of anarchy in the UK, which is exactly what we've got at the moment. So if anybody hasn't heard this talk before, here's the bollocks I'm talking about. I think we're full at the moment of this, of unjustified and aggressive certainty. And if you're on Twitter, you'll be exposed to it on a regular basis. Everybody knows better than you what the right way to do things is. And whether they're trads, whether they're progs, whatever the hell they are, everybody's absolutely sure that they're right. And we get so much of that stuff going on. We also suffer from monoliteracy. That's people who've only read one book and they think it's the Bible. We've got another condition related to that called latest book disease. That's somebody who's just come across Doug Off and he thinks it's Genesis, or they've come across Paul Dix and they think he's the Messiah. You know, all of that stuff that goes on. And we've got this, you know, that it worked in Uzbekistan, their PISA status went through the roof. We should all be doing that because we're just like the Uzbekistanis. So we've got that stuff going on. And I want to take just a wee bit of time on this because I think it's hugely important in Scotland. We've got the view in Scotland, I think, that there's a systemic solution for everything. So at the moment, we've got Ken Muir, former Chief Executive, General Teaching Council, leading a review, looking at SQA, Education Scotland, all of that, getting into the purposes of education. And what happens in Scotland is that every time we have problems, instead of confronting them, we come up with a systemic solution, whether that's curriculum for excellence, higher still, standard grade, 5 to 14, whatever it might be. We come up with changes in the system. And what that means is that everybody has to change. It increases workload for everybody because we've got a new curriculum, we've got new assessment measures, it affects everyone. And that, for me, sits really badly along Fiona Ledbetter's contention from earlier this morning, that there's a great deal of good practice in our schools. So why are we challenging that? Why are we not challenging those areas where we're having difficulties or having problems? My view would be that any changes around the broad view of education will probably take us back to where we were with Curriculum for Excellence way back in the 2000s up to about 2010. It'll take us back to purpose, it'll take us back to all of that. But instead of that, we're continuing this quest for the silver bullet change. And Richard Gerver will talk about that this afternoon, which will mean change for everyone, not challenge in the areas where challenge is required. And that sits along that concern that there is no other way. And my view very much is the view of Father Ted. I think we should be down with this sort of thing because honestly, there is far too much of it and it is becoming a distraction, I think. So a few fireworks there to head up my few thoughts. Here's the first. You know, there's a view around that testing will save us all. Scottish Government very keen on it, wanted a test at age 5 so that we could get a label on kids, we could plan their learning accordingly and appropriately, measure their progress. I believe they're working on a test that can be administered in the womb so that there's absolutely no time wasted at the point of delivery. We can get them on the right level, we can get them in the right provision, and we can measure the progress they're making straight up from there. And then we get that it's the curriculum stupid. If we could just get the curriculum right, everything would be fine. We'd get all of that sorted. And an alternative view which says it's the stupid curriculum. So both of these views exist simultaneously in the world of education. And then that view that we know the best that's been thought and taught and all of that stuff, that's what we should be passing on. And another view that that's basically a kind of knowledge-based curriculum, it's a form of nationalist, class-driven colonialism of the mind. You take your own choice where you stand in these issues. But there's stuff like this, isn't there? That we need to prepare young people for a world of incessant change because the coming of the tablet, the iPad, the iPhone, all of that, virtual reality, that's much more demanding than living through 2 world wars, the Great Depression, the rise of fascism, collapse of empire, all that other stuff that my mum and her parents lived through. We get this, one of my favourites. We need to educate people for jobs that have not yet been invented. That's weird, isn't it? I mean, what does that mean? What's a job that hasn't been invented yet? The one I always choose is husky jockey. There's nobody competing on the racetracks riding huskies. That's a job that hasn't been invented yet. Service and Doctor Who screwdriver, I have no idea. But apparently, we actually need lorry drivers, a job that's been invented for some time. We need fruit pickers. We need people who can fix your sink. It's very little comfort if your bath is bust and you're flooding the downstairs flat and you're looking up in Yellow Pages and it's full of people who can't help you because they've only been trained for a job that doesn't yet exist. And yet we say these things as if they had meaning. And it would be really easy, wouldn't it, to educate people for jobs that haven't yet been invented, because you'll get away with murder. When you're dealing in the world of the absurd and the meaningless, anything makes sense. And this, I love this, operate first. It's the medical equivalent of teach first, which hasn't yet penetrated Scotland, but widely used in the US and elsewhere in the UK. Operate first, that's the medical version. That's somebody that hasn't actually got a medical degree, but has watched Casualty and is therefore fit to begin to operate on you. You wouldn't have lawyers first, would you? You wouldn't have defend first, but we have teach first, because what that does is it reduces teaching to a mechanistic activity which can be picked up in some sort of practical apprenticeship. And we need to think carefully about how far we accept these ideas. Teach First has brought some really talented, bright people into the profession, particularly in England, and it has made a difference. But they struggle with the wider canvas of teaching and education. And we've also got this. We've got this vocabulary of exhortation. And honestly, motivational speaking is becoming a plague. It's worse than COVID. They're all over the place. There's always some tosser out there who's telling you how you can do better and telling you what you should be doing. And often they haven't taught for quite some time. Often they're out with the classroom. Often they've not got any recent experience of dealing with those smaller creatures known as children. And yet they're there because there's that irritating cult of perfection, that somebody out there is doing it absolutely right. It just doesn't happen to be you. And we've got that. We've got so many different varieties of improvement. I think when I started at Teacher Training College, I think there were about 3 education books at that time. And I can't even remember what they were. Now, there's 3 published daily. There is a bewildering array of education books out there. So many different ways that you can get better. And my favourite, which some of you will have heard me talk about before, people telling you to work smarter. And if people tell you to work smarter, I keep giving the same advice. Just reach out, grab the loose clothing in the upper part of their body, pull them sharply towards you and stick your head right in their face, because that's all they deserve. Who gets up in the morning and says, I'm going to go to school and work stupid? Answer, and nobody. So when people tell you to work smarter, they're patronising you. It's like when people tell you to do more with less. Sure, Christ the Saviour managed that at the wedding feast at Canaan, where he fed 5,000 people with nothing more than 5 loaves and 2 fishes. But the bad news, guys, is you're not the Messiah. You cannot do that. We cannot do more with less. It is patronising garbage and needs to be recognised as such. Because what that does takes me into your warnings. Some reasons to be doubtful. And my advice to the people who are doing all that stuff is, yeah, they should get back into bed, because there are so many people who are promoting something, who are basically selling something. And that selling, that commitment, I think is fundamentally disruptive a lot of the time, because what it does is it avoids us dancing with dichotomies. It prevents us from engaging with the true complexity of teaching and learning, which isn't about doing things one way or another. The best way forward is not either or. The best way forward is either and. And if you've come through COVID, this presentation is for you if you never want to hear the phrase new normal again. I mean, honest to God, if it's new, it's not normal. If it's normal, it's not new. People saying this stuff need to get over themselves. And that, if the thought of reinventing education post-COVID evokes the cry of "Give us peace" for you, great. Because how many times have we reinvented it? And yet the experience of children and young people in many of our schools is exactly the same as it always was. And it's also for you if you think the main symptom of COVID could be overwork. The work that went into schools to support communities, to build learning, to take different approaches was absolutely remarkable. And maybe politicians need to be vaccinated with that reality rather than vaccinated against COVID. And if you've ever asked the question, why is it always you who has to be resilient? This presentation's for you as well, because that's a real buzzword, isn't it, in schools at the moment. We need to be more resilient. We need to make pupils more resilient, all of that stuff. Why is it always you? Because it's certainly no him, right? You're stressed. You're running your legs off. You're doing your very best. There's Jacob Rees-Mogg kipping in his double-breasted suit on the leather green benches and sitting next to the star of I'm a Celebrity, Get Me Out of Here, Nadine Dorries, who's now the Minister of Culture. The people who should be under pressure don't appear to be under the pressure that you are. And he looks a lot more relaxed than you do. And I just gave him a wee jolt there, just out of pure spite. So that's what's happening in my world and yours. Huge issues around retention rates for staff. I've been talking to a young woman who started in a secondary school relatively near me last week. They were on something known as Code Red. The police were brought into the school. Stress is a massive factor. Retention rates low, absence high, and many of you feeling that your work invades other aspects of your life. And I'm not going to go into the colourful elements of that, as I often do, because we don't have a lot of time for it. But I've become really concerned about that we ask people to be resilient to cope with the unpalatable, the unsupportable, and the intolerable. We do it in society where it's the poor who are asked to be resilient. And we do that rather than really seriously think about the redistribution of wealth. It's more straightforward for us to celebrate the resilience of survivors, and we do it all the time. We fetishize those who've overcome adversity, but they are the exceptions rather than the rule. And what we don't do is we don't change the circumstances that they had to defeat to get to where they are now. And we really need to wake up to that, because that, I think, has parallels for what's happening for teachers in schools. We're offering you breathing. You know, you can go in courses and you'll be told how to breathe better. I once sat through somebody talking about finger breathing, where you ran your one finger up the side of your thumb, you breathed in accordance with the movement of your finger. And as the person who was demonstrating got to the last finger, a voice from the audience said, I've not got enough sodden fingers to breathe away the shit I'm dealing with. And I had more sympathy with the heckler than I did with the speaker. Because that's what we're looking at, well-being treated as the result of tackling what makes you anxious. That's what we need. We don't need well-being helping us rather to deal with anxiety. We need it through dealing with those things that makes us anxious. And I think that resilience and the way we speak about it feels like the philosophy of the Titanic, that it's not up to them to provide the lifeboats, it's up to you to find one. If we're serious about that, we need to recognise that, and I'm grateful for the person who produced this slide for me, but the real answer to well-being is job satisfaction. If we want to get job satisfaction in the teaching profession, what we need to do is offer people clarity, to stop bombarding them with systemic change and initiative-itis, and give them the chance to adhere to key and core principles, to offer clarity around those things that make a difference, and to give them time. And if anything is picked up from the recent OECD review, it should be the reduction of teaching time. Because if we can get that, we can increase the quality of professional development, and we can genuinely make a difference to what we do in the classroom because of what we do outside the classroom, where we have time to think, to reflect, and to build on what we have already achieved. But the reality of COVID was that, like a game of buckaroo, and for anybody not old enough to remember it, that's a board game where you load stuff onto a donkey until it finally bucks it off. And I think over the last year and a half, More and more has been loaded on to you, and more probably has got bucked off. We've had changing rules, we've had varying guidance. It always arrived too late, it changed too quickly. We've had the assessment hokey cokey, put the whole exam in, you take the whole exam out, you do the whole thing by continuous assessment, but you shake it all about. People don't know where they stand, people had no clarity, the workload was intense and ridiculous, and the expectations were absolutely unrealistic. And we were dealing with all of that while dealing with pupil absences, which meant that consistency in teaching and learning was undermined. Staff absences, which really in many schools came close to breaking the back of what we were doing. People were faced with parental pressures, do more, do less, give us less. Parents really felt under pressure themselves and often transferred that to schools. And many of them finally recognised exactly how much you did and praised you for it. And that was welcome. Most schools spent time just picking up the pieces, not in terms of learning only, but in terms of everything. Schools became a central part of the strategy for maintaining the strengths within communities and addressing the weaknesses and failures. And by the end of it, I'm sure we all felt that somebody could do with bucking off. So that's the reality we've come through. And I've used this slide a million times, but that's the reality we're enduring. On my left, possibly your right, I've no idea how this works. That's how schools used to be. Head in charge, leading the school forward in a clear direction, the deputy at the back clearing up the crap. On the other side, that's what you're like now. Everything, and I've said this a million times, is your responsibility in schools. You're expected to defeat terrorism, by making sure that kids aren't radicalised. You're supposed to address domestic violence, all of that, and all worthwhile causes. But you're doing them at the same time you're trying to teach kids to read, get a few hires, do all of that. And you're also expected to get them to eat lettuce, run a daily mile. None of these things in themselves difficult or problematic. But to try and do them all, as somebody quoted me on Twitter the other day, means that there is no such thing as a priority, because everything's a priority. And I keep maintaining that this song represents the reality for many of us in education today. We're gonna travel. I can't walk down because I love you too much, baby. Message for Shirley Ann Somerville. Why can't you see what you're going to be? When you don't believe what I say, we can go on together. And that's the key point, that we've never been more accountable nor more exposed. Whether or not it's subject to inspection, internal quality assurance processes, we have more people assuring quality than we have delivering it, probably. But that's the reality, and that sense of suspicion is addressed by central interference in all that we do. It's addressed by the attacking teacher agency, which is often led by the demands that are on us. People can talk as much as they like about creating teacher agency. What they're often doing is creating more activity and more responsibility. So we're caught in a trap. And unlike the song, we need to make sure that we get out. And we need to avoid this. Who's that shadow holding me hostage? I've been here for days. Who's this whisper? And I feel that that's true about so much, that so many of us have got Stockholm syndrome. We moan, we bitch, we do all of that, but then we go on with it. And the people often who are most energetic and most thorough in meeting the new demands and the new systemic changes are those who are already knackered from delivering excellence. And they are truly delivering excellence. So let's think differently. Everybody will be dancing and let's make sure that through ScotEd2, everybody will be dancing and feeling alright. Everybody will be dancing tonight, doing it right. Everybody will be dancing and we're feeling it right. Everybody will be dancing and be doing it right. Everybody will be dancing and we're feeling alright. Everybody will be dancing tonight, doing it right. I mean, I hope that groove's working for you guys, because it's certainly working for me. And this, if we're going to do it right, if we're going to get out of that trap that I spoke about earlier, here's how we make the great escape. No apologies for repeating this. We get out of the great escape by agreeing what matters, and we should bombard Ken Muir's review with some clarity around what we believe matters and makes a difference. What are the key pillars in education that actually make a difference in outcomes for children? And the reason I've put in that second issue about what mattered is I think that COVID and the experience that we've had of COVID has brought some clarity. When we couldn't do everything, what were the things that we thought were a priority? And all of that enhances my great plea all the time to agree what the breakable plates are, because we're spinning so many, some of them are going to drop anyway. And the ones that dropped during COVID, during lockdown, did you miss them? So let's use the clarity that came from crisis, not to reimagine education in some new form that will place additional demands on us. Let's use it to get some clarity about what the fundamentals are so that we can restore as much as we reinvent. And let's make sure that we do that if we haven't already established it, let's do that now. If we have, let's recover the subtraction habit. Because I worry that going beyond, which is what you did through the lockdown period, then becomes this dreadful phrase, the new normal, that the expectation becomes that we can function at the level that we functioned at in crisis. No activity should be determined by how it's reflected in crisis. And yet that often becomes the case. So let's get back to these key principles. The principle of manageability. Asking not what must be done or what should be done, but asking first and foremost what can be done. Let's have some clarity around that. Let's get some coherence. Let's get some pillars, some key ideas, some key principles, which will tie together the initiatives that come through. And whatever changes are made, if they cannot be related to those key principles and pillars, then they should be ignored and set aside. And let's base everything that we do on the concept of consonance, where we start from our ambitions and commitments and then look outside to see what expectations we're expected to meet. Too often we do it the other way around. What is it that HMI want? What is it that Education Scotland are promoting? Let's get it the other way round. Let's start from the ambitions. And remember, all of these were issues before COVID, before lockdown. This is an ongoing discussion. And when we have that discussion, let's think in context, because our schools are radically different, our situations are radically different. And that will be illustrated through today in the presentations that you see and hear. We need to think in context, and we need to think both in the old context, how things were before the crisis of the last 18 months or whatever, as well as the new. Because it's only by thinking what the children and young people need in the communities which we serve that we will get clarity about what steps we need to take. And just remember, whatever anybody says, this crisis over the pandemic ain't over till it's over. We've already got the Delta variant, we've got the South African variant, God knows what's coming down the line. And we need to think realistically about what we can meet as challenge. If we're already overstretched, we cannot handle exceptional demand. So what does this mean as you go through today? It means this. It means doing more of the things that you know work. And I get really distracted, and I made that clear earlier, when the basis for evidence-based research becomes somebody else's evidence. where it becomes what we've read in books or what we've seen on YouTube or what we've heard from some motivational tosser who happens to have turned up to deliver a message for you. The key thing about evidence-based practice must be that it deploys practice-based evidence, that it involves us looking at what we've done and how that's worked, informed by the outside research by all means, but the fundamental determinant will be the reality of what we've tried, what we've seen, and what's worked. So we need to be clear about that. We need to be clear. We need to find out what works for us in our context. And that means understanding our context. That means an awareness of what the young people that we're dealing with bring to school, what they bring for their communities. And then let's get the energy from doing what we believe in. And generally, I think people who come along to events like this, online or in person, come along because they believe in the possibility of better. Often it's because education has given you a life better than the life your parents had or your grandparents had. You want to continue that tradition. And yet the challenges that are facing us in terms of poverty, differences in inequality and all of that are much greater and much more challenging than they've ever been. So like today with ScotEd2, it's about sharing and applying. It's about picking up ideas. It's about sharing your own. It's about discussing experience and sharing that. But ultimately, it has to be about applying, reflecting, and sharing again. And please, let's base it on informed ambition. Not a quest for perfection, but a sense of achieving what's possible. And when we make comparisons, let's make aspirational ones that are not beyond us, ones that can be achieved, but ones that we believe are possible. And as we do that, the graph, any activity that can be plotted on that graph, let's see where it comes in terms of time and effort. Let's see where it comes in terms of impact. Because those things that come high on the time and effort axis are simply breakable plates. And those that come far along the impact line are the things that matter. Let's use tools like that rather than continually importing demand. Let's replace demand with analysis, and let's genuinely commit to responding to that analysis by asking these really big questions. What is it you do? Why do you do it? What's your motivation? What's your belief? And then the fundamental evaluative question, why do you keep doing it? What are the things that you believe in sufficiently to sustain? And if we get the answers to these questions, we've got a way forward to make these decisions. Not what we must do, nor what should we do. We can ask that, but we can only ask it alongside what can we do. We then need to say, is there a difference? And if there is, and we can't do what we should do, let's make sure that we ask the question what we can stop doing. And finally, the question, what must we keep doing? And that's the critical thing for me. It's not importing the novel, but it's building on the foundations and taking them forward in a gradualist way. And I'm supported in that by John Hattie. John Hattie, very clear in this quote about not looking for a silver bullet, but looking simply to know the nature and magnitude of your impact on the learning of your students. That's both your inspiration and your beacon. Because as he says, no program, no single script, no workbook on how to implement visible learning. It's a set of benchmarks that can be used to create debate, to seek evidence, to self-review, and to determine whether school is having a marked impact on all of its students. It's a much simpler and clearer process. So as I said at the start, let's never mind the bollocks. Let's look to the reality. And let's base it on a clear philosophy. And there's mine, that the focus should always be on the experience of the learner. That the quality, the features of quality can be recognised. We do know what works. We can describe it. We can categorise it. We then need to build that in because it can't be inspected into the system. We need to be self-evaluative. We need to direct improvement on the basis of that. And our judgments need to be based on evidence of outcomes. And that should be qualitative as well as quantitative. We mustn't be reduced to to simply data. We need quality and complexity as well. And that'll give us a rational-based model that's beyond intuition, but doesn't get us trapped into the hamster wheel of data pursuit. Because that's my belief at the end, that improvement's most effective when it's part of a shared enterprise and where we agree about the outcomes. And today's a brilliant opportunity to begin that sharing. And ask these 4 questions. What are you going to do to improve your practice? What help or support will you need? What outcomes will you look for? What evidence will you look at? For me, that's the way past to see both the illusions and the delusions. It's not Luddite. Let's be informed by research. Let's be led by evidence. But let's make sure that we're absolutely clear about who we are. In case you're wondering what's been going on, I've been asking you to dream and to believe. I've been the real David Cameron. I hope I've been on fire for some of this. There's my contact details, my website, my Twitter tag, and my mobile list. Really awesome. Enjoy the monkeys, enjoy your day, and let's roll out the ball. Feel the day. And I'm done.
Good. What a start. Thank you so much. The comments were rolling in, some disagreement, some agreement. It was truly an incredible start. Some applause. What else have we got? Let me see, trying to roll through all these comments. There was so many of them. Somebody upset about it.
Passionate and
smarter. That seemed to resonate with so many people, what you said there, David. Fiona, what was Twitter like? Have we got any questions for David?
We have some questions about time to do the reading, time to do the important stuff, and getting how do we get around that, and pretty much an agreement that we do need to engage in our core purpose of what education's for and why we're doing that, but how do we do it?
Well, I mean, two things. One is we need to focus on asking for it. And if we're going to get behind anything in the OECD report, and it's really interesting, isn't it, that there's been an immediate response in setting up that review group to look at the structure of the SQA, to look at Education Scotland, all of that. Where's the follow-up to the recommendation about workforce and the issue about the high demand for teaching, for contact teaching in Scottish schools, higher than anywhere else? Now, we need to get behind that. And we need to make sure that the EIS and the other teachers' unions get behind that as well. So there's a big job there in terms of what we ask for. The second thing that we need to do around that is we need to do that simple exercise with a graph. You can use quadrants for it or whatever, but people need to regularly sit down in their department meetings and say, what is it that we're doing that we don't need to be doing because it's not making a difference? And time spent doing that, I think, brings rewards further down the line. I think the other thing, Fiona, if I may, is Darren's doing some brilliant stuff at Bill Baxter, where what he's done is he's looking at the real situation, the real context in the school in terms of children's achievements in numeracy and mathematics, and then he's dealing with that. Now, what will happen with that is that problems which would otherwise linger and be a constant demand on teachers right across the curriculum might actually get solved. And it's where we actually address concerns, confront the reality of problems, we gain time from that. But ultimately, we do need to be released, in a sense, with more time for Scottish teachers, and that means an expansion of the workforce.
It certainly
does. Darren
and
I had that very conversation the other night, didn't we? We were talking about the work that you're doing with your maths pupils, and I think that's really, really important, isn't it, to look at where the root of the problem is and not just stick a plaster on it. And we've talked about that so many times, really digging deeper to work out how we can solve the root of the problem. Yeah, absolutely.
comment just came in from Andrew Billy about Higios. Hagios must go for me to create more simplicity in what actually matters. David, I really love your thoughts on that idea.
Yeah, I mean, what we've done is we started off with the quaintly named Hagios, right? And then we created, I mean, it's like Ian Rankin, you know, if it stopped at one Rebus novel, the world would be a different place. How many Hagioses are there? I mean, there's a Hagios for everything. I'm sure there's a Hagios for toilet training. It's just something that's mushroomed. And it's that point about the obsession with accountability, right? I mean, the reality is, if people are achieving outcomes for children, and that's not simply measured in exam attainment or whatever else. If people are achieving outcomes for children, actually matters less how they do it. And what we need much more direct engagement around these simple questions that I was trying to ask. And that's where Hagios started. You know, Hagios started with what's your practice like? How are you doing it? All of that stuff. And yet it's got lost, as Andrew's pointing out, in a whole set of QIs. How many bloody, excuse me, I mean, I'm on a rant, so I might as well go. How many bloody QIs do you need? And of course, you need a lot, because it's supporting a significant workforce in terms of Education Scotland, teaching and learning. And what did we get? You know, when there was concern about the middle tier, we got the RICs, and some of the RICs are doing fabulous work. But, you know, it sounds like some Stalinist creation from the Soviet Union, circa 1930, that nobody understands. And what's the relationship between a RIC and a local authority? Where does the power actually lie? We introduce confusion into the system continually with that quest for systemic solutions, where we need to confront practical realities. Clear away a lot of that, Toss. Thank you, Andrew. You've inspired me to even greater grumpiness than I'd achieved in my own.
Thank you. Just conscious at a time we've got Lynn Taylor in the background waiting to go on. But David, thank you so much. We're going to leave it there with that, what Christine Cowser says about do less, but do it better. And I think that resonated through. And just a couple of things. Hazel Heffalump says 3 cheers for David. What a start to the day. Stephanie Peach says, well done, David. A passionate start to the day. Teacher's Pet says, thank you. G Dixo 59, thanks, really thought-provoking. And Christine Cowser always inspires. So for me and Fiona,
Cowser is always too kind. Let's just be absolutely clear about that. Thanks for having me, guys. I'll get on Twitter and respond to as many as I can.
So definitely, if you want to get involved further in the chat, please use David's Twitter handle, which is @RealDavidCameron and #Scott. Sorry.
It's @RealDCameron.
Oh, sorry, @RealDCameron. Sorry, I got that just slightly wrong. Thank you very much. @RealDCameron. And please use the hashtag ScotEd2 so that people can follow that throughout the day. So, David, thank you so much for joining us and kicking off our day with such energy and enthusiasm.
Thank you.
Thanks, David.
Fiona, what a start to the day. That's
oh my goodness, I took so many notes there, so many great quotes that he was just firing out. That was fantastic. I loved the quote from Exhausted Teacher that said, I want to share that with everyone. And so many comments on Twitter about just, we need to get that out, we need to share our views on that. Yeah, so absolutely. I am so excited to introduce our next presenter, not only because she is just a fantastically enthusiastic senior education officer for Education Scotland, but she's so creative. And she might just love sketching as much as I do. I don't know if anybody's seen her sketches, but Lynn Taylor, good morning. Can we bring Lynn in? Hi, Lynn.
Can you unmute for us, please? Oh, good morning. Thank you.
No pressure following the day. No pressure at all.
We are so delighted that you are here. You have such a wealth of experience and wisdom, and we can't wait to hear what you've got to say today to us. So yeah, how are you doing this morning?
Very good, very good. Will I share my screen and just kick off? Is that okay?
Yes, go for it.
Yeah.
I'll pop it up on the screen, in your screen now, Lynn, and we'll catch up with you just at the end.
Brilliant. Now, is that full screen now? Can you see that as it is?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Brilliant, brilliant. Thank you very much. Well, it's an absolute pleasure to be here this morning. Thank you so much for having me along this morning. My daughter provided my description here, nothing like a member of your family to bring you back down to earth with a bumpy. So as I start this short presentation, I want to thank you, especially if your background isn't early years, because many in education may not connect the relevance of what I'm about to say with their work. I'm assuming, though, as you are here, you value the contribution of early years to the Scottish education system and understand how crucial those first years of life are. This morning, I'm going to talk to you about the revolution that's not so quietly going on across the early level of Scotland's curriculum and its possible implication for the system as a whole. Now, you gain a sense of where you are in the Scottish education pecking order pretty quickly. For me, it was when I gained my first post as a probationary teacher, and that's me there actually my first day. I started off my student career in art school, but crashed out after a couple of years as, now looking back, I realise I struggled with cultural and class spheres alien to me as a kid from a council scheme in the shadow of the Ravenscraig. I realised, although I did have that artistic talent, you'll see a wee bit of my art later on, my true passion lay with wanting to be a primary teacher. But I didn't have the qualifications at that point to get into the B.Ed. So I took a year out, worked full-time in the bakery counter at William Lowe's, went to Motherwell College at night to gain those missing qualifications, and persuaded my old primary school to let me in to gain work experience. Thank you, Mrs. McEwen, for letting me loose with a primary one. It was a total masterclass in how to nurture and value a young, anxious, clumsy, aspiring teacher with care, love, trust. And thank you to those wee folk of wonder and potential and delight and bogies and wet shoelaces to be tied and imagination for igniting the passion of early years in me. I won't mention what age they are now. I was lucky enough to gain a permanent post straight from teacher training and excitedly told my mum, "Primary one, Mum, they're giving me primary one." I'd made it already. And my mum looking at me and saying, "Oh, hen, don't worry, they'll soon let you work with primary 7. Nothing like your family to bring you back down to earth with a bump." Now, can you imagine my mum's worry for me when the next year I was given a nursery class? So, fast forward over 25 years. I find myself in Education Scotland, and one of the first tasks was co-leading the production of the refreshed National Practice Guidance for Early Years with my colleagues Liz Patterson and Marion Burns. This was in the wake of the expansion of funded early learning and childcare. No small task. The guidance at the time was building the ambition, and it was highly regarded. Cue many sleepless nights to follow. The transformational change in expanding young children's early learning and childcare hours was in itself an opportunity, not just to do more of the same thing for our young children, because to be honestly blunt, if we did that in some circumstances, we ran the risk of institutionalised babies and young children. Instead, we saw it as an opportunity to really look at what we do in early years and why we do it. To ask ourselves what really makes a difference, not only to young child's learning, but what best aids their whole development physically, socially, and emotionally. So, whoa, policy writing, whoa, as David was saying, the birth of what was to be realising the ambition. So there's a policy writing checklist. So cue critical analysis of the research and the evidence, check. Cue a team of expert writers, check. Cue the great and the good of Scottish education to sense check and add edits. Actually, no, not at first. See, that critical analysis of research and evidence told a tale that you'll know, not only telling us about the content we should be presenting, but that continual subtext of the gap between that policy aspiration and real life practice. And as David was saying, to be honest, for anyone who's ever set foot as an educator in the arena of the reality of school or an ELC setting, that's no wonder. Your feet barely touch the ground with the demands of the day. Who considers the plethora of stuff to wade through as you're consumed with the exhausting reality of being you? From the outset, this had to be a co-created task. Not just engagement events to gather opinions, but really and truly a co-created piece with those who would be using it. And we had to ensure Scotland's early years workforce was really represented. ELC practitioners, early years teachers, students, support staff saw drafts of this before the great and the good. It had to make sense to them and come from them. And that was a real eye-opener. So, for instance, when the great and the good suggested that we steer clear of mentions of psychology or theory or explanations of pedagogy, that examination of knowing clearly the why behind the approaches we take, we knew that actually early years educators were demanding this, demanding content that challenged practice, demanding to be treated with professionalism and not to have content oversimplified. Terminology was defined together with educators from teaching in ELC, such as considering what child agency really means in practical terms, or being mind-minded, which is understanding that young children look at the actions, emotions and words of the adults around them to work out how to be themselves. And they take in not only what you plan for them to learn, they constantly observe and learn. A wee note, don't display road rage in a car with a toddler. Even terms that often trip off the tongue were deliberated and contested. What do we really mean by the learning environment, for instance? Do we first think of a box of a playroom or a classroom? Honestly, just notice how often there's reference in education to that term in the classroom. We have an issue in Scotland whereby we have some of the most affording and enviable outdoor spaces within reach of many, but an epidemic where many spend most of their time sedentary and indoors. As human beings from a young age, it's vital to our learning and our health and our well-being to feel a connection to nature, to feel the wind in our face, to taste a snowflake in our tongue, to kick leaves and splash in a puddle, to dynamically move in a way only achieved outdoors, on different terrains at different levels, to climb, to skip, to run freely. Our bodies and minds need this. These large movements directly link to how a child can form fine motor movements, such as holding and manipulating a pencil. If a child is struggling with fine motor skills, what they actually need is more large movement physical play, not more pencil control worksheets. Hence, every reference to learning spaces and realising the ambition states outdoors before indoors. Learning environment, what is it? Realising the ambition is defined not only by the physical space, but the interactions that happen in those spaces and the experiences that are facilitated by the adults. For very young children, this is a delicate balance that has to be both intentional from the adult, who should know how and when to progress learning, following cues observed from the child, and responsive to needs. A young child's voice was also contested and defined. Some practices of involving children's voices in early years have clearly been borrowed from top down from pupil council practices. Wee ones in lanyards with their mugshot on a display as being part of an eco-committee, who would meet every so often with an adult who constantly tried to steer the conversation from Jenny's auntie's dead cat to what lovely food bin should we order from the catalogue to be eco-friendly? Or sitting wee ones in a circle and asking them, one after another, what do you know about spring? A young child's voice, and I would argue anyone's voice, no matter what your age, is so much more than the words that we say. Voice is expressed through a complex interplay of actions, emotions, and words. To find out what a child knows about spring, observe how they are when they experience spring. When they're outdoors in the springtime, what are they noticing? What are they not noticing? Beyond this, how are they behaving? Are they carefree, joyful? Are they shy, worried, angry? Are they bored? These emotions are the child's voice. We need to be curious as to what children are communicating and pick up on those cues to inform our practice. To see voice in this way, for educators to listen with their eyes as well as their ears, is to really know the child and to include all children actively in their education, not just the ones in committees. And how does a young child learn? Anything but in a clear, linear, progressive way. We all learn through a range of experiences and having others around us who decode these experiences and facilitate the building of new knowledge and skills. Through taking risks from a young age, through wallowing in processes, trial and error, through repetitive schematic behaviours, by taking 2 steps forward and 3 steps back, falling and getting up again. And in considering such, it was vital for this new guidance to span early level, right through and into primary school, to truly tackle transition and exploit that gift of early level that we have. So we had the content. Next, though, we had to consider how this best could be presented in a way that made sense and meaning and actually breaks through into daily practice. Here's where being early years comes in quite handy. Cue the appointment with the design agency. This sounds like a great project. We have a few government policy templates. You can choose the one you like. No, thank you. We need this one to be a bit different. But it's a policy document. It needs to be relevant. We need to fill this with images of wee ones. Oh, of course. So cute. This is for wee ones. Great. We have access to thousands of stock images. No, every image needs to be from Scottish practice and it needs to illustrate and highlight the messages contained in the text. Not these images of children with their hands painted with different colours or playing with blocks of ABC. No, and we need parts of it to be illustrated to give visual cues and prompts that will stick in the head. Remember, you're from Education Scotland, not a flow diagram. No, thank you. And we need to incorporate children's mark making throughout. Scribbles. No, and we need a tartan cover. At that point, the chief designer went purple. Draw the line at that. You're not having a twee front cover. Can I remind you this is a policy document? What even is a policy document? Who makes these rules anyway? I urge you to have a wee peek at realising the ambition, even if only to see that we won the battles, especially the tartan one. And the tartan's actually really significant. It was borrowed from Te Variki, which is the early childhood curriculum of New Zealand. They liken all the considerations surrounding a child to the threads of a woven mat. We use the tartan to represent this. The tartan shawl that swaddles our wee ones as babies, then used on the floor as they crawl, and then becomes a comforter as they grow, with a golden thread to represent the considerations of quality. Only the best for our wee ones, woven with care and love. There's also mention in realising the ambition about the health and well-being of the educator, recognition of the work, of the role, and the need that we need to look after ourselves. Who cares for those who care? And you might ask, why being me? Why not becoming me? Well, this recognises and celebrates the moment the child is in, who they are as a competent learner already, building in what they can do, not conforming to a system, but the system flexibly meeting their needs where they are. Realising the Ambition was launched in February 2020, 3 weeks before the first lockdown. Despite this, it has been welcomed with open arms by those who co-created it, a lesson to be learned for the whole system. So, this is the aspiration where your learners are starting from now. What happens beyond this? As we look to the future of Scottish education at this juncture, how do we really consider the holistic development of our learners as they grow? How do we equip ourselves as educators to meet a child or young person's needs where they are, especially now where we find ourselves, to enable them to be themselves? Thank you.
Lynn, thank you so much for that. Some quality feedback for that. Thanks from Teacher's Pet. There was some more. Nicola Buchan, outdoors before indoors. I love that what you said there about was it observing with our eyes as well as our ears, and what you said about spring. If we want to find out what a child knows about spring, then watch how they react to spring. And so much of that, and one from where I mentioned amen to that as you went through.
Fiona, I loved what you said. A young person's voice is so much more than their words. That's fantastic. Yeah, really struck a chord there. I think so many people are really resonating with your enthusiasm and your love of play for the early years. We had a wee question which I was going to throw in there. And it might apply because I know you mentioned at the start that people are here today because they value the contribution of early years in Scottish education, regardless of what stage they teach in. Do you have anything that you might want to mention about thoughts on play in the upper primary and perhaps maybe into secondary? And somebody's commented how to justify that to parents and SMT as well. Do you have any thoughts on that then?
You know, I think it's a question of pedagogy. It's a question of actually what do children need? So again, as adults, not that we're just thinking, oh, play, and we throw it in. It's actually, what do the children in front of you actually need to do? And I think that it's very exciting at the moment in Scottish education because you're seeing an ignition being lighted from early years when that practice around a child is it focuses on that process thing rather than an end product, not cutting out templates for children, but actually just engaging in that messiness of education and learning and understanding it's not a neat progression. So I would challenge actually is, well, okay, you want to do that for your children. What do you need to do? Like observe what they are, where they are, and make the case for where they are. Why do they need it? And again, not do it because someone down the road is doing it for their primary 7. It's actually what's going to make a difference and help your children learn where they are. And actually, a lot of parents know that a lot of our children now have a deficit of play and they don't have time and space to do it. And some parents actually in practice are the ones that are actually saying, you know, that they're the champions for it, we find in the system.
Yeah, fantastic. I liked when you mentioned about the kind of system flexibility meeting the needs of the child where they are. So yeah, absolutely. I totally agree with that. Fantastic.
We've got a good contribution from Blair mentioning about Instagram. There was an amazing sharing of practice under the hashtag play in upper primary. So do check that out. And also the talks on the cover. I love what you said about was it Taravaki in New Zealand? Did I get that right?
I'm going to be really honest with you. We sat and went, oh, we love Tavariki's woven mat. What's a woven mat in Scotland? What's a woven mat in Scotland? And we're thinking the Gaelic for it, not seeing it. And then someone mentioned a tartan shawl and we thought, that's it. Tartan shawl.
No, and I love what you said about the including images of Scottish practice and Scottish children, because I can't remember who said it, Andrew Bailey, what no infographics, refreshing. And I think that's what we need, real life sharing of best practice in our context, in our country, with our children and our teachers. I think that's some of the most, David mentioned earlier on about instead of evidence-informed practice, it's practice-based evidence. I really like that, and I think you were demonstrating that there. So thank you so much.
Yeah, just very quickly, what's very encouraging in Scotland, especially in early years, I think we were looking to like the Scandinavian model a few years ago, and now we are very much, we have a stamp on where we are, and this Scottish, approach is emerging. And now internationally, people are looking in to see what we are doing, which is great, because we've found an identity.
I love that we've found our identity. Thank you so much, Fiona. Is there any more from the Twitter sphere and YouTube and all that stuff? Places.
I think people really kind of struck on the chord about the kind of, and it comes back to what David was saying as well about facing the challenges and going against the norm of things just because it's maybe always been done that way. And I think people are really, liking the fact that you were not wanting to have a policy which had language and terminology, which, and infographics and a set kind of template that you use. I think people really, really like that. And the idea you mentioned as well about not just doing things because somebody down the road is doing them or because they fix something for somebody else. It's really about knowing your context and knowing your young people and what works. And there's not going to be something which is a silver bullet. And it comes back again to this. We don't plan this to link so seamlessly, but it's as if you and David were just, you planned this together. But yeah, coming back to that idea about the foundations and, making sure that there's a really strong foundation for this to be built on. And it's not something that we're just swooping in that will fix something like sticking a plaster on it. It's something that we're integrating much earlier on and really building on. So I think a lot of people have been struck by that, and thank you for your passion to do things the way that you wanted to do them and not just go with the flow. Yeah. I'm just trawling through Twitter is just going crazy. So there are lots and lots of comments.
And I just want to say it wasn't me or the team that led it. It came absolutely from practice, and that's the difference. That is it. When it comes from what people, you really truly listening, and and you're saying that, it takes confidence to know where you are. So, and that confidence comes through your networks and people just kind of, and recognizing, I don't know that, but knowing where to go to find what they don't know.
Right, thank you. So we've got the creation of the policy, the realising the ambition. What's next, and how do we see that in practice throughout Scotland?
That's over to Scotland. That really has to come from, it's not like, second guessing what has to be done. You can feel like it, and there's requests for where it might go. But again, this is where we have to have these national conversations.
Brilliant. Thanks so much for joining us today, Lynn. We really enjoyed that. And thanks for your contribution to the early years. We're really passionate that we want voices from all through education and throughout the day. So thanks so much, Lynn, for joining us today.
Absolutely really brilliant. So much of that resonated with whatever sector you teach in. So I knew it wouldn't just be for early years. It would be great for all in education. So thank you so much.
Art Des, the importance of the why behind the approaches we take. Thanks, Lynn. So many great points. And if I'm correct, I'm pretty sure Mrs. Watson's a secondary teacher. So it goes through all the phases, this idea of why, and Caroline Brayley mentioned already so many mentions of teaching to meet the needs of the children in front of us. Thank you so much for bringing that up for us, Lynn. Well, Fiona, what a wonderful start to our day. Some key messages that are already coming through. What have you took from this early stages start?
I have taken so much about being brave, being knowing your context and knowing your young people and doing the right thing, and not just going along with things because they may have always been done like that, or somebody before you really doing things which are in the best interests of the young people. And I think that's probably why you and I were so passionate about bringing ScotEd to the fore, really, because we know that there's lots of stuff going on. We know that there's lots of people who have excellent understanding of things that maybe we don't have, and it's about sharing that practice really, and sharing their expertise and their knowledge so that we can all learn from them. But I just love the idea that it comes back to teachers. Teachers are so valuable, they are, and teaching and learning is the core purpose of our schools. And you know, so much of what we do, like David mentioned, and like Lynn talked about as well, so much of what we do comes from another place. So it's really important to get back to the heart of that, and to listen to teachers and to understand what it is best for the young people that are in front of them. They are seeing day in, day out, and that they are you know, helping to provide better chances for, really. What about yourself, Darren? Is there anything that you've
Certainly,
picked up?
I'd just highlight this from Leanne Bowers: process, pedagogy, why, where are they now? And it kind of echoes through. I like what David mentioned this morning of engaging with the true complexity of teaching and learning. I mean, there are so many that think that they've mastered it, but it's something that we'll never ever be able to master, and I can attest, and my good lady can attest to that as well. I spend so much time thinking about it, as do so many practitioners. We just love our job, and it's one of the greatest jobs in the world, but we need to really engage with that true complexity, you know, and really understand the students in front of us and where they are, and help them move forward with their learning rather than cover a curriculum. We need to bring that curriculum to life, and it only comes to life when the students engage with that. They battle with the complexities of that. We tease it out of them. We teach, we reteach, we check again, make sure they have it. And then once they have the knowledge, they can then use that to manipulate it and demonstrate skills. So that's really struck with me. And this idea of working smarter, I just love that. And so many times you want to work smarter. I mean, I like to be incredibly organized, and I think that helps me work smarter, but that comes with it a workload in itself. So it's such a fascinating thing. And as teachers, you know, we're all working smarter. We're doing the best with what we've got in such a complex system at times, with so many competing priorities. We just try and do the best for the children in front of us. So really get themes developing as we go throughout the day. So we've got a few minutes to fill until Billy comes on, because we did have a speaker due, but sadly she's been struck down with a nasty cough, so is unable to speak with us. So we'll just can we share a little bit about who that speaker is and what she was going to speak about? So we're going to have Carolina Cooper-Tetzel, who is a doctor of psychology at Glasgow University, was going to speak to us about lessons from the science of learning. Carolina was, I don't know if she still is, was a member of the Learning Scientists. If you haven't checked out the Learning Scientists website, podcast, please do that. I think that'll come up in some other talks throughout the day as well, this idea of the science of learning. And Jonathan Firth later on today is going to talk a little bit deeper about two of those techniques, and spacing and interleaving, and how they can really help students learn. But Carolina is also organises the TILE network. I think I can't remember what it stands for. Teaching and Innovation in Learning. Oh, I think I've got that right. So she already does that, and they've already put on lots of workshops with teachers, with Kate Jones, who was a speaker last week, with Ross McGill, with Carolina herself and some of her colleagues, and looked at various aspects of teaching and learning. So please do check out the TILE network. You can find Carolina on Twitter at Pimp My Memory. What an absolute brilliant Twitter handle. And also you can follow the Learning Scientists on Twitter at Ace That Test. Fiona, have you engaged with Carolina before, or any of the stuff on the Learning Scientists website or the TILE network?
No, I haven't. I have followed Carolina on Twitter for quite a while, and she posts some amazing stuff. And I was really, really looking forward to hearing what she has had to say about the science of learning, because it's something that I have only kind of, I would say, in the later part of my career really come to understand and know about, and it's really affected my practice in the last little while, and I was really interested to see what she had to say about it. And I know she's absolutely gutted that she isn't able to join us today, but she was just coughing so much, so she was hoping to talk to us about how that could really, how the science of learning can help our young people, particularly in the secondary setting, I suppose. I know Carolina does a lot of work with secondary schools, a lot of workshops and webinars to support them. Oh, she's here. She's just popped up. We're missing you, Carolina, but we will hopefully have a chance to interact with you again. And yeah, so we were really looking forward to what she had to say, and how that might support our learners in front of us. And I know you've been doing some work, Darren, in your role as PT Learning and Teaching. Oh, there's going to be event there to signpost people to as well. Fantastic. And following them on Twitter at Tile Network on Twitter as well, if you wanted to. Do you want to say, Darren, just a little bit about maybe some of the stuff that you've been trying to introduce at Bell Baxter in terms of science of learning? Oh, there's a little explanation of Tile.
Yes, certainly. So I've spoken a little bit. I send out a weekly newsletter to staff to support them in engaging with research evidence and practice-based evidence from teachers and blogs, because the reason I do that is that there's so much that we can do. There's so much to read. I mean, I think David mentioned, it's an absolute minefield. There's books coming out weekly, there's blogs coming out daily, there are so many things. So I wanted to make it accessible for really busy teachers. So if anyone's seen that on Twitter, you can follow what I do in that role on Twitter at BBHS Learns. And I share the newsletter on there, and I'll be sharing what's going on with our professional learning program coming up. And what I've shared recently is this idea of retrieval practice. You know, when learning is manipulated in our working memory, it goes into our long-term memory, and we need to retrieve that out. And each time we retrieve that, it gets stronger and stronger. And Kate Jones mentioned that in her talk last year, this distinction of working memory and long-term memory. And retrieval practice is so important for bringing that to the fore, because the more we retrieve information, the stronger it gets and the easier it becomes to recall. And if we think about, we want our students to perform well in tests and exams, if we can embed retrieval practice into our practice and really think deeply about what we want them to recall, then it will make almost sitting tests a little bit easier. I read a wonderful analogy just yesterday that if we were to teach something on Monday, and we might do an exit ticket, I often do exit tickets to capture data on what the students learned in that lesson based on a key question from the lesson. If I don't recall that or don't revisit that, what I test, and I ask them to do a weekly review or a monthly review, which Bruce Roberts in our keynote from last year recommends in his Teaching Delusion books. If we don't do that, then what we're actually testing is that original learning minus the forgetting, and that is what we measure, because we forget things as soon as we begin to learn them. And I think that was something really important. So I'm trying to put that message across through my newsletter, through recommended reads, watches, listens, and can I help staff pick and choose what they want to read, what they want to see, try to get some short blogs, some longer blogs, some short talks, some longer talks, because I think teachers are notoriously time poor. So anything I can do to make it easier for teachers to engage with that research, identify how it helps them in their practice, and then go away and try and practice that, then the better it'll be for our students. So thank you for asking about that.
Yeah. I think you're doing some great work there, and it's fabulous just to be able to kind of make that easily accessible for time tight teachers, because that is we all struggle to find time with that. And something I was just going to pick up on there about the retrieval practice and the memory stuff. I think there are a great deal of teachers who maybe do that, but maybe don't understand the kind of the strengths and why it works so well. And I think as art teachers or practical subject teachers, sometimes there's a bit of a kind of, we can't do retrieval practice in practical subjects, or it doesn't really, we're not testing knowledge, or we're not testing facts, or and I think for me in recent kind of years, it's really helped to kind of for me understand that the more that we can make these pieces of knowledge easy to recall for young people without them even having to think about. So how to mix blue and yellow, or how to, what colours make red, make orange. They don't have to think about that. It takes that working memory and minimises that, and then they can be confident in the creative part of it as well. So I think that's really interesting, that it doesn't just apply to maybe one or two subjects. The science of learning really, and a lot of good teachers are doing this stuff anyway. It's just about that kind of understanding of it, I suppose, and making sure that we know why we're doing it. Again, coming back to what both Lynn and David have alluded to in their presentations. Yeah.
So I love what you said there about the creative aspect, because both of us teach more practical subjects. Could we get an insight into your classroom, Fiona, while we wait for Billy to jump on? How are you supporting students to be creative, and what are you putting in place first, and how do you do that?
So I think for us, we have a really important role as the experts, the teachers, to be passing on that knowledge to young people of how certain art materials work, the techniques that we need to use, and it's like laying the foundations again. It's coming back to that. It's about giving the young people the confidence to do that. So we very much see our BGE courses as laying the foundations and providing our young people with very kind of direct instruction on how to draw, how to observe, how to look, how to record, how to measure, and very much through the use of the visualizer, modelling these techniques and giving them the ability to do that for themselves. And what we find is that by doing that, our pupils become really confident in what they're doing. And I think in a practical subject, that can be quite a big barrier to overcome for some people. I think because it's so visual in art and design, you can instantly see whether somebody's doing a drawing that's good or not. Whereas if you're working in a jotter, maybe it's not quite, your peers are not quite so aware of that. So I think the better that we can provide the young people with these foundational skills early on, it provides that confidence, and when they achieve that success, they kind of are able to feel more confident in going on to be creative themselves, and then they have those skills and knowledge to be able to be creative and make their own decisions, and then use those in their toolkit to come up with their own. So it's almost about holding their hand kind of early on, and gradually sort of giving them the confidence and the skills to free them and let them go for it themselves, and be creative as they develop that.
Apologies, I'm just we're trying to get Billy on just now. He's having trouble connecting.
Okay.
Give me 2 seconds.
That's all right. We'll just ramble. I'm just going to go through some of our Twitter comments. So we've had somebody who's saying here, never tire of listening and being inspired to Lynn Taylor and her enthusiasm for play in the early years. A real driving force behind the play movement, and always such an encourager of practitioners. What a wonderful way to start a Saturday. And again, coming back to just all these amazing teachers who are giving up their Saturdays, who are so passionate and have such a belief in making sure that things are the best that they can be for young people. It really fills me with confidence that we're in a good place to going forward. I've also got somebody who's gardening, enjoying listening while they're gardening. Thanks for organising. The importance of taking time out to reflect, think and build on what we have already achieved, and that idea of going back thinking back to the pandemic and the height of the pandemic. I know we're still in the pandemic, and many people have mentioned that already, but making sure that we have learned from that and that we don't just go back, and we actually build on the good things that came out of that as well. Yeah. Darren, how are we doing for? Are we still struggling to get Billy?
What we can do, we've got our guest after Billy on, so if Billy's okay with that, we can swap our speakers about. So I think we'll just go ahead and do that, and hopefully we don't hopefully Billy can manage that. If not, we'll troubleshoot a bit later. Thank you for the viewers for sticking with us for that. We really do appreciate that. So what we'll do is we'll introduce our next speaker, who is Anne Glennie. Anne is a former primary teacher and now a literary consultant and publisher of books with Cranachan Books. I hope I said that correctly. And now she works with schools, primary schools, on supporting with their reading instruction. And she's gonna talk to us today about Spotter's Guide to Research-Informed Readers Instruction. Anne, good morning. How are you?
Hello, morning Darren, morning Fiona, lovely to see you.
Good morning. Thank you for joining us, Anne. How are you this morning?
Yes, I'm good. Been listening and watching with interest. I was cackling away when David was on, so that was a nice pick-me-up.
Thanks so much for joining us and jumping on a little bit earlier. We really do appreciate that. So you're going to talk to us today a little bit about research-informed reading instruction.
Yes, I am indeed. Can you see my slide? Oh, yeah, there they are. I can see.
Yes, we can.
Okay, fab. I'm just going to dive right in because I've only got 15 minutes with you, so I'm going to do the very best I can in the time we have. So I'm going to outline some key changes that we could make to our reading instruction practice in Scotland if we want to get all children reading. It's not that what we're doing isn't working, it's what that we're doing right now isn't working for every child. So there is some good news, and the good news is, thanks to research, particularly over the past 20 years, we now really know in great detail what to do to teach virtually every child to read. The bad news is, though, that despite the fact that a seminal piece of this research comes from Clackmannanshire in Scotland, we're still really pretty much teaching reading the way we did in the 1970s. So if we have a wee look at Curriculum for Excellence, teachers in Scotland will be familiar with this, our experiences and outcomes. This is what it tells us about the teaching of reading. I can use my knowledge of sight vocabulary, phonics, context clues, punctuation and grammar to read with understanding and expression. Really, to be honest, quite a mixed bag there. Then here at the bottom, I'm learning to select and use strategies and resources before I read and as I read to help make the meaning of texts clear. Now, those strategies are mentioned, I think it's 6 or 7 times perhaps in the Curriculum for Excellence documents, but nowhere does anybody tell you what those strategies are. Now, I've had a petition running with the Scottish Government for over 4 years, and I'm trying to get that when teachers are in teacher training, that they're taught how to teach reading according to the latest research. But something that John Swinney was always really keen to point out to me, be saying, well, all schools in Scotland do use some form of phonics. And the problem is, where that's true, and we are teaching some form of phonics. Sometimes we are teaching phonics and we genuinely believe we're doing the right things. We genuinely believe that our programme is perhaps systematic synthetic phonics, but the principles and the things we're doing aren't in fact in line with the research. So if we think about the sort of common classroom practice that we would see in Scotland, yes, we are using phonics, we definitely are. The problem is we're using it alongside all of these things as well. Sight words. Now, if you're as old as me, maybe slightly older, you might even remember when you were wee having a tobacco tin, where you would have a wee tin of words and you would memorise them by sight. That it's not that long ago, to be honest, but we haven't really moved on from that practice. We might be sending home Tupperware boxes or laminated lists, or even, as my little P1 nephew got last year, envelopes of words to learn by sight, to learn as if it's a picture, as if it's a whole thing. We're also, although we're teaching phonics, we're then giving children books to read that they can't read using what we've just taught them. So there's an entire mismatch between the teaching and then the application of the knowledge and the skills that children are learning. Add to that, we're also teaching these multi-cueing strategies. And that's where we're encouraging children to, for example, look at the picture and guess what the word might be. Look at the first letter and guess the rest of the word. Or read on and just guess what could possibly fit in there. Imagine how successful you'd be. Imagine how confident you'd feel if you were in maths and your only strategy was guessing. We experiment for you now. I know I can't hear you, but I'm trusting that you will out loud on the count of 3 say this word, please, all together. Here we go. 1, 2, 3. Atelerix albiventris. So what is that? Is it a new Harry Potter spell? No, it's the Latin name for an African pygmy hedgehog. You will never need to know that again. I even doubt that it would appear somewhere in a pub quiz sometime. But what did you do to read those words, to get them off the page? Did you have a picture clue? Did you read on and go back? Did you look at the first letter and guess? You didn't use any of those extraneous strategies. You used your knowledge of letters and sounds. You used phonics. Phonics is not baby stuff. Phonics is lifelong adult stuff that we use every day for reading and for spelling. The problem with sight words is that they are a limited strategy. They stop working. So scientists argue about the number, but your brain is actually only capable of remembering as visual wholes between 2,000 and 5,000 words. And that means you'll get to a point where there's no more room to learn words as visual wholes. We saw this very clearly in the olden days when deaf children were taught to read through a purely sight word approach, and they would get to a plateau and they wouldn't be able to go any further. Sight words, they can feel easy at first, particularly if we're using flashcards in the classroom, and our struggling learners can be holding on to sight words for dear life because they feel that they're successful in some way. But it actually undermines the phonics we're teaching. What will happen is, if we stick to repetitive, predictable reading books, it can look quite convincing. Children are reading it with a combination of their sight words and with a combination of the different clues they are using, such as the picture, to read the text. But as soon as we try to branch out beyond those texts into wider literature, children start to come unstuck because the sight words strategy is no longer working for them. Here's a wee example of what I mean by banded reading books. And this is extremely common practice in Scotland. So let's imagine that we've already taught our children, for example, s, a, t, I, p, n, for example. But then we'll give them this book to take home and to read independently. Well, There's a problem here because we're teaching you how to read, we're teaching you phonics, but then we're giving you a book you can't read with what we've just taught you. So you're having to read it, basing it on purely your sight words. We go to well, I've not learned this word by sight. Will I look at the first letter and guess? Will I look at the picture and guess? It's really not the most efficient way to teach reading. And actually, you don't need to really be able to read. You can just rely on those sight words and rely on the pictures. We go to the pool. We go to the library. Teachers will be familiar with this, that it can look good, it can look effective, it can look like children are confident in doing so well, but they're not actually reading, they're not actually understanding how words work, how the English language works, and they're getting by in a system really of memorization and of guessing. So it might look like reading, it might smell like reading, it might even taste like reading, but if we're using sight words, it's really 100% memorization, and that's not what reading is about. If we look then at another example of a banded reading book, here we can see how the multi-cueing strategies come into play. What do? I'm drinking. I can look at the picture. I am eating. What does the picture? I am laughing. This results in children, when they get onto other books, their eyes are darting around the page, looking for clues, looking desperately for answers, when actually all the answers you need are in the words, in the letters, on the page. Another example here, making a bird. Here is the wing, here is the beak, here is the eye. So we really need to abandon these multi-cueing reading strategies, which really amount to guessing the words. So no more guessing from the picture, the first letter, the shape of the word, the context, and of course, picture and context are starred because they're absolutely definitely going to help us with our comprehension. And often in our picture, that will be ripe and rich for discussion. It will give us even more information than we have in the text itself. We just don't use the picture or the context for guessing or getting an individual word off the page. Here is Exhibit A. This is POLAR, the Primary 1 Literacy Assessment and Action Resource from Education Scotland, where they're encouraging these word attack strategies. This is Exhibit B. This is from the most popular and widely used phonics programme in Scotland. It's billed as a systematic synthetic phonics programme, but it incorporates so many things such as multi-cueing, like guessing, just like this, sight words and banded reading books, which don't actually have any place in proper systematic synthetic phonics principles. So what's the alternative to this? The alternative is using decodable reading books where children can confidently, independently read entirely the book they've been given using the knowledge they've just been taught. There is no mismatch then between the teaching. It makes sense. I've taught you for example, and then I'll give you a book that will include words using only that, or words that you've already previously encountered. So it is an ant. The ant pats it, pat, pat, pat. The ant sips the sap. The ants go in to nap. That just gives you a wee flavour. And of course, the major advantage of teaching systematic synthetic phonics is we're teaching reading explicitly from the beginning, but we're also teaching spelling explicitly from the beginning. And of course, the added advantage is if you have strong phonics knowledge, it will allow you to read any new word you come across. And this was a lovely example that I saw on Twitter this morning where the child was able to read inflatable and get a pronunciation for it and ask their mum what the word meant. Because you can't add new words to your vocabulary if you don't know how to pronounce them. Systematic synthetic phonics is effective for the reading, spelling and writing skills of all children, and that includes those that we might consider to be disadvantaged by factors such as gender, socioeconomic group, having English as an additional language, their age, if they have additional support needs, if they have dyslexia, or even if they have low language or social skills on school entry. And there's longitudinal studies that back all of this up. So explicit teaching of alphabetic decoding skills is helpful for all children, it's harmful for none, but it's absolutely crucial for some if we want to get every child reading. And we should be, aiming for 100% of our children reading in Scotland, and we should expect to get very close to that. It's only in 2 to 3% of circumstances where children will have severe clinically diagnosable difficulties that will be unable to reach that 100%. But for the majority in our classrooms, it's absolutely achievable using the right methods, the right support, and basing what we do in the classroom on the right research and practice. I want to say as well, I mentioned dyslexia briefly, but it is entirely possible to teach children with dyslexia to read. Even the most severe dyslexia, children can be taught to read. We shouldn't give up on these children. We shouldn't just provide supports. We need to provide actual teaching and intervention. To quote, I was very lucky to hear Dr. Tim Conway in America speak last year, and he runs a not-for-profit school for dyslexic children where he teaches them to read, and he said something that's always stuck in my mind, and he said, we should be teaching every child to read, not just in line with the age of their peers, not just their chronological age, but to their IQ. So if a child is very gifted and talented, we should be able to get them reading to that level, even when they have dyslexia. So research informed practice, the tweaks we can make then would be avoiding sight words and instead using phonics as the only strategy, all the way through the word for reading, all the way through the word for spelling. We would simply note and point out the tricky parts of words and explain, and we would sound and blend the rest as usual. We just never resort to saying, oh, this can't be sounded out. You just have to memorise it, because then how do children know which type of word is which? We swap our banded reading books, our old style reading books, for decodable reading books. The progress, the confidence that children gain when we make that switch is absolutely massive. And we can get rid of the extraneous strategies that don't actually help and just keep it really simple with one strategy that works all the time. If you want more information, if you want to look at the research, some of the debate behind all of this, I highly recommend you look at all of these sites. If you think you know about dyslexia, think again. Please do have a look at Susan Godsland award-winning site, dyslexics.org.uk. I was ashamed when I discovered this site, and I realised that a lot of my practice was so wrong and unhelpful to dyslexic learners in my class. And if you want to know more, if you want to pick up a book, if I've inspired you hopefully to go away and read a bit more, this one, can't recommend these highly enough, one on the left for primary teachers and the one on the right for secondary teachers. They do a great job, both of these books, of distilling the research and the science for you. Thirsty for more? There's a wee QR code for you and a wee link there where it'll take you to my website and just a list of resources, information, all to do with phonics. Thank you so much for your time. Thank you for listening. I hope I've managed to fit that in 15 minutes.
Absolutely perfect timing.
Amazing. Thanks so much, Lucy, for jumping in for us. That was a wonderful, wonderful talk. Just a couple of highlights. Thanks, Deaf inspired me. Thanks, and I hope primary teachers all over are listening to this. I love this one for Hazy Heffalump, and this is firing me up on the day I can access my first week of Sounds Rights training. And this one, teaching to the child's potential, are bright. Not sure what that is. Was doing well because of her sight words.
Cookie. Right, cookie.
I got this week, as you mentioned, so I'm delighted that I'm trying to learn. I loved a few things that you said there. I love your refreshing honesty about how you felt ashamed about what you were doing before. I also love that quote you shared: helpful for all, harmful to none, and crucial for some. It's so important that in Scotland we teach all of our children to read. And you mentioned something about we can get to 97, 98% and that 2-3%. Imagine a world where everyone can access that high level reading. A couple of questions I've got, and then I'll get Fiona in there. there's a lot of free resources out there for people who want to engage with phonics programs, and you mentioned some great websites there. Can you talk to us a little about where people can access that, please?
Oh, there's just such a wealth of resources out there. It's difficult to know where to begin because there's so much. But for primary teachers watching who want to go away, who want practical resources they can print off and use immediately, and they don't need to use any planning, I would direct them to phonics.international.com, because that's an entire phonics programme. It can be used for phonics and spelling and intervention from primary 1 to primary 7, and it's by Debbie Heppel-White, who is also the author of Floppy's Phonics Sounds and Letters, No Nonsense Phonics, and she was the consultant on Rocket Phonics as well. And these are all validated by the Department for Education in England, so you know they kind of tick all of the research boxes and all of the systematic synthetic phonics principles. What some people might not realise is that a lot of our programmes that we use in Scotland, we wouldn't be allowed to use them in England. They wouldn't pass the validation process. And actually the stuff I was talking about today, banded reading books, sight words, multi-cueing, that's essentially actually against the law in England, because systematic synthetic phonics, proper systematic synthetic phonics, is mandatory in England. So we you know, our reading, although we've changed so much in our curriculum and in our practice, our reading has stayed very much in an untouched bubble, and we're still doing all of those things that we've always done. And the problem is we're not getting the results for every child, when there are things we can do, and we can make that difference if we make those tweaks to practice.
Definitely, thank you. Fiona, what's going on in the world?
Yeah, I am just going to bring in Mrs. J, who says absolutely she has primary 7s that struggle to read and it breaks her heart. So a lot of what you're saying there, it's so important. 3 years I've seen such a range. And honestly, at times, a muddle of the approaches and teaching for reading. And this is so helpful to get to the heart of why it isn't helping our pupils, from Hazel Pinner. So yeah, a lot of appreciation there for what you're saying. And as a parent of a primary 2, and you and I have chatted, I am blown away. My little one does use systematic phonics, and I am blown away with the words. You know, when we're out and about, he sounds out massive words, which, and then, like you were saying about the inflatable, asks what they mean. You know, it's not just that, yeah, he does have a great memory, but also he's not just learning those pictures of the words, he is actually sounding them out, and it's just phenomenal to see that. So thank you so much for sharing that with us. I'm sure a lot of people got a lot from that there. Yep, thank you.
And then a question from Olivia Drennan-Ed. We'd be interested to hear what Anne thinks secondaries could do better to support reading skills. What are your thoughts on that, Anne?
It's a difficult one. I really feel for secondaries because, and let's be clear, this is not the fault of primary teachers. We need support in the system. We need guidance in the system. There's so much guidance, paperwork in England, but in many ways, this research, this practice is being withheld from teachers in Scotland. But secondaries are picking up the pieces of practice. We've got 7 years in primary school to teach children to read. You know, we've got the same teacher for a whole year. These are massive benefits in primary teaching. So we need to ensure that no child is leaving primary unable to read, unable to access their secondary education. But when they are in that situation, secondary schools, for me, they need to have a robust intervention programme, because really, if we don't sort it out at the beginning, learning is going to be lost in all of your subjects if you don't have literacy as the foundation. So robust intervention to make sure every child can read, you know, and identifying what the problems are, what are they struggling with. You know, 9 times out of 10, it will be a decoding issue. It will be an issue with fluency. So they might have the letters and sounds, they might be accurate, but they might be slow. So there's ways to identify and there's ways to fill that in. I'm actually now working with a secondary school in Glasgow on a full intervention programme, which I'm really excited about. But, you know, we shouldn't be ending up with children who can't read in secondary school. because very often they will then slip through the net because secondary teachers are not really equipped or trained in how to teach children to read. And as a matter of fact, primary teachers in Scotland aren't either. And that's why I have the petition, because every teacher needs to know how to teach children to read and spell so they can support every child, and that's regardless of age and stage that you're at in the system.
Right, thank you.
And I do wonder as well, and how much that affects other challenges that pupils have in secondary school as well. And I wonder if we came back to that kind of root issue of the literacy, whether that would actually help a lot of those issues as well. So thank you so much for that. We really appreciate it.
Thank you. It's interesting to hear the project with the secondary school goes, so be delighted if you could share that. Andy Kennedy 09, I talked about Anne years ago. Our research head in Glasgow totally changed my ability to teach reading. And I met Anne a couple of years ago at Scottish Learning Festival. What an inspiration. Anne, thanks so much for joining us today. Please check out her website, learningzoo.co.uk. Is that right?
That's it. Well done, Darren.
I've also got an episode of Becoming Educated with Anne where we go a little bit deeper into the research behind phonics, from the Clackmannanshire study to the Rose Review, to the validation of phonics in England and other countries, and the work that Anne does around teaching reading. And I think it's so important that all children in Scotland read to a level that allows them to access all of the curriculum, because I think a lot of teachers in secondary school and some primary schools know what the challenge is real for some children when they can't fully decode the words that are on the page, especially as they get further up the school and closer to exams. So please follow Anne. I think it's at Anne Glennie on Twitter. Pose any questions. If you do that, please include hashtag ScotEd2. So Anne, thanks so much for joining us.
Oh, thank you both. It's been a pleasure. It's passed in a flash. So even though I was nervous, it wasn't too bad at all. You're doing a fantastic job. What a gift for Scotland. What a great day to have the opportunity to hear all of these people speak on all these important issues for free. Thanks so much.
Right.
Thanks, Anne.
Thank you, Anne. What a talk about reading the instruction. And I love this one from Gabby Smith. What is the reluctance of evidence is so clear. Fully agree with your petition. Teachers must receive the correct training. So let's hope that strikes a chord with lots of people. Now we've managed to problem solve, and we've managed to get Billy. So Fiona, who is our next speaker?
We are so delighted that he has managed to make it backstage. And next up, we are pleased to introduce Billy Burke to ScotEd. Hello, Billy. How are you?
Good morning. I'm good.
Great
Billy,
to have you with us.
Thanks so much for persisting with the technology issues, and thanks for allowing us to jump on it and come on. So thank you very, very much for that. We're delighted to have you. And in the Scotland top as well. I absolutely love that.
I felt it was appropriate for the theme.
Absolutely.
So what are you going to talk to us about today?
Well, what I want to talk to you about is about empowered teachers and what that means, why it's important, and how we need to grasp the opportunity to empower our teachers in classrooms and learning spaces all around the country.
Right, well, thank you. Break a leg, and we can't wait to see you on the other side, Billy.
Great. Well, morning, everyone. I don't have slides to share, so apologies that you just need to put up with looking at me. And I haven't used this device before for a call, so I'm kind of switching between some screens, so bear with me. As I said to Darren and Fiona, I want to talk to you about empowerment. It's a word that's used often in Scottish education, and like everything else that becomes a bit of a buzzword, I think we can lose what the true meaning behind it is. So here's my pitch at why empowered teachers is absolutely crucial going forward. First thing I want to say is that empowerment, the word itself containing the word power, there's a sense that it's something that is given to someone else. It's not. Empowerment won't be given to teachers. Teachers are going to need to take it. Now, there are lots of reasons why empowerment at classroom level and school level is difficult to achieve. We work within a big beast of a system. There's an element of protectionism in the system, fear of change, people wanting to hold on to the past and do what we've always done. But for me, school empowerment is not optional. If we want to build a system to support a better future for our children and young people, then we need to achieve school empowerment, teacher empowerment. Why? Well, I and others argue that we're actually in a bit of an emergency footing at the moment. And I'm not just referring to the pandemic, where we've all worked incredibly hard to deal with the effects of it and continue to move education on. There are other emergencies that we deal with day and daily. The impact of poverty in our society and too many young people's lives off to a poor start. The impact of trauma. We have a better understanding about what trauma does and how we can better deal and cope with it. Inequality in every front, and we know that we are in the midst of a climate emergency. So, not to sound doom and gloom, because there's hope, and the hope for me comes through the education system. We can have a world-class education system in Scotland. We have many elements already. The principles of our curriculum, the aspirations for our curriculum, Scotland's unique approach to getting it right for every child, and our efforts to better include every single young person. Our commitment to equity, to equality, and to social justice, which is absolutely embedded in our values as professionals. And crucially, the talented and committed education workforce, from support staff to teachers to school leaders and those who support. People, it's always about people, and that's why empowerment is so important. Because if we want a world-class education system to rise to these challenges that we face, we need world-class teachers. And we're not going to get world-class teachers if people don't have autonomy, because we know we don't thrive when decision-making is taken away from us, where it's seen as too hierarchical, too bureaucratic. When things are top-down, when they are imposed, they can be perceived as too abstract, unclear, not fit for purpose, not related to the reality on the ground. So we need to shift that round. I'll give you an example of what empowerment isn't. It isn't the way we implemented CFE in terms of nearly 2,000 E's and O's, 20,000 web pages. We were then told to unpack them, group them, laminate them, make sure that literacy is covered as well, and by the way, do it in an IDL class, and everything that went along with that. Then put it in a profile, and I've not even touched on assessment. Significant aspects of learning, benchmarks, and I'm not even going to touch on the senior phase at all today, guys, because that's a whole other day. Actually, what it was about was developing confident, responsible young people with skills for lifelong learning and a passion for lifelong learning, and the capacity to develop their well-being and contribute positively to their own networks, their family networks, their local communities, and to global society. And if we'd started from that upwards, we would have got to a different place sooner. But it could be worse. We could be governed by the Department for Education, and you see all that happens down south. Empowerment is the opposite of that. Really what matters day and daily to me as a head teacher, and what should matter to everyone involved in education, is the quality of the day-to-day interactions in classrooms and learning spaces between children and those who support them. We do need strong national steer, national priorities we can all buy into, and actually the Scottish system is relatively cohesive, and there is buy-in to the high-level messages. But we then need that freedom and ability to adapt to our own communities, our own schools, our own classrooms, and the individuals within that. That means autonomy within curriculum making and application. It means autonomy to pick the right and best learning approaches. Autonomy even within the best assessment approaches. I'm not arguing that every teacher and school leader in Scotland should be left just to get on with things exactly as they think is right. We are, as we see today, we're a connected profession. So it's about what Michael Fullan calls connected autonomy. We, as we are seeing today, can form networks more easily and more quickly, grassroots networks, easier than before. And when you get a group of teachers together to talk about core business, to talk about learning and teaching, getting them to read, share practice with each other, inquire, if that doesn't light a spark in a teacher, then nothing will. And it does. I see that within my own school, and I feel it in the energy that's coming through from events like today. And what I would encourage, empower teachers to do is continue to shift the focus from teaching to learning. You can have the prettiest lesson starter, laminated learning intentions and shiny co-created success criteria with every cooperative task and active learning approach in the world. If it doesn't result in the learning of the young people that we're trying to achieve, then it doesn't matter how shiny the teaching is. So we need teachers to focus on what we know works for our young people in our classrooms. Unfortunately, we know more about how humans learn. We have science and evidence and psychology to help us there. There's an inextricable link between learning and well-being, and in the classroom, in an empowered class, it doesn't matter how nice the PowerPoint is, how beautifully it's put together. If the children aren't interested in what they're learning, they're not engaged and they don't know why they're learning it and what they can do with it, then it won't matter. An empowered classroom is where pupils play an active part in what they're doing, why they're doing it, and what they can then do as a result of this. Now that needs energy. That needs energy from teachers. So teachers in Scotland need more time to think, to research, to connect, to try things out, to evaluate, to inquire. We also, let's be honest, could be doing with smaller classes. I know that we like to get told that class sizes don't really make a difference, but they do. They do to the energy of teachers. And we need flattened leadership hierarchies in our schools and learning environments. Now, I'm not saying remove management, right? You need roles to do some of the heavy lifting to free teachers and those next to young people to be creative learners, leaders of learning with their pupils. In fact, I argue that in secondaries, for example, we need more principal teachers. We removed many a while ago and it was counterproductive. But for me, it's about that leadership culture hierarchy, and we should flatten that. Schools, decision makers in schools, which should be at every level, should focus on this question: does it make the boat go faster? So does it help teaching and learning? Does it help outcomes for young people? And if it doesn't, don't do it. That's an empowered teacher. That's an empowered school. So in Scotland, we do have an alignment between national policy and practice, but the development of policy needs to be ground up as well as top down. Teaching should be the go-to career choice for our brightest and best young people. It's often not. They think it should be law and medicine. That means we need the terms and conditions of teaching as a profession to align with what we want. It should be difficult to get into teaching. We need the very best if we want world-class teachers. So, strong national direction, clear steer, a connected profession, world-class teaching on the ground. What I want to finish with is just a challenge out there, which is what's then in the middle? So what's between the school and national government? There's a lot of resource spent in agencies, national and otherwise. There's a lot of finance in that middle part. The question through the reform agenda that Ken Muir is leading at the moment is, what do schools need from that to achieve the national objectives? What adds value nationally and what adds value locally? So I encourage you to be empowered teachers by taking part in the conversation. Take part in the consultation. Encourage others to do so. We have the potential at the moment, if we truly can empower our schools and our teachers, we have the potential for the biggest reform in Scottish education since comprehensive education. I really mean that. It's not a could, it's a must. The status quo is not an option. Chuck in a line from the Manic Street Preachers. If you tolerate this, then your children will be next. So I know many people on the call will have children in school. What do we want it to look like as they progress over the next 5-10 years and beyond? By empowering teachers, we can deliver the improvement for Scotland's young people that we want to see. It's as simple and as complex as that. So, thank you to Fiona and Darren. This event, the work that you do, is an example of empowered teachers. It's been a real pleasure to have the opportunity to put my pitch forward this morning. Thank you.
Billy, thank you so much. Some really great comments there, and I love what you said about school empowerment is not optional. The points about flattened leadership hierarchies. I love the quotes that you built in there. Does it make the boat go faster? I absolutely love that. If it doesn't, just don't do it. And that was mentioned by someone about the need for bravery to create a culture of leadership and teacher autonomy. And I love that line from the Manic Street Preachers. I was actually listening to them a few days ago, so it actually is timely. If you tolerate this, our children will be next. So thank you very much, Billy. Fiona, what is going on in the world of social media?
Oh, we have so many people loving what you were saying about the talking, reading and researching. If it doesn't light a spark in a teacher, then nothing will. And I think it's amazing to see that we have so many sparks in our teachers that are tuning in today, because these are the people that we need to be driving the learning teaching in our schools, and so fantastic. Your quote about the principal teachers struck a bit of a chord there as well. And I know that a lot of people felt really strongly about that, and the kind of flattened management hierarchy, and also about the point about what's in the middle. So we've got these teachers on the ground, we've got the policymakers, what's happening in the middle, and making more of that part in there. So really fantastic.
Brilliant, thank you. A couple of questions that I found in the comments. One from Drew Burrett. Should the role of the national bodies be more focused on supporting teachers to become empowered? And I think you mentioned that during your talk. What do you say to that?
I would absolutely agree. If the question could be applied, if it doesn't make the boat go faster, to the middle. Sometimes teachers perceive the middle as quite invisible. Let's just mention regional improvement collaboratives. Regional improvement collaboratives are an example of they were never envisaged to be separate roles or a separate entity or another layer. And I'll let you judge what they have become. But the regional improvement collaboratives should be practitioners. Mm-hmm. It should be a facilitation service, a menu of supports that schools can reach out for. Not a top-down, here's a direction and here's something we want you to implement. And the people that populate these collaboratives, for example, I'm a maths teacher. If you want a piece of work done around maths, go to the Maths Teachers of Scotland. Free up some time and resource in their week. People don't need to leave their school to contribute to the national agenda. We just need time. And there is resource out there, we know that. A lot of it goes in permanent salary. And there is a challenge. We need to be really open about this, I think, between how people are perceived in schools when they get so far removed from schools. Now, we do need national roles. We need people to facilitate things and spend all their time and energy on things. But have we got the balance right? ScotEd2, for example, have 1,000 employees. 1,000.
Well, that's a lot. Comment there from Olivia Drennan. Ed, on that. Could Ed Scott Ricks be doing more to provide resources so teachers can focus on pedagogy?
Say that one again, Don.
I'll put that one again. Where is it? Should Ed Scott Ricks be doing more to provide resources so teachers can focus on pedagogy?
Interesting. Yeah. Well, this is the conundrum, right? Because here's what teachers did when CFE came in that doesn't exemplify empowerment. Many people asked to be told what to do. Somebody somewhere just write the course and I'll deliver it. That's not an empowered teacher. That's not going to do it. That's the way it has been done, and it's got us to where we are. Teachers are professionals, they're highly qualified, they're highly experienced and skilled. Who best to write the curriculum for your own school, the lesson planning for your own classes than you? Now, if you can't do that, I question whether or not teaching is the right thing, right? So don't ask to be told what to do. But, and the question's absolutely right, every practitioner in Scotland shouldn't then need to go away and create the best, richest resources to support the learning and teaching. Now, the digital world has moved us on in that regard. Because if you want, you know, if I'm teaching higher and I want to introduce first principles of calculus, back when I was doing that day and daily, they would listen to me talk for a long period of time, and if they were still awake at the end of it, it was great. But now I can show them a video from a Professor Brian Cox or somebody much better placed than me to show this in a more stimulated way. So yes, that's the question. What do we need from the middle? So at times we will need resources. I suppose my question is, who's the best place to actually write those resources? You know, could we not have that capacity within practicing teachers, again, freeing them up to collaborate and connect and deliver in that way? Great question.
Definitely, thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Billy. I think I'm just going to pick up on one of your other, I know you're head teacher of Renfrew High, but your work that you do with Changing Conversations podcast, I think is so valuable, and I think it really helps to have these conversations and to get people talking and thinking and collaborating in a way. So I know it's a bit different for you to be on the other side today, but we really value your contribution, and we hope it's allowed people to kind of think and challenge their thinking a wee bit more about that as well, and what empowered teachers really means in our Scottish education system. Thank you.
Right, thank you, Billy. Just before you go, can you share how people can carry on the conversation with you on Twitter? Yeah, is your Twitter handle at William_J_Burke? Have I got that right?
Sounds about right. Yeah, follow me on Twitter. I also am a member of Ken Muir's panel, so I'm keen to hear as many voices as possible about what the current reform should deliver to better empower schools and teachers. And as Fiona mentioned, if anything I've said resonates with you, if it hasn't driven you away, come and connect with us on Changing Conversations. Just Google it, you'll find us on Twitter. My co-host Sarah Philp, and you could email us through that as well. Actually, you'll find an episode involving Darren and Fiona in the archive, so well worth a listen.
Right, thank you so much, and thanks for highlighting that. We both thoroughly enjoyed that. Billy, thank you so much for coming on and being a part of ScotEd in the national jersey. So thank you so much. Thanks for mentioning there that you're on the panel of the Ken Muir Review. So like David Cameron mentioned this morning, get involved, get in contact, have your say on the future of Scottish education. So thank you so much, Billy. Thanks for your persistence and perseverance with us this morning. I hope you absolutely enjoy the rest of your Saturday.
Thank you both.
Thanks, Billy.
Wow, Fiona, that struck a chord with so many people. I think we're getting to the heart of what we need in terms of that empowerment agenda of teachers really thinking about what should happen next and what the future should look like with Education Scotland, with the Regional Improvement Collaboratives, with the Ken Muir Review. So please do get involved. Please do get in touch with Billy and keep that conversation flowing. And if you do get in touch with him, please include the hashtag ScotEd2 so we can carry on the conversation. Fiona, who have we got on next?
Okay, so we are delighted to introduce our next presenter, who we nearly had last year. We missed out on last year ever so narrowly. So we're so glad that she's going to be joining us today. So a huge welcome to Khadija Mohammed, who is with us this morning. Good morning, Khadija. You are a senior lecturer in education at UWS, is that right?
That's right.
Fantastic. And you are going to be talking to us today about anti-racist education and your passion surrounding global citizenship and all that entails. So we are so looking forward to your presentation. Can you tell us a wee bit about your role and what you do at UWS?
I can, Fiona. So I am a programme leader for all the early years provision at UWS, and I also teach across our ITE programmes. So primary school teacher by trade. And like Billy, I'm also in Ken's group for looking at educational reform, so we're quite excited about that. And of course, looking to hear all the diverse voices that need to feature in those conversations. And more recently, just started to chair the Scottish Government anti-racist curriculum group as well. So really exciting, and it's great to be able to speak to our teaching students, our early years practitioners, around how they can become confident in navigating conversations around race and racism.
Brilliant, thank you. Such an interesting role. We are delighted to have you with us. So without any further ado, we are going to pass over to you and we'll chat to you afterwards.
Can I just confirm you can see my slides? Okay, I'll put them on to full slideshow if that helps, Fiona.
Yes, do that now.
That's
please.
perfect. Yep.
And I'm sorry to disappoint you, Fiona and Darren. I actually am a troublemaker. I changed my approach to the presentation today, and it was because I saw a Twitter feed from my guru, my mentor, Professor Rowena Arshad, and I thought, I need to talk about this tomorrow. So it's still around the same theme. It's about social justice, okay, and equity, but it was really a call to all educators in Scotland today. So great teaching for Scotland. Changing the face of leadership is not enough, all right? And by what I mean there, Fiona, is that the calls for a diverse education, we've had lots of calls already. I've been part of that working group with Rowena and colleagues about how do we begin this huge task of diversifying our education workforce. I have found myself in many situations where I'm the only teacher of colour or teacher educator of colour within different environments, and we need to change that. So when we think about leadership, for what purpose and in whose interests, right? And I'm arguing here that we need to be thinking about, if we really want to have a true diverse workforce, it's not just about having, as a saying goes, black faces in high places, right? So we need to think about the professional socialisation of our teachers of colour. What are they being introduced to? How are they being received in the sector? And that institutional culture that encourages assimilation, to be the same, to act the same, to possibly try to look the same. And I was thinking of Billy there as well. I thought, gosh, I need to get a national hijab actually that represents Scotland, and that might do a world of good. But also think about the systems and processes. And by that, I mean just our school policies, our school structures, the curriculum. How are we really actually benefiting from having a diverse workforce? So it really is about debunking this myth of sameness, because we can't treat all our young people the same because they're different, and we can't treat all our teachers and educational leaders the same because they are very, very different. And so the argument really is we need to start looking to create professional spaces where I guess perhaps where our teachers of colour are able to take on those leadership roles. And I think the argument here is we cannot simply be grafted onto processes and practices that are either opposed to where they are coming from or what actually leaders of colour bring to the setting. To ignore who they are culturally is to deny them and the schools and the communities that they serve and the opportunity to become outstanding leaders. And I think that's really important. And actually, when we talk about this, when we create those safe spaces, those professional spaces for them to lead joyously without facing those barriers, to be authentic, to bring their whole selves into a school setting, into a community setting, not leaving aspects of their identity at the school front door, then we see the effectiveness of that leadership, because what they're bringing is that cultural wealth to the discussions, to the dialogues. And actually, it's then through those processes do we begin to influence leadership practice, because there's a real notion there that we have to think about. You know, I've attended many leadership programs, and sometimes I feel they don't speak to me because I come with some very different lived experiences. And how are we encouraging our teachers to do that and not to assimilate? And I think about that from an initial teacher education perspective as well, where often I feel that we don't really have some in-depth discussions about what does it mean to become, to be, and to grow as a teacher. And we need to be thinking about that racial identity development. So, and for all teachers as well. And I'll speak about that in a moment. So really to begin to think about, no, my job as a Black teacher is not to assimilate into the majority culture. It's actually to find my own professional space and create that, where I bring that lived experience to my teaching and learning. And therefore then what happens is we get some very natural spaces to begin to talk about, what does an anti-racist curriculum look like? What does a decolonised curriculum look like? How do we think about children being effective contributors? And I'm always kind of trying to bypass the four capacities into things like personalisation, relevance, breadth. All of that comes when the curriculum is fit for purpose, authentic, and valid. And so the other point I want to make here is that we also say to our young people, they need to see positive role models. And if we are encouraging our teachers of colour to assimilate and fit in and leave those aspects of their identity behind, then actually what we're doing is we're not winning here, because then we scour around looking for those Black role models. And what we're actually then doing is we're diluting that situation, but we're robbing our children of that chance to bring themselves those diverse, multiple identities that they too have, because otherwise that's invisible and it becomes silent as well. So some real things for us to think about there. And actually I wanted to talk about, you've got another speaker on the agenda today, and I'm so excited that you have. I looked across and you've got Tamima Begum, you've got Amjad Ali, and it's so nice to see that you're including those diverse voices in there. And Tamima Begum, one of UK's youngest teachers of colour, who's a head teacher, and I'm really looking forward to hearing what she has to say in her presentation. But I wanted to bring up here, and I'm sorry if this looks like a sales pitch, Fiona, Dan, it definitely isn't, but it was just to say that SAME is a charity that I co-founded a few years back, and it's really it's there for to serve our minority ethnic communities. It's there to support the professional and personal development of all my colleagues who are teachers of colour, leaders of colour, and so we've designed a leadership mentoring and wellbeing programme. And actually the programme is really there for our teachers to begin to redefine and craft that leadership and their teaching, and to begin to think about themselves as race cognizant, and really develop that professional identity for themselves. And it doesn't start.
Can I stop you there? I'm so sorry to interrupt you. It's just your slides are not moving on. We can't see them full screen. I just wonder if you're able to go to slideshow and present for us. I don't know whether it's moving on for you.
Apologies.
No, it's okay. It's fine. I just didn't want you to go any further without.
So was it just the first slide, Fiona, that you couldn't see?
We can see your whole desktop rather than the slideshow. So I don't know whether you can go to slideshow and present.
Okay, so if I stop sharing, Fiona, let me just see if I can try and do that. Sorry, apologies, Fiona.
No, it's all right.
That wasn't
not at all. What you were saying was fantastic, but just in case we were missing any valuable.
I feel so bad now because one second, let me try. It's a very different platform from what I'm used to, Fiona.
I know.
Right, so let's try. Let me go to slideshow.
That should be you now. Yep, if you go to from beginning.
Is that better?
No, we're still just seeing your. It's just as if it's frozen, actually. I'm not sure what. Even if you just skip through them like that, that would work. We can still see the bigger one.
So are you on the leadership, mentoring and wellbeing programme slide?
We're on this the second slide, slide number 2 just now.
Right, okay, I'm unsure of what's happening here actually, Fiona, because for me it seems like it's sharing. It's saying if I stop sharing, apologies, I don't know.
No, don't worry.
Eek. This is that moment where you think, what am I doing?
Always.
So I'm trying to follow. I mean, carefully use Zoom and Teams, folks. So I'll start again. I'll go to share. I'll go to share screen. And then go to share screen here, and I'll go to my window. And I have my PowerPoint here. And I'm sharing. So beyond this, Fiona, I'm really not sure what to do, to be honest.
Right, do not worry, just keep going from where you were. It's absolutely fine. Even if you just click through the slides, that's taken us to slide 3 now. You've just clicked on slide 3.
Great. So were you able to see slide 3 before?
No, that's us now. I'll leave you to it. That's you're on slide 4 now.
Apologies
I'll
for that. That's just not good, is it?
No, I tell you, fine.
So folks, really this programme is for us to have such aspirations that if we don't have these particular leadership mentoring programmes, I feel that we need to be thinking about leadership programmes that have social justice and equity at the heart of those discussions. And that's really important, because I've often found that the many programmes I've attended, I've been working closely with Education Scotland. My colleague and friend Melina now works there, and they're looking at refreshing and reviewing the programmes, which is great news for me. And I would encourage folk to embark on those. But really, to be honest, to talk about this programme, for any of my colleagues of colour who are on the call, please do inquire about it, because I really do think it will support you in the best instance. What it certainly does do is we dismiss that colour-blind discourse on the leadership programmes that I've often been to. So it really challenges your thinking and your development, and encourages you to be thinking about being a race cognizant leader. But the ask for me, Fiona and Darren, here is for all my colleagues in education to turn the gaze. And by this I mean, and this was the tweet that Fiona mentioned about Rowena. She said something in the Future of Headship. I think it was a keynote conference that she was speaking at, and the quote here is, how do we know how to include people if we don't find out how they are feeling excluded? And we know from the research, and we know from that diverse group, the diverse teaching group and 3 years on report, that many of our educators of colour, our teachers of colour, our leaders feel excluded in those conversations. They experience microaggressions, they experience many types of discrimination, and often they learn just to internalise that. There's a lot of silencing, and also perhaps not wanting to speak out for fear of the implications that might have on their career trajectory. I better not say anything in case of I want to progress, and so on. So just be mindful of that. So the ask here is of that critical self-reflection, and this is where for all of us to be thinking about interrogating our own gendered, racialized, class-based positioning, and how does that impact on how we be and become and grow as teachers, and how we liaise and collaborate with our fellow colleagues. It's so important. And so think about our professional beliefs and values in terms of that collegiate working. And to be honest, that solidarity and your activism matters. How are you going to support your colleagues? And actually use that privilege and power that comes within the whole whiteness structures to actually speak with your colleagues, and support them in that journey so that they have a strong voice also. And that's one of the things about the leadership programme. It does not start from that deficit approach. It very much is around looking at the positive aspect, that cultural wealth. So for me, folks, I'll just very quickly end my session with this idea of, for me, it's changing the heart of educational leadership. And we can all do that collectively together, but we need to develop that activism to have those nuanced understandings of how race and racism impacts on both our colleagues of colour, but also our young people too. So I want to end with Bell Hooks' quote, which I think was just fantastic. Love is an action, never simply a feeling. And I'll stop there, Fiona. So apologies for all the toing and froing there with my slides.
You were a true professional, Khadija. You're straight back. So thank you so much we just didn't want to miss out on your amazing visuals there as well, and particularly that last quote there as well from Bell Hooks. Really, really liked that. I loved what you said. How can we involve people if we don't know how they're feeling? Really like that idea of seeing inside and kind of critically self-reflecting and interrogating our own positioning to understand how others are treated. Yeah, absolutely. And also liked we can't treat all our young people the same. They're different, and we can't treat all our leaders the same. Everyone is different as well. So again, some really, really poignant words there from you. Thank you so much for that. Darren, is there any comments? I've been furiously checking.
Yes, just before we go, I love what you said about how do we know how to include people if we don't find out how they are excluded. Such a wonderful, wonderful question, Khadija, and I love how you started. It's not just black faces in high places, it's more than that. You mentioned that quote about love.
I'll just say, Darren, that was Rowena Arshad's words. That was a tweet that really inspired me to think, right, I'm going to change what I'm going to say tomorrow. So apologies for that.
Right, thank you. And a key question here from Paul Cochrane, how do we break barriers down in such a class-ridden society? Have you got any thoughts on that, Khadija?
Oh gosh, Paul, a huge question. And then I would also talk about the intersectionality within that, because for me, race intersects across all the protected characteristics. And what we're finding is lots of literature, but even hearing about the lived experiences of our teachers working in schools, so our teachers of colour, we know that we're already underrepresented. And the issue is we're losing them all the time because they feel that that's perhaps not a safe place for them to progress. And I guess the way we do that is to have those real critical conversations, honest conversations. So for our leaders to acknowledge that our colleagues of colour face those barriers, that's one of the huge things we've got to think about. When we think about recruitment also, we're going to have to think about who's on that recruitment panel. Do they have that nuanced understanding? Will they recognise the cultural wealth that this particular individual could bring if nurtured well and acknowledged well to a school setting? But broadly, Paul, you can take that question for our young people as well. And where we have teachers who are from diverse cultural, ethnic backgrounds, we will hopefully help to provide those safer spaces for our young people to identify in who they are and be confident in who they are in their multiple identities.
Right, thank you. And is there any further on Twitter and social media, Fiona?
Just very similar comments to the ones that the quotes that we've picked out. A lot of people really the quote, how do we know how to include people if we don't find out how they're excluded? Absolutely. And turning the gaze as well. A lot of people really resonating with that quote there too. So yes, some really powerful words, really challenging for all of us in education to be thinking about, I think.
Definitely, thank you. And thanks so much, Khadija, for referencing some of our speakers later on, Tamina and Amjad, and highlighting Tamina is one of the youngest head teachers in the UK at Forest Gate School, and I'm really excited to hear what she has to say, so thank you for that. And Khadija, thank you so much for your perseverance, your resilience there, such an inspiring talk, and this idea of turning the gaze and including everyone, regardless of race, colour and so on, is so important in Scottish education and in making sure their voices are heard. So thank you so much for speaking about it.
Thank you for
Thank you,
inviting me.
Khadija.
Thanks very much.
No worries. Thank you so much. Oh, Fiona, technical difficulties and so on, but we're persevering in such a powerful talk with some key quotes. But now for our next speaker, who's been waiting behind the scenes for us, Lena Carter. Lena is a Deputy of Pupil Support and also one of the leaders of Women Ed Scotland. Lena, good morning. How are you?
I'm very good, thanks. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we certainly can. Thanks so
Brilliant.
much for joining us. What are you going to talk about today, Lena?
So today I am talking about authentic leadership and my idea of how to be a professional human. And I've sat here all morning thinking there are so many connections. A bit like Khadija, I actually thought halfway through this morning, I'm just going to change everything. I have added a few bits, but hopefully, yeah, that's what I'm going to talk about. But there's been so many connections already. It's so brilliant, this whole platform and connection that you're making.
No, brilliant. Thank you. It seems to happen. It happened last year. We don't plan for it, but the themes come up. But I suppose we're all in the same system. We're connected, like Billy said, and the same things come up. So if you're ready to go, we'll put your slides up and break a leg.
Whoops. Okay, so let's see. Can you see my slides okay?
Yes, we can.
Fab. Okay, so the slide kind of says it all. So first of all, it's lovely to be here. Obviously, I can't see anybody. I can see my slides, which in itself is quite stressful. I'm also going to set my timer, and I am going to work to a script because I am a bit time blind, which isn't great, and I do talk a lot. So I am going to try and stick to the things that I really want to say to you today. And I think that, as I said, from listening to David, to Lynn, to Anne, to Billy, and to Khadija there, I think there's so much resonance with what's gone before. So really, this is about exploring that balance between being a professional and being a human. And sometimes maybe that there's that conflict between those two concepts or roles that we might play. So my conclusion, after almost 30 years in the classroom, is that it's only by being human in our classrooms and in our schools that we can truly be professional. If we spend too much time playing a role in our working life, and it's not aligned with our true self and our true personality, then this prevents us from creating those real human connections that actually allow our learners to be all that they can be. So although the title of this talks about leadership, if you don't see yourself as a leader, I'd just like to reassure you that actually we're all leaders in our classrooms. We're all leaders of learning, as people have talked about already, but also we're role models because we have that huge privilege and responsibility of shaping the lives of children and young people. Now, unless you've been hiding in a cupboard, sticking your fingers in your ears and just ignoring the vast array of literature and research that's out there, you will know already that relationships between teachers and pupils in the classroom are absolutely crucial to those children achieving all they can. In Scotland in 2021, it's actually part of our professional duties and standards to get relationships. It's our duty to look at research about relationships. So there's no question that relationships are important. And going back to what David said, you know, we're not talking about the latest book. We're not just talking about Paul Dix, although I do actually love Paul Dix, but we're not just talking about Paul Dix and the 2 books that he's now written. There's plenty of data and research going back many, many years. So the first person that we might choose to go back to, and I'm sure you've heard or seen this quote before, is Dr. Hein Jinnert, who was working in the USA between the 1940s through to the 70s. And he was a psychologist, a child psychologist, also a teacher, you know, and he came up with this, the frightening conclusion that we're the decisive element in the classroom. We make the weather. And again, that's a huge responsibility, because what happens if you go in one day and you're feeling tired or you've had a bad day, but actually it's knowing how that tiredness or bad day might impact on the learners in front of us, and knowing what we can do on those days to mitigate against how we're feeling, and you know, how we might risk assess around that. Well, I'm absolutely exhausted today, maybe I need to do something slightly differently, so that the learners still get a good lesson. I'm also delighted that David mentioned John Hattie, because I thought, oh, he's going to come out in a minute and say, and everyone reads Hattie, but actually Hattie, we kind of have to listen, because he's done a lot of research over time. So Hattie's research on teacher-pupil relationships, you know, right up there, 0.7, you know, so that's a high impact, a really high impact. What's really interesting, if you look down at the bottom, teacher subject matter knowledge. So obviously we have to have our degree, we have to know our subject, I have to know my French, my German, my drama, whatever subject I'm teaching, okay? But look how important the teacher-pupil relationships are based on research. I thought that was my timer going, then it can't be 15 minutes yet. Hattie in particular cites the meta-analysis from Cornelius White from 2007. To improve teacher-student relationships and reap their benefits, teachers should learn to facilitate students' development, see their perspective, and communicate it back to them, so that they have valuable feedback to self-assess, feel safe, and learn to understand others and the content with the same interest and concern. So much research, and I have to finally, as far as research around this goes, quote and reference Brene Brown. If you don't know about Brene Brown, I know lots of people in Scottish education read, talk about Brene Brown a lot. Daring Classrooms is a particularly important work for us as teachers, but I listen to her podcast pretty much every day in the car, because she talks about authentic leadership all the time. And there are just some lovely quotes. So, you know, authenticity is a collection of choices that we have to make every day. It's about the choice to show up and be real, the choice to be honest, the choice to let our true selves be seen. And then this one, teachers are the guardians of spaces that allow students to breathe, be curious, explore the world, and be who they are without suffocation. And I just, Kajida, what you said there about, you know, the doors and everything, what do we leave at the door? You know, for students as well, it's so important, isn't it, that they come into classrooms and can be seen for who they are. So there's the research. But what I'm keen to do today is give you the opportunity to think about how you show up in the classroom. And I'd like you to take a moment to think about some questions. When you show up at work, do you act differently to how you would right now in the comfort of your own home, with the comfortableness of people you know and your house around you? When you show up at work, do you talk differently to how you would talk right now? When you show up at work, do you dress differently to how you would right now? Now, obviously, some of you might still be in your pajamas because it's Saturday morning, and that's okay. But you hopefully get the principle. Now, we have social norms. We have conventions of what's acceptable in different contexts. And as a drama teacher, I talk a lot to pupils about this. And I explain to them that as human beings, we do play different roles. We put different hats on. And we change our behaviors to suit the context that we're in. So, you know, I talk to them about language, and I say the language you might use with your friends in the playground might be different to the language that you'd use if you maybe ever got to meet the Queen or maybe Harry Styles. And I say that as we grow up, we learn appropriate behaviors to use in different contexts. However, I also explain to children that under all their behaviors and language, there is a personality and a self and an identity and a character that they shouldn't have to change, whoever they're with. So in society, we adapt our behaviors, but we shouldn't have to change that who we are. And, you know, all of this is embedded in the UNCRC, children's rights, you know, Article 8 around identity, Article 12, the views of the child, all of that. But what about for teachers? What happens if we take those ideas and relate them to teachers? Do you feel that you can use your voice? You know, we've had speakers already. Billy talked a bit there about maybe not. Do you feel that you can show up as you are with all your cultural and heritage identity? Maybe not. It's really important, I think, when we talk about being an authentic professional human, that we look at what it's not. So being a professional human isn't oversharing and making all the lessons about you. We can all think about Mr. Whoever who taught whichever subject, where we knew more about his dog, his wife, his family, his holiday home in Mallorca than we did about the subject he was teaching. That's not good. It's not about being unprofessional or inappropriate in your language, your dress. You know, we've got GTC standards about how we need to behave. And it's always useful to check the dress code of the organization that you're working for. You know, we get into the arguments about hairstyles, tattoos, all those things, but just check what's okay in the place you're working. And if it feels too restrictive for you, decide about whether that's the right environment for you. And it's not about having no boundaries. Being a professional human is absolutely about having boundaries and knowing when to share and when not to share. And Brene Brown is brilliant on this as well. So, sorry, I'm trying to just make sure I stick to the script. As I said before, though, I genuinely believe, and this is based on many years of experience, that if we don't take ourselves into the classroom, we miss out on something for ourselves, but also for our learners. The late, great Rita Pearson said, children don't learn from people they don't like, but I genuinely believe children won't learn from people they don't trust. And how do we build trust? We build trust, that's the wrong slide. We build trust by being honest, by being consistent, by showing that we're interested in people, and by giving something of ourselves. When I was in my second year of teaching, which I'm going to say was 1993 in London, and I was struggling a bit as a 23-year-old with a class who I was teaching drama to, and they were about 7 years younger than me. And, you know, I was kind of trying to get it right. And I remember I was trying to project some image of a professional and, you know, sensible, strict, maybe a bit controlling. And my head of department at the time, the amazing Sue Edwards, came in to watch me, and at the end she said, you know, you've got it, the content's there, you know your stuff, you know your drama, but you just need to relax and be yourself. Have some of those conversations, ask them about their hair, ask them what they do at the weekend, find out about their football team. And I think it was totally the advice that I needed then and has served me well through my life. I was of the era, this is the slide, that they said don't smile till Christmas. And I just think that's genuinely the worst piece of advice that any new teacher could be given. And if you want to know more, watch this YouTube video by Edward Tronick on the still face experiment that they do with small children. If you don't smile till Christmas, it's potentially really harmful to children. So that was a bad piece of advice. And if you're an NQT or a probationer, really think about, you know, have you ever been given that advice? So I genuinely believe that taking yourself into the classroom is what's needed. Children will work for you and learn from you if they trust you and feel safe in your company. Colleagues will cooperate with you. And if you're a leader, they'll work more productively for you if they trust you and feel safe in your company. And parents and carers will be confident that you're doing the best for their most precious beings if they trust you and feel safe in your company. And trust and safety come from people seeing who you are, what your values are, and what makes you human. Now, I was really lucky. I worked as care experience lead for 2 years for my local authority, and I got to go to amazing conferences on trauma and trauma-informed practice. And I got to hear Bruce Perry, who is just an inspirational world leader on this. And he talked about something which he referred to, where we work in an organization or a system where our values are compromised, and where, because of that, over time, we and the system become sick. And he talked about dystonic behaviors. So behaviours where we have to behave in ways that are inconsistent with our beliefs and personality. I think we have to take really seriously the fact that if as teachers we're doing that, we become sick and the system becomes sick. That's very much part of trauma-informed practice and understanding and trauma-informed systems. And if you're interested, there's a whole wealth of knowledge and experience out there. In Scotland now, we're getting much better. But going back to some of the previous speakers, to Billy and David, I think we need to look really carefully about whether we're being asked to do things that fundamentally go against what our true beliefs and values are. I'm going to finish soon, but before I do, another part of my work within trauma-informed practice was around how we show up as leaders. And as part of the work I was doing, I decided that actually perhaps I needed to look at how I was presenting myself as a leader. And so about 2 years ago, I stood up at a head teachers conference as part of our trauma-informed work that we were doing. And I gave a talk where I talked about some of the things that had happened to me in my childhood and the impact that that had had on me and my perception of the world and my experience as a leader. I talked about the abuse that I'd suffered as a child. I talked about the struggles that I had since and throughout my childhood and teens in processing some of that. And it changed the way that people saw me. But I honestly believe it changed the way that people saw me for the better. And I think it was a big risk. And I think that possibly there's jobs that I now haven't got because of what I did then. But actually, I know that I'm now in a job that actually is completely right and everyone knows everything. Again, they don't know everything because I don't share everything, but they know things about me that are about my authentic self. So my main message is that as a leader, it's possible to be a hybrid, a professional human and simultaneously outstanding, hopefully in some things, and flawed. That rather than creating a barrier, being a professional human builds bridges. I know that the families I work with have a sense of who I am and what I'm about. And that's helped to build bridges. And my message is very much as a leader, it's not me over here in my comfortable world and you over there in your mess and your trauma. It's us in the middle. So to leave you with some questions, and I'm aware I've gone over time, I'd like to encourage you to think about these questions. Who do you show up to work as? And is that person different to the you who shows up in other settings? How much does the way you're required to behave at work align with your values and your sense of personal integrity? Where did your ideas about how teachers behave come from? And why might you be cautious about taking all of you to work? Please stay connected. Don't struggle with those questions on your own. There's loads of people out there who want to have these conversations. If you want to connect with me, you can find me on Twitter. I've got a blog and lots of this stuff is in there. And I've also got, this is a bit of a plug, but I actually do a radio show all about teacher wellbeing where I interview people about their wellbeing on Teach Out Radio. And if you'd like to connect there, then please get in touch and you could be a guest. And that would be absolutely amazing. And Fiona has already been a guest. And I think she thought it was pretty good. So that's me. There we go.
Thank you, Lena.
Thanks. Such great questions to ask about being your authentic self in the classroom. It's made me think about how do I enter the workplace and leave the workplace. And I like to think that who I am here and who I am now is who I am all the time. But of course, I can't testify that unless I ask the people around me. I absolutely loved what you said about Faculd's reference to the is it Haim Gino quote, "We make the weather." I mean, that idea of not smiling till Christmas is absolutely horrendous. We should be greeting the children the minute they come into school with a smiley face, because school should be the happiest place in the world for them. And we have a responsibility to make that so. And that, thank you so much for that. Some really great comments, inspirational as always, plenty of food for thought. So proud of you, Lena. And also a little mention, you mentioned in your talk this idea about teachers reading, and you mentioned Brené Brown. I like this one, Brené Brown's Dare to Lead in the ScotEd Connect book group was a game changer for me last year. I know the ScotEd Connect group have a lot of members to that, and one of our speakers last year, James Cook, is involved with that. So thank you. Fiona, what are your thoughts? Anything on the social media feeds?
Yeah, so the integrity word kept on popping up there again, and this idea of kind of balancing that and doing the right thing even when no one's watching, and clinging true to your values. And again, I think it comes back to a lot of what we've already heard this morning, doesn't it? About doing the right thing for the young people and doing the right thing for the people in our teams is so important. And I think taking yourself into the classroom, that balance between, I liked how you shared what it's not, because I think there is that balance, isn't there, about we are professionals, we have to, we're part of workplaces where we do have, young people look up to us, and but it's about being human and being real, I suppose, as well as that, and recognising that our young people are real and they're all individual, and we need to recognise that in our interactions with them as well. So thank you so much, Lena. Lots of food for thought there.
Thank you, and thanks again for inviting me. It's just been a great morning. Thank you.
No worries. Thanks for coming on, and thanks for sharing your Twitter handle at Lena Bellina and your links to your blog. Before we let you go, can you share when people can listen to your radio show, the I Factor in Wellbeing on Teacher Hug Radio?
So what I'm not going to say is that it's on at 3 this afternoon, because we don't want anyone not to be here. But the good news is it's also on at 3 tomorrow. So all the shows now on Teacher Hug are actually repeated twice on the weekend. So 3 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. And my guests tomorrow are the fantastic Claire Bryden, who is a teacher from over here in the west of Scotland, and Andrew Cowley, who is a king of wellbeing. I'm just going to say they're both wellbeing royalty. So that's on at 3 tomorrow on Teacher Hug.
Brilliant. Thank you. So if you're around 3 tomorrow, please log into Teacher Hug Radio and give that a listen. Thank you so much, Lena. Thank you so much for being part of ScotEd2 today. And that talk definitely struck a chord with so many people. So thank you so much.
Thanks, Lena.
Yeah,
just a wee reminder to people to keep tweeting your observations, your conversation, your reflections on some of the presenters that we've had so far. It's really interesting. We've already connected quite a few people already. Yeah, somebody here is settling their 1-year-old for a nap, but they are recognising that Lena Bellina always talks a lot of sense. It's been fab to listen to her again about being a professional human, and this quote is so true. I have it on my wall on the desk. So yeah, I think the quote about being the weather in the classroom, we definitely have such a privileged position, don't we, as teachers, to set that for our young people. So let's make sure that we are doing a good job with that. Right.
So who's on next, Fiona?
Okay, so from missing out a speaker, we have somehow managed to run back over time again with all our blethering. But we have a pre-recorded talk coming now. So our next speaker is Derek Huffman, who some of you may know as Principal Teacher of Pedagogy at Berwickshire High School, and Berwickshire High School is where our keynote speaker, Bruce Robertson, is head teacher from last year. So I think he has one of the best jobs in the world, actually, as PT Pedagogy. It just sounds like an amazing role, and we're really looking forward to hearing his presentation about what remote learning has taught us about being a better teacher and how we can learn from that experience. So hopefully, if technology works, we are going to hear from Derek.
Hello, I'm Derek. I'm the PT of Pedagogy and an English teacher at the Berwickshire High School. Thanks very much to Darren and Fiona for inviting me to share some thoughts today. Lockdown learning. Remember that? Wasn't that a blast? On paper, it seemed great. Sleep in a bit, maybe go live on Teams for a few minutes, set them off to do a task, get a coffee, a muffin, another coffee, sit in the garden for a bit. Fantastic. The reality was anything but fantastic. By the way, I'm henceforth referring to these times as the time before, as I can't bring myself to utter the words isolation or lockdown any more than is absolutely necessary. It was unbelievably frustrating at times, but the biggest thing this experience kept giving me time and time again was a thirst for getting back into the classroom. It was kind of like, and I'm not sure if this will make sense to you, when you have a cold and you wonder how you could have ever taken clear sinuses for granted. You're almost angry at yourself, and you promise that you'll remember this discomfort if you ever pull through and get healthy again. In the same way, I promised myself, when I get back into the classroom, I'm going to own it. I'm not going to forget how lucky I am. I'm going to remember all those times I asked a question and got dead air as a response. I'm going to remember all those times that I wasn't sure if anyone was listening, despite my incredibly entertaining delivery. I'm going to remember all those times I wrote huge amounts of feedback only to discover the student looked at the grade and closed the file. I'm going to remember all those times that despite using amazing websites like Mentimeter to get live feedback and answers from students, half of them couldn't access it because they forgot one of 15 current passwords. I'm going to remember giving very explicit and what I thought to be extremely clear instructions, only to find that an embarrassingly large number of them didn't have a clue what to do. If a student isn't getting useful feedback, i.e. feedback that actually helps them improve, if a student isn't being encouraged to be switched on and engaged through constant low-stakes assessment, how can I expect them to know what's going on? If not everyone is answering, how do I know who knows, or more importantly, doesn't know what I want them to learn? I've learned not to take anything as a given. All those times I asked a blank screen a question, praying that at least one of the 25 students that I hoped were paying attention might answer. When I heard a microphone being unmuted, I'd feel a huge sense of relief. Yes, someone is paying attention. I couldn't wait to get back in the classroom to be able to properly check in on students, on all students. I was annoyed at myself for not taking full advantage of being face-to-face with students, to be able to properly communicate instead of just municate. All of this made me so excited to get back into the classroom. However, like that cold that goes away, it's easy to forget the hard times and to slip right back into the way it's I been. Scottish accent. So I'm going to keep reminding myself about the promises I made to myself. When I'm back, I am going to, as Mr. Sherrington reminds us, check, check, check. Through constant low-stakes assessment, I'm going to be constantly checking what's going on inside students' heads. I know that most of us are aware of show me boards, but they genuinely revolutionized my teaching. It was so obvious. I should be focused less on finding out who does know the answer and being relieved when the same go-to student puts their hand up, and focused more on who doesn't know the answer. I can learn more in 30 seconds about where a class is than in an hour of marking their jotters tonight. What's important is how I respond to the formative information I'm gleaning. Sometimes a quick comment correcting specific wrong answers will suffice. Other times, I need to jot down that student's name as a reminder to have a chat after class. This follow-up is clearly more important than the gathering of formative information, because otherwise, what am I doing? A show me board is just a piece of plastic unless it helps a student progress. I couldn't do this very well in the time before. Another thing I promised myself is that I was going to never let anyone off the hook. I absolutely loved being in the same class as my friend Dave. Dave was a bit of a know-it-all, but that didn't bother me. When we were in class, I could relax. Whenever Mrs. Kerr asked a question, Dave's hand would shoot up, and the teacher, clearly relieved that someone would bail her out, would always call on him. I don't remember ever learning anything in that class other than that I could fake it by trying to cram everything into my head before an assessment, forgetting it that afternoon. I'm certain that I was even able to catch up on some missed sleep in that class thanks to Dave. Throughout my teaching career, I've come across many Daves, and I'm ashamed to say I've more than occasionally fallen into the same trap as Mrs. Kerr. All this experience in the time before, where a screen of blank avatars stared back at me, reminded me that to help with engagement, to help students think hard about something, to force them to engage in retrieval practice and the constant low-stakes assessment mentioned earlier, I needed to keep them on their toes at all times. Not in the state of intense fear that I see some teachers creating, but in a state of readiness, without fear of getting it wrong, so long as they really tried. At the risk of sounding patronizing, a list of the most effective ways of inducing this state for me include show me boards, cold calling, pose, pounce, bounce, add to that, and think, pair, share. Yet another promise I made myself is to give useful feedback, i.e. feedback that is used. Well, this is a no-brainer, right? That's what we do. When we aren't marking, we're often found talking about how much marking we're doing. However, unfortunately, lots of marking and useful feedback are not synonymous. I started teaching many moons ago in a generation of teachers who seemed to measure their quality as a teacher by the quantity of stuff that was marked, although never explicitly said, if you weren't carrying 3 stones of jotters home on a Friday, you weren't pulling your weight. How many hours, days, weeks, months of my life have been wasted writing things that have had no impact on student learning? If, as John Hattie reminds us, teachers are evaluators of impact, shouldn't I have noticed the skewed cost-benefit ratio of all that writing in jotters, on assessments, on dissertations? The time before, with its lack of following through, brought this to the fore and reminded me that for feedback to be useful, it needs to fulfill certain criteria. Everyone needs to get it, frequently. It needs to be as specific as I can possibly make it. I need to make sure students understand it and can do something with it. For real progress to happen, I need to make them work harder with it than I did creating it. I need to check that they have done something with it. Yikes. Seems like a lot of work. Almost like more work than I do now. Aren't these things supposed to help reduce my workload? I'd argue that it's not more work, it's different work, and work that can be done efficiently. The constant low-stakes assessment we discussed earlier is a great way to learn a lot about your students and to give meaningful, specific, frequent feedback. Making students work with it and checking that, maybe that's adding something, but if we dismiss it for that reason, I'd argue we aren't seeing the forest for the trees. All too often in this job, we find ourselves doing things because we're told to, without thinking about why we're doing them. I'd argue that the time taken to address this step is the most important thing we do. In the time before, I would be thinking more about giving students stuff to do and much less about what happens afterwards. Embarrassingly, I must admit to occasionally finding myself in the same situation now that we're back. My cold is gone, and I'm so glad to be feeling better that I fell back into old ways. Without making sure students are doing something with their feedback, I might as well not give any feedback. I'm going to take the time to give specific next steps and the opportunity to take those steps. Okay. There were a few things we were able to learn from the time before, from the lessons that worked well. The time before occasionally gave us a useful reminder of the importance of the basics. Where remote lessons were engaging students, they weren't doing anything different because good remote teaching was just good teaching. These lessons started with a daily review wherein they usually promoted retrieval practice of content from yesterday's, last week's, last topic's lessons. This forced students to think hard about the information. They discussed the very clear learning intentions and set out the success criteria like a checklist, making it easily achievable for all students. This takes the guesswork away from students. There were fewer they can what to do's. Teachers then modeled what they wanted students to do, gave time for students to work independently. Then they usually finished with a plenary review, wherein they revisited the learning intention and checked whether students learned what they wanted them to learn. It's useful in these daily and plenary reviews and throughout the lesson to keep in mind that you're trying to find out which students don't know rather than who does. So making their thinking visible is important. This may be all well and good for secondary school, and you may think that a rigid structure like that won't work in a primary school, and maybe you're right. But since novices in a subject area learn better using these principles, and since this applies to novices of all ages, I suggest that if you were to remember the ideas behind these things, if you were to attempt to follow these principles, because that's what they are, guiding principles, you'll see an increase in engagement, student confidence, and knowledge. Since we've been back, where I've seen teachers refocus their practice on these basic elements, behavior has improved too, because fewer students are off task because they don't get it. These are all the things in BHS's lesson evaluation toolkit, which we use to promote discussion with ourselves and colleagues. They are heavily aligned with Rosenshine's principles of instruction, and although we're not trying to prescribe what every lesson should look like, together, they do lead to better engagement and learning. Quite simply, they work. The time before reminded us of what we should have known and remembered already. More often than not, though, like being full of the cold, the whole experience was incredibly frustrating. The time before is hopefully a permanent thing of the past, but I'd love to try and pull some sort of positives out of it. I was reminded that by constantly checking, I can get a clearer picture of who knows and doesn't know what they should, and I can act on that. By not letting anyone off the hook, I can encourage constant engagement. By making sure feedback is specific and acted upon, I can help students progress and achieve. By focusing on the basics set out in our toolkit, daily review, discussing learning intentions and success criteria, modeling, independent work, plenary to check who has and hasn't learned something, and promoting retrieval practice in my lessons, I can help students learn better. So I have to begrudgingly say a big thank you to, and I'm going to say it, Lockdown, for everything you've done for us, which is almost nothing really. But you did remind me of the amazing opportunity I have in the classroom to make a real difference. When we get bogged down by paperwork or having to sit through health and safety presentations, we start moaning about how much we have to do and how little time we have and that there aren't enough resources to do this or that. Let's not forget how lucky we are to be here and that we have the best job in the world.
Love that message. The best job in the world.
We
Fiona,
absolutely do. We have the best job in the world, and we're so privileged to be able to have that impact. And a lot of what Derek was saying there, I think, comes back to so many of the quotes that we've had about doing less but doing it better, like keeping it simple but focusing on checking for understanding, making sure our pupils are thinking, using the show me boards. Yeah, so much gold in there. I loved that. I tweeted that I think every school needs a PT pedagogy as passionate and as humorous as Derek Huffman. He was great, and I know that there's quite a lot on the chats there. I'm just going to pull out some comments. You've probably seen them already. One of our later speakers today, Tamina Abugum, is saying that she loves this. She feels seen. Really good reminder about the impact of what we're doing rather than just doing stuff. And I think we can sometimes all be guilty of just getting into the habit of just doing stuff without thinking about does it really have an impact. And again, coming back to Billy, does it make the ship go faster? Does it have a difference to our young people in their learning? We're really, really lucky to have had that input from Derek.
Definitely, thank you. And as you said, so much gold in there. Breaking teaching down into those elements like they've done at Berwickshire High School is simply incredible. If you haven't done so, please connect with @TT Delusion. Bruce Robertson, who was our keynote speaker, has got 2 new books out, really breaking down what they do and really helping us figure out what works and what doesn't. And as Derek said, they do this simply because it increases engagement and it works. And that'll be exemplified. Sadly, Derek isn't on social media, but you can find the work he does on the Berwickshire High School website. If you find the tab for the pedagogy channel, you can see some work that he's done. Now, Fiona, we've made it through the morning. It's lunchtime. What kind of treat do we have for lunchtime?
Well, while everybody nips off and makes themselves a cuppa and a sandwich, I am so incredibly proud to let you know that we have from my very own school, the Oban High School Traditional School of Music, who are going to take it away and play a little set for us. They're going to introduce it and give you a bit of a musical interlude. These are all pupils from various different year groups in the school who play traditional music, and we are so delighted that they agreed to play this set for us. I hope you really enjoy this. We're going to kick back off again about 1:15. We will see you then. Thank you for joining us. Hi folks, sorry we are having some technical difficulties backstage. I am going to try and share my screen, and I'm hoping that this might play through here, so Darren will be able to tell me whether this is playing or not.
Hello, we are the Open High School of Traditional Music, and we're going to play a few sets for the interlude. We hope you enjoy the music. Hello, is sin Scol Hiúil tradiisiúnta ar Scálan Open. Is há sin na dal chluich set nó ra an san itar chluich. Há sin an dachas gon cart an ceolraibh.
There's thunder clouds around the hometown bay as I walk out in the rain through sepia showers and photo flood days. I caught a fleeting glimpse of life, and though the water's black as night, the colours of Scotland leave you young inside. There must be a place under the sun where hearts hold and glory grow young. There must be a place under the sun where hearts hold and glory grow young. There's a vision coming soon through the faith that cleans your wounds. Hearts old and glory will be renewed. I'm alive where the heavens stand. I feel it healing through this land. A cause for all people, like the wind through your hands. There must be a place under the sun where hearts hold and glory grow young. There must be a place under the sun where hearts hold and glory grow young. There must be a place under the sun where hearts of old and glory grow young. There must be a place under the sun where hearts of old and glory grow young. There must be a place under the sun where hearts of old and glory grow young. There must be a place under the sun where hearts of old and glory grow young.
What a lunchtime performance. What magical. What talented young people you have in the traditional school of music, Fiona.
Yes, we really do. And do you know what? They are absolutely lovely, lovely young people as well. They are just so passionate about music and so committed and just fantastic young people who work so well together. Such a lovely, lovely bunch. I heard them playing for our prize giving a couple of weeks ago, and I just knew that they would be amazing for our lunchtime entertainment. So I had to give them a chance to perform too. So I hope everybody enjoyed that at lunchtime today. You managed to grab it.
And we've got a little bit more of them just to close off our day a little bit later on. Thanks so much for that. And by the way, your directing skills are just fantastic. You've got an alternative career if you want it.
I don't know about
So
that.
thank you so much to everyone for engaging with ScotEd in the morning. We've had a great time so far. What's an online conference without a few technical hitches? You know, we had to have a few of them. Nothing's ever perfect, especially in this wonderful world of teaching and education. We can't chase perfection. So now on to the afternoon. We've got an outstanding speaker for our afternoon keynote. We're absolutely delighted to have him. So our speaker for this afternoon is Richard Gerver. Richard is a former primary school head teacher turned international speaker and keynote. He's the author of a number of books, including Education: A Manifesto for Change, Creating Tomorrow's Schools Today, and Simple Thinking. So just let me find his video and I'll get that played just now. So without further ado, let's listen to Richard.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm so sorry that because of all kinds of events, we can't be together in person. But I want to start this afternoon by just saying thank you and paying tribute to you all. Thank you, first of all, for giving up your Saturday to be here with us, to be learning and committing to learning to be better for our students. But perhaps more importantly than that, I just want to say a heartfelt thank you for everything you have done over the last 2 years. Although I'm a former teacher and former head, my wife is still a head teacher, my daughter's a teacher, and so I have been watching them in sheer amazement deal with the last 2 years and still have the energy to be so deeply and professionally committed to the future of our children. I have been inspired by the actions and talent of my profession. So thank you all so much. Look, this afternoon, we've only got a short time together. You're probably relieved at the thought that you can move on to the proper learning after you've had Grandad here post-lunch. But I just wanted to share a few thoughts, really, about, first of all, a post-COVID future, and also a little bit about how that can be informed by the lived experience of COVID over the last couple of years. So let's get started, and I hope you find this of use and interest, and at least something meaningful to drink your post-lunch coffee and hopefully eating a bit of very, very naughty cake with. So let's start right back at the beginning. Let's start at the beginning of this horrific period in our lived human history. And I don't know about you, but over the last 2 years, I've gone through a whole variety of emotional states. I remember when COVID first hit us, I was in a state of mental paralysis. I remember coming back from a work trip. I remember putting on the TV news, reading the internet. And although I was trying to absorb what was happening, the information, what we were hearing, what we were learning, most of it just bounced off. You know, in that way that sometimes you can be reading a book and you're absorbed in that book for 20 minutes, half an hour. And then suddenly it strikes you that although you were actually reading the words, nothing was going in. Well, that was pretty much a state I experienced at the very start of this horrific, horrific time. And then I kind of moved into a period of denial, as I think many people may have done, certainly early March 2020. You know, the whole trope about, oh, it's a flu, or it's not going to be as serious as they say, or they're overreacting, or it'll all be over by Easter, or at the very latest, the summer of 2020. That kind of denial didn't obviously work, and it didn't make me feel any better. And when that didn't stem the tide, particularly of my emotional panic and response to what was happening, I went through a period of anger. I was angry at everybody I could possibly be angry at, even my neighbors. For the first time in my life, I became a curtain twitcher. I was writing down the movements of who was going and who was coming and who was having people over. And then, much to my wife's unbelievable annoyance, she is genuinely a saint. Because having spent all day doing a proper job in school, she would come home and I would confront her like the local neighborhood watch with my notepad, talking about all these people and all their transgressions. How she didn't slap me, I do not know. But the anger didn't help. And finally, in these cycles of emotions that I felt in waves over the last 18 months, and I think the most common feeling for me has been to slip into periods of, I suppose, mild despair, sometimes not so mild. You know, that emotional feeling of a lack of hope, a lack of anything to cling on to look forward to, a lack of belief, a profound sense, I think, of disenfranchisement, of a lack of control. That moment where you just feel totally like a victim. And I'm sure I'm not the only one, and it won't be the last time. But I think these 4 phases are not just lived experiences from COVID, but actually the human response to change, and particularly when change is done to us, when we feel that we have no control. And I think to an extent, it's felt very much like that for educators for a very long time, where we keep being bombarded with stuff, new policies, new systems, new thinking, new science, new approaches, new things we need to juggle. And I know that David talked with such eloquence and such trademark humor about this morning. And I just want to reflect that now. Because one of the things we need to resist is to be drowned under stuff because we're desperately trying to cling to find levers to give ourselves control. Now, yeah, the way out of this feeling of helplessness, of victimhood, when it comes to change, evolution, transformation, is to try and fire our curiosity. Because if you can have the strength and courage to lift your heads above the parapet and look around and ask questions and fire that curiosity, then emotionally you start to feel a level of control. You start to feel there is a chance and opportunity. And it allows you to feel like you've become an active participant again. Now, I think on so many levels, this little narrative has or should have a profound impact on the way we think about the future of education, and actually about how we prepare all of us for that future. We have to come to terms with the fact that the worlds of certainty that we think existed in the past really didn't. And certainly as we accelerate headlong into a more complicated future, one that will be dominated by environmental issues, technological issues, health issues, economic issues, socio-ethnic issues, we have to understand that we need to become so much more fleet-footed. We need to be so much better at coping with radical and dramatic change. We need to find ways of holding on to levers of control just at the points when we feel that that control is slipping away profoundly from us. And so what I want to do this afternoon is just spend a few minutes taking a step back, reflecting, thinking a little bit about what I've just said and how that can help us shape and frame the future for us, for our schools, for our communities, and most importantly, for our children. But I do have a fear, and it's one I know that David spoke so much at length about this morning. And it is this over-complexity. I don't think it's new. I think it's been around certainly since I started teaching in 1992. This constant search for the answer, for the correct way to do everything. And I think that has been amplified over the last few years with this kind of reimagining of what education needs to be about. You know, the terms like research-based and cognitive science and all of these things, which are all, it's great, right? It's all about professionalism. It's all about development. But for 30 or 40 years, we've been bombarded with silver bullets. We've been bombarded with the answer from generations of people that tell us it's been deeply researched and evidence-based, and this is the way it is. I mean, just let's take Cog Sci for a minute, right? It's great. It has a profound impact on how we understand human beings learn, and therefore, by process, it helps us understand a little bit about how we might plan our future of learning. But let's remember that cognitive development is only about 1/10 of the way human beings learn and evolve. So the danger is to always embrace one silver bullet. But on a more human level, what that's done in so many ways is just underline to us in complex times this idea that somehow learning has to be complicated. Now, don't get me wrong. Education is not easy. Great teaching is tough. It's hard. But it doesn't necessarily have to be complicated. A few years ago, I was working in Seattle and I had a day off, and I decided, like a lot of tourists in Seattle, that as part of my day off, I was going to visit the world's first Starbucks, this place here. It's the only Starbucks in the world that's allowed to use the gloriously politically incorrect original logo. Anyway, it turns out that every other tourist had a day off the day I did. And so the queue outside the world's first Starbucks went back for well over a mile. Now, I was quite excited. I was quite excited to get to the front of the queue, to be able to take a selfie so that I could show my daughter, who at the time was in her late teens, how cool her dad was by getting a coffee from the world's first Starbucks. And I was fine until I got to the point at which I took this photograph. because at this point I could hear what was going on inside the coffee shop. Now, what was happening inside the coffee shop was terrifying. You see, you've probably already guessed, by the way, I am an incredibly simple man. And the way I take my coffee pretty much sums that up, because I drink my coffee black in a cup about this big. No sugar, no milk, no syrups, nothing, just black coffee that big. And that's when I go into a coffee shop, what I order. Can I have a cup of black coffee, please, in a cup about that big? And they always give me a name for it. Oh, you mean a long black or a flat black or an Americano or a double espresso something? I go, yeah, that in a cup that big, please. And that's what I was going to do here. But by the time I got to this point, I could hear what was happening inside the shop. I could hear the orders. I could hear the excitement, because what was happening, these orders weren't like, can I have a cup of coffee, please? It was like urban poetry. It was like rap. These people were wanting 15 to 20 things done to their cup of coffee. I want a mocha, choca, latte, foam, no foam, hold the this, have the that, do the syrup. I want sprinkles. I want everything. And then the end of their order would be punctuated with something I still to this day don't understand, which was, and make it extra hot. It's a cup of coffee. Isn't it hot anyway? Anyway, at the end of the orders and these rambling, incredible terms, people were whooping. When we were in America, right? They were whooping. Great order. What a cup of yo! You can hear the baristas clapping the orders. And I was thinking, in a minute, I'm going to go in there. I'm going to ask for a cup of black coffee and a cup this big, please. I could feel the disappointment. So I did the only thing available to me. I ran away. And as I ran away, I really reflected on this point about, when did we make everything so complicated? And at what point did we decide things could only be of value if they were complicated? And to an extent, I think that's been true about education for a very, very long time. And I think it's been amplified over the last 2 years, totally understandably. But our job now, I think, is to take a step back, reflect, and just reevaluate our vision and purpose. What is it we are actually here for? Is it to deliver a system more efficiently? Or is it actually to prepare our children for the challenges of their future? So let me share with you a couple of thoughts from people I've been privileged enough to meet over the last couple of years that have stimulated my thinking. And they're people from outside the school sector. Because I think sometimes in that ability to be curious, we need to lift our heads high enough above the parapet, not to constantly talk to the same people who all have the same kind of point of reference. If we're truly to be creative, if we're truly to be curious, we need to look higher and further. So the first of these remarkable people is this lady. She is a true genius. This is Minouche Shafik. Now, Minouche Shafik is currently the director of the London School of Economics. She has been the deputy governor of the Bank of England. And there are many, many people who feel she will be the first woman to break one of the last great glass ceilings in England. And that is to become the first female governor of the Bank of England. Now, a couple of years ago, I was lucky enough to hear her speak in Davos at the World Economic Forum. And it was a conversation that she was having about the future of education. And it struck me really powerfully, because what she was saying is not necessarily new to us. And certainly to somebody like me, who is often accused of being some kind of left-wing kooky liberal around education, which, by the way, I firmly deny. I don't see that I have ever been political about education. I have always been entirely focused on children. That's not to say I'm always right or that I'm infallible. But I certainly have tried very hard to focus objectively on the future and our kids. But anyway, enough about me. This is about Minouche. So Minouche is this globally recognized hardcore economist. And I want to share with you two things that she said about education. The first is this, and I'll leave you to read that for yourself, but it's certainly not a new trope. This idea that routine cognition is the answer just is simply not the case. You know, she talks in detail about the need for soft skills, creative skills, research skills, the ability, yes, to find information, not to retain it or to have it, to find it and to synthesize it and then make something of it. Creativity, curiosity. But I tell you what, the more interesting thing she said, and I think it's incredibly relevant, both after the events of COVID, but before that, the fragmentation and polarization we've been witnessing around the world from a whole variety of polarizing political and socio events. And it's this, that it's no accident that the people who voted for populist parties around the world are people with, by and large, low levels of education. And here's the thing, it's not because they're stupid, it's because they're smart. Right? And this, for me, is one of the great challenges about the future of education. Because we seem to have been, more than ever, certainly over the last decade or so, on a relentless march to make education just more efficient. To do what we've always done, but more efficiently. And actually, over the last 2 years, what we've realized, because of all kinds of debacles within the system, is that that cannot be the answer. And that actually we need to take a serious review and look at what the future of education holds. Because if we don't, we're going to continue to prepare young people for worlds that don't exist. We are going to continue to make them promises about certainty if they get their heads down and do what they're told and do what they're asked, that the end of it will somehow lead magically to a safe and secure life. And that, by the way, is why there has been such a rise in anger and polarization, because good, hardworking, working class people have been doing what they've been asked. And suddenly, for all kinds of reasons, economic, environmental, social, health, have found themselves out of work, out of jobs, with no pension, with no hope for the future. And they've become angry, and they've become angry at the institution that they see has driven that. And so we have to be better at preparing young people for a different kind of future if we're to help them thrive in that very different and challenging world. So here's a thought. Let's just take a look for a minute at the work of the OECD. You know, those people we hate because they produce the PISA league tables that our press and politicians use to batter us with about how rubbish we are at education. The tragedy really is that they very, very rarely look at the research itself. And in 2013, the OECD produced a really interesting document called the Skills Outlook. They actually now have published several since, but the first one was 2013. And it was the first global research into the links between education, employability, and skills. And I want to share with you some of the key headlines from that report. By the way, I think you can still download it from the internet. It's worth reading. Some of the key headlines from that report. First of all, and this is really pertinent, I think, that the countries that continue to have an over-reliance on formal qualifications rather than the development of actual skills are the countries where young people will find it increasingly difficult to get work. Of course, can't blame schools and teachers for that, because that's the pressure we're under, this formal qualification acquisition environment. And of course, what that means is we increasingly, as children go higher up the system, focus intensely on preparing them to get the qualifications they need, rather than sometimes remembering that actually the development of those young people needs to be much wider and much grander. The second one, which again I think is incredibly relevant given the current climate and trend over the last couple of years, the research stated very, very clearly that whereas 40 or 50 years ago, routine cognition was by far the most important characteristic that organizations were looking for in their future workforce, Now it was a tiny percentage. And actually the most important things for organizations outside of education were the development of interpersonal skills. That's just a thought for us all. And to that end, that yet again, this report underlined that the most important characteristics young people could show in the future was the ability to learn, adapt, and change constantly throughout their lives. And it's for another day. But one of the things I think we need to change in a much bigger picture is this idea that somehow formal education is finite and that it finishes at 18 or 21. And that actually education and access to education is there throughout our lives, from zero to grave. But we'll see. And then the final one, which again I think is incredibly important and something I've been privileged enough to step across over the last 15 years since I left frontline education, is we have to develop closer links between the worlds of work and of education. We have to understand that we are dealing in one singular narrative, life journeys, life chances, life choices. And that we can't just have fragmented systems that work almost independently of each other. We have to find a new relationship and way forward. A couple more thoughts for you, and then I promise I'm going to let you get on with the good stuff. The next is another meeting I had with another spectacularly brilliant human being. For those of you that don't recognize him, and yes, some people have said that he looks a little bit like my grandfather, and I wish. This is Barry Barish. Now, Barry Barish was the 2017 Nobel Prize winner for physics, a man that they reckon is up there with Stephen Hawking as one of the greatest minds of the modern era. And for those of you that are scientists that want to know, Barry won his Nobel Prize for his work into gravitational waves. Now, I say that earnestly to the camera like I know what that is. I really don't. And I do apologize because to me, gravitational waves sounds like a hair care product. But there you go. I got the chance to ask him about how he put his team together, the team that went on to win a Nobel Prize. And what he said really interested me, because both of the characteristics he was looking for really didn't have a lot to do with science itself. He said, Richard, we had over 3,500 serious applicants. And I asked him to qualify what he meant by serious applicants. He said, oh, these were people that had at least 2 doctorates to their name and were some of the most renowned scientists in the world, having had their abstracts published in some of the most important journals. I said, and how many places did you have funding for on your research project? He said, well, we were incredibly well funded. We were based out of Caltech, and they had enough funding for us for 138 people. I said, wow, how did you get from 3,500 to 138? He said, well, I'll tell you, there were 2 caveats. He said, the first was this: when you're dealing with transformation, evolution, creativity, he said, which is actually, of course, the essence of great science, you can't have single track, single-minded, blinkered people. He said, the problem is in our society that when people become good at something, and particularly in science, we become more and more narrow in our focus. And not just that, he said, that has a tendency to make us more and more narrow in the kind of people we hang out with and the kind of professional conversations we have. And so what happens is when we're trying to break paradigms, what actually happens is we end up recycling the same ideas. We breathe the same air all the time. He said, and when you're looking to challenge the beauty of the proof, isn't that a wonderful expression? When you're looking to challenge the beauty of the proof, he said, you need 3-dimensional people. And in order to have 3-dimensional people, you need people with a breadth of lived experience. He said, so nobody made it onto my team if all they had on their CVs was science. He said, in order to make it onto my team, you needed to have humanities, the arts, you needed really interesting hobbies. Because in order to think differently, in order to question and challenge, you have to have the courage to step outside of your own zone. You have to furnish your life with different experiences. And again, I think that's hugely relevant moving forwards, that if we're going to prepare our young people for the challenges of having to think differently, behave differently, be different, then we need to make sure we're not funneling them down one singular route towards efficiency. But the second thing he said was something I found intensely profound. Because he said this, he said, nobody made it onto my team if they didn't have the ability to ask stupid questions. Isn't that brilliant? We could spend a whole day debating that one. Is there such a thing? What on earth does it mean? But we know what he kind of is getting at, right? Which is this thing about whenever we're in rooms of people, why don't we? Why do we become more frightened of doing it? Young kids aren't, are they? But why? But why? But why? But why? But as we get older, we sit there and think, I'm just going to, just in case. So how do we create an education system which actually at its heart is about encouraging young people to ask stupid questions throughout their lifetime? And I'm going to finish with one more name drop, if I may. And it's an ultimate name drop. And it's one that, frankly, no matter what session I'm doing, everybody has to hear. It's almost contractual. Because just before this horrific period of our human history began, I got to meet one of the top 2 people on my fantasy dinner party list. You know, I'm sure you've all got them. You know, those lists of, oh, if only I could meet X, Y, and Z and have them around the table at one time. Some are living, some are dead. Well, I got to meet the number 2 on my list. The number 1, funnily enough, was this person's wife. And I'm still hoping one day I get the chance. But a while back, I got the opportunity to spend time with him. A couple of things just to say about this picture, as you gasp in extraordinary delight. The first thing is, look how pleased he is to see me. Clearly, and who knew, I was on his fantasy dinner party list too. I wish. The second thing to say is it isn't a waxwork, it really was Obama. And the third thing is to say, isn't it miraculous how many chins a beard can hide? But I want to finish by telling you about the very short conversation I was able to have with him. I got to ask him one question. And the question I asked him was this: what do you think you learned more than anything else during your time in the White House? And he flashed that smile. And by the way, you know how people say never meet your heroes, they'll disappoint you? He didn't. He was everything and more I could have ever dreamt he would be. He flashed that smile. He said, I'll tell you. He said, when I first arrived in the White House, Richard, I was able to surround myself with some of the greatest technical minds on earth, the greatest scientists, economists, greatest political strategists, thinkers. He said, but when I look back on my 8 years on the White House and I think about the problems that crossed my desk, the problems that crossed his desk, so what I realize is this, that when you strip them back, virtually none of those problems were actually technical by nature. He said they were largely human. They were about love, anger, jealousy, greed, hatred, tribalism, fear. He said, naturally, on reflection, the problem is this. When we encounter a challenge, our first reflex, possibly because of the way we were educated, is to find the technical solution before truly defining the human challenge. And as we finish this afternoon, that's what I want to ask you all to reflect on as you come towards the end of today and you move forward into the next challenge and complexity of our jobs. Please, 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 don't be seduced by the silver bullets or the technical. And remember that, like most things, and maybe more so, education at its heart has always been and will always be about the development of human beings. And that must be where our primary focus lies. Thank you all so much for your time and attention this afternoon. I hope it's not too long before we get to meet in person. Thank you again for everything. Go forward, be strong, and just be as wonderful as you have been over the last 2 years. Enjoy the rest of your afternoon. Thank you very much.
Fiona, what a start to the afternoon.
Great to kick off with, Richard. So many interesting points that he made there, and linking really nicely with David Cameron's chat from this morning. I really liked what he was talking about, not having the same thinkers in teams and in leadership, having people that are willing to challenge and to do, again, what's right. I really, really like that, not just kind of sticking to yes, people that will just go along and kind of narrow that funneled vision of what we need for young people. Somebody made a really good comment about everything should be focused on the children and the young people, which I think, yeah, absolutely. If we're doing that, then we must be doing something right. Anything that you picked up on that? I also loved his coffee analogy as well, which again think strikes very resonantly with lots of us in education and trying all these different combinations, and we maybe need to strip it right back and stick to our core strengths of what really works in the classroom for our young people.
No, certainly just the idea of human relationships, everything, and all about relationships and connections, which is definitely happening throughout today. Such inspiring speakers and so on. So thank you very much for Richard for giving us our afternoon keynote. Sadly, he couldn't be with us today, but such a great talk, and hopefully sets us off and sets the tone for the rest of the afternoon. So we're about 15 minutes behind our schedule, but our speakers are lined up and ready to go, and we thank them so much for their patience and professionalism throughout the day. So, Fiona, who's on next?
Okay, I am absolutely delighted to be able to welcome our next speaker, somebody who I've never met in person, but our paths seem to cross in many different ways. So next up we have Christine Cowser. And Christine is a secondary DHT in Perth and Kinross, I believe, and we have come across each other through various different platforms, but she's also a lead on Women Ed Scotland, which is where we have connected. So it's great to have you with us, Christine. How are you today?
I'm good. A wee bit disconcerting that all I can see is my slides, but that's probably not too bad a thing that I can't see myself. And first of all, thank you so much for inviting me to speak today. I just want to caveat about, we're obviously going to be talking about radical candour, as you can see. And when it was announced on Twitter that I was one of the speakers, someone from work had said, oh, I wonder what Christine's an expert on. So I just want to start off by saying I'm a work in progress. I'm not an expert. I've been a DHT for a long time, education for a fairly long time, and other experience before, but I'm on a wee bit of a journey, and my journey has led me to radical candour. So I thought it was quite important to share that today, but I am caveating it with I'm not an expert. And I can't quite compete with Richard's picture of him with Barack Obama, but I will actually confess to having had a picture taken with the real David Cameron. So I'm sure that counts. So why radical candour? And I first came across radical candour quite a few years ago at a Pedigo event, and Jane Manelli, and I'm not sure if Jane's with us today, and she talked about radical candour, and it struck a real chord with me. So why did it strike a chord with me? So as I said, I'm a depute. So how can I, where do I add value? Where can I make the most impact that will support our young people? Because I genuinely believe, just as Billy said this morning about excellence being in the classroom, that's where we can make the most difference to our young people. So part of my role as a deputy is to ensure that those young people manage to stay in the classroom, but that's where the magic happens. So what is a deputy? Where can I add the value? And I've had to think about this. I've been fortunate enough to have done the Columba 1400 Head Teachers Leadership Academy, and for any of the people who've done that, they'll know it's values based, and you leave with a value, and my value was perseverance, and that was my perseverance about how do I work with staff are our greatest asset, staff are our greatest resource. My job is to, and I'm going to steal some words from John Buchan here about unleashing that's within them, so making them better through themselves, not because I'm an expert and not because I know all the answers, but by supporting them to do so. So that's why I'm doing that. I've also had, if we look at, and I know David was maybe saying there's too many QIs, but looking at ES4, if we look at that QI 1.4, and it talks about building and sustaining professional staff teams and about staff wellbeing and the pastoral care of staff. So that's really important too. And again, we've had some talk this morning already about John Hattie, and we know that John Hattie was talking about relationships being really important for students to get better, and feedback. And that's kind of where Radical Candour is. It's about relationships and it's about feedback. So I think it's appropriate. If we think that's good for pupils, then I think it's good for adults. And I must confess, I've stolen this next slide. I've been struck today about how many of the themes cross over each other. So take this and take out teachers and put maybe middle leaders or senior leaders. And are we the guardians of those spaces that allow our staff to breathe and be curious and explore the world and be who they are without justification? So that's one of the aims that I'm looking at. I want to be that leader. As I said before, I'm a work in progress, but that's what I'm aiming for. So just as our students deserve that, so do our teachers. And again, that's been a theme today about where does the time and the space come to allow that to do properly? Where are we allowed to make mistakes? Where are we allowed to be vulnerable? And I'm hoping that by talking about Radical Candour, you'll see where I'm coming from. I'm also inspired to do Radical Candour. I was fortunate enough to have done self-regulation training. And when I looked at it, I thought, no, I'm quite good with pupils. I stay calm. Yeah, once I'm in the office, I'm like, oh my goodness me, what happened there? But, I'm like that swan, proverbial, scooting about with the little legs, frantically underneath. But I'm so calm. And actually, when I reflected on my interactions and those difficult conversations, and I think that's what Radical Candour is about. It is about those difficult conversations. I felt I was okay with pupils. I felt I was okay with parents, but I didn't always feel I got it right with staff. So that was really important. We've talked about Brené Brown already today, but this really does chime with Radical Candour. And if you're thinking, when should you start talking about Radical Candour? I will get to it in a moment, but I think it's really important to reflect on this and talk about the clear is kind and unclear is unkind. And, we used to have that, we used to talk about being cruel to be kind. I think let's replace the cruel with clear, and that's where we're going from. So what are the key messages about Radical Candour? And as I said, it stems from Kim Scott, who doesn't work in education. If you Google Radical Candour, you'll find their website. There's a great podcast there. There's a book that I've read that's great. They even have questions for a book group. So you'll get the idea. So basically, what it's talking about caring personally for people and challenging them directly. And if you can care personally for somebody and challenge them directly, that's where you will hit the sweet nirvana of Radical Candour, which will allow us to move forward. So it's about giving appropriate feedback, but doing it in a place where it's safe for the member of staff, or if we're talking about with pupils, that it's a good place for them to hear it, but they know that it comes from a place of care. And I know at times I can veer into that ruinous empathy because you don't want to be unkind. So you kind of sugarcoat it. Or how many times have you gone to have that conversation and you come back and think, because they said X, that knocked me off my path of what I was saying. And I know that at times I can slip into that ruinous empathy. On rarer occasions, I have to confess, and I'm sorry to confess it, I can hit and come across with that obnoxious aggression, challenging people and not doing it necessarily from a place of care, but doing it because I'm annoyed. So I do have to watch. I have got tendencies for that. Hopefully there's nobody listening today that's been on the receiving end of that, or hopefully people don't feel like they've been on the receiving end of that, but I am aware that I can drift into that quadrant. Don't think I go with the manipulative insincerity, but I think people could see that all the time. So it's about being honest, but doing it without shattering that person. And I think we can all think of about time when we've had feedback and it's just absolutely destroyed us and left us on the ground. And that's not what we're looking for. I think we can all think of a person that is a trusted, and again, trust's been a theme that's come up today as well, and we value their opinion. And actually, if they said anything to us, we know that it's coming from a place of care. Therefore, we'll listen to it and we'll take it on board. So it's about trying to get to that point of where we do that. So that's radical candour in a nutshell. When Kim Scott does her talk, she talks about, I can't remember if it was her or someone else, my apologies, but someone was out walking with their dog, and the dog was out of control and almost ran onto the road and almost got run over. And a passerby stopped them and said, I can see that you really love and care for your dog. And she's like, yeah, I really do. He said, but I need to tell you that if you don't train your dog or keep better tight hold of your dog, you're going to kill your dog. You know, so you need to be careful there. So again, there's an example of saying to the person, I know where you're coming from. This is not a personal attack on you, but this is about trying to get you better. And sometimes we're not in the right place to hear that. And sometimes we need to change the time and think about it. And again, Brené Brown and Dare to Lead talks about that. Are you in the place to give feedback? And are you in the place to hear that feedback? And sometimes we're not. And again, comes back to that time factor. And in schools, it's a really busy place, and we don't always have the time to do things properly and as we would want to do it. So we do have to try and manage that as best as possible. Do you leave it a lesson and then think, oh, they've got a class now, I can't go see them now? Do you leave it to the next day? So I think that is a tension and something that we don't have. What I will also say about the key messages that are coming through from radical candour, Kim talks a lot about this radical candour and challenge directly but care, but realise that you might actually have to fire the person. I'm not suggesting that that's the approach that I would want, but I do think we have to have a think about if staff are our greatest resource and we need to work hard with staff to get them better if they need better. And, you know, we can learn from staff too, but I think we can all look at times when people haven't been challenged about things that aren't good, and then it's been allowed to go on, and then it gets to the point where it's really difficult. So I think what I would be saying there, instead of us firing people, because that's not what we're about, I think there is a time and a place to be competence managed. Now, I think if we do the radical candour piece, we won't get there. But I think we do have to think that people have said repeatedly today that it's a privilege to lead the learning in the classroom. It's a privilege to be a teacher and work with our young people, and they do deserve the absolute best. So there's the key messages from radical candour. So how we do this, and I thought I'd put in there is a wee snapshot of a very blurry David Cameron there, but it's about relationships. I, for a long time, was a territorial army officer, and I do remember way back in the day when I was the troop commander of the plant troop at an engineer squadron at RAF Kinloss, that once a month or once every couple of months or once a quarter, I would sit down with my soldiers and I would have a chat. And there'd be a number of things that we did in that chat. At that time in the team, most of my soldiers had another job, so we would talk about their job and what they did out with the TA. We would talk about their family. We would talk about their hobbies. And then we would probably talk about their career development as that last thing. So why did we do this? We did this to get to know the people and build those relationships. And I think that there's quite a lot of an analogy of how we build teams and build relationships with the military. You know, you would socialise together, you would compete together. And I'm not suggesting we do that everywhere, but it's really important that you work out people's why. And again, the book talks about this, and I suppose it resonated with me with when David said today, what do you do, why do you do it, and why do you keep doing it? So what are people's drivers? Why are they doing it? Are they doing this because they want to get promoted? Are they doing this because they're really passionate about that area? So it's trying to unpick people's motives and think about where they're coming from and why they're responding in that way. And I think that that's really important. So that piece about relationships. And in fact, in the book, they suggest that if you're meeting the people that you line manage, that actually you don't even go in that first conversation, you don't even go near the career. You just talk about them and find out a little bit about them. And it's maybe then, by the time the next conversation about where they see themselves in 5-10 years time, and then maybe the next time you actually get to have that conversation about the career or their work that they're doing at that time. And again, I think that's sometimes something really tricky for us in schools to manage that, because schools are such busy places that you don't always get that space and time to do that effectively. So when we do it, I think we really need to think that that's at the heart of our business and what we can do. Now, another key message, so we talked about the radical candor in terms of the challenging directly, about caring personally, or caring personally and challenging directly. But it is a two-way street, and guidance, and we all need guidance, whether we're a line manager or a follower, because quite often the followers can give us really good guidance. And as I said, you know, our greatest strength in teaching is the skills and expertise and knowledge of our teaching staff. So just because I'm a line manager doesn't mean that I can't learn from the people I line manage. And it's really important that when we put this together, guidance is praise plus criticism. So again, it's going back to that message of clear being kind and unclear is unkind. So it's about getting from, it's about giving to, and it's also encouraging between. So if you can get to that, as I said, I've used that word before, that nirvana, where we can be having these open conversations, then that's a good place. So on my wall at work, I do have the challenging the caring personally and the challenging directly. I've got that up on my wall so we can have a chat with it when I'm having chats with people about this is what I'm trying to do. But I'm also keen to say to them, and you need to tell me. And sometimes maybe that's where you start. You need to tell me what I'm doing wrong and what I could be doing better, because I'm going back to that. My job as a deputy is to get the best possible outcomes for young people, and the best way for me to do that is to get the best possible out of people, and people need to be feeling safe and secure and valued in order to do that. But again, we can't shy away from the difficult conversations, but if we know we're doing it from a place of care, and we know it's not an attack and it's not a criticism, but it's really looking at feedback to get better. So some points to ponder. Are your relationships where they need to be? And that can be difficult. You know, I just moved to a new school, which is fabulous, but I'm having to build relationships with pupils and staff, and it's just trying to build that. And, you know, once you've done that, you've got your goodwill in the bank, you've got that relationship, you know, you can fall back on it a little bit more. How do we strengthen those relationships? And have a think about your own feedback, whether it's feedback to pupils, whether it's feedback to people you line manage, or feedback to your line manager. Are you being clear, or are you being unclear?
Thank you, Christine. That was fantastic. I just grabbed my copy as well because I love this book. And yeah, it links so well to lots of the conversations that we've had already. And I came back to the quote that I think it was Billy actually from the Manic Street Preachers: if you tolerate this, your children will be next. And I think sometimes in those difficult conversations, that ruinous empathy that can sometimes take over because we want to be kind. Sometimes I think if we put the child and the young person at the heart of it, and we realise that they're the reason that we're having to have this difficult conversation, I think that sometimes makes it a little bit easier, and it sometimes helps to allow the person to improve for the young person. So yeah, some fantastic advice in there.
No, definitely. Thank you. I love the things that keep reappearing. And I also recognise the idea of obnoxious aggression. I think I very much recognise that I'm probably guilty of doing some of that myself shamefully. But if we reflect honestly on how we interact with people in our relationships, then that's how we improve. And I love that you've got this idea of caring personally and challenge directly, because we need to get people in the right time and space to receive feedback, which you mentioned, but we need to care deeply for them through that building of relationships, like you mentioned, being at a new school. Fiona and I have also started at new schools recently, and it is important to develop that relationships. But the challenge directly bit, we need to remember that in schooling, it's the young people's one and only chance at schooling. So we have to do the best for them and get it right. So thank you very much for reflecting on that, Christine.
Thank you. It's been a pleasure. And I was a bit worried at the beginning because David talked about, the latest book. So I hope that I've shown there's a bit more substance to it than just one book.
No, thank you. And referencing, kind of thinking back to what Lena said this morning around about Brené Brown and Dare to Be and so on. She's got such great writing, so I really recommend reading that book from Brené Brown, because it really brings up such great conversations for us. So thank you for referencing that.
No problem. Thank you.
Well, Fiona, we're picking up a little bit of time. That was a really great talk about radical candor and that idea. I love that idea of caring personally, but challenged directly. And I like this comment from C_Owen610. They enjoyed the replacement from cruel to clear to be kind, that idea of being clear and so on. So thank you very much.
I really like as well, it comes back to a little bit of what David said this morning as well. It's not an either or. We don't have to be one or the other. We can actually be, we can care really personally for the young people in front of us and for the staff in our teams, but we can also challenge them directly if there's things that they can do to be better, if there's things that our practice can do to improve, then we need to be honest about that and face that challenge. And that sometimes is difficult, but ultimately will lead to better for the young person. So yeah, lots of really good stuff in there. Hope that was useful for people.
Certainly, thank you. And if you want to connect with Christine, please do that on Twitter. Now on to our next talk. Our next speaker is an author, is a PGDE tutor at the University of Strathclyde, and was formerly a psychology teacher in schools. He's been the author of some great books, The Teacher's Guide to Research, Psychology in the Classroom, so creative thinking. I can't remember the title about creative thinking. I've got it down there, but I can't grab it. And our next speaker is Jonathan Firth. Jonathan, good afternoon. How are you?
Good afternoon. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, you can.
Fantastic.
Hi,
yeah, I'm doing well.
What are you going to speak to us about today, Jonathan?
So the focus is the spacing effect and interleaving. So can you see my slides?
Yes, we can.
Okay, fantastic. Okay, shall I just take it away?
Yes, go for it. Break a leg. Good luck.
Okay, brilliant. So I'll give a bit of context before I go on to speak about what the spacing effect and interleaving are. And I'm actually quite glad I put this slide in, because there's been quite a few of the talks have discussed things to do with values and skills and how important those are in education. And I'm going to talk a little bit about some memory-informed and research-informed practices. And I thought it was important to say, I quite often say this when I talk about this topic, is that when we focus on memory, it's not just about memorization. It's certainly not about trying to encourage more meaningless memorization of content or retention of content. But in fact, memory really underpins everything that we do. If you want to teach somebody something that is based around a skill, whether it's creativity or analysis, then they need to retain something about how to do that. So this isn't just about that kind of lower layer of Bloom's pyramid of skills. It's really the whole thing that is underpinned by long-term memory, and both the techniques that I'm going to talk about today, interleaving and spacing, are in some way based on timing. So really the idea is that the timing is not so much just what we do, but when we do it, that timing can make a huge difference to how we learn, regardless of what the goal is of what we're trying to get young people to, or older people for that matter, to learn and improve. Another bit of context, as Darren mentioned, I'm a teacher educator on the PGDE at Strathclyde, and I often see lesson plans, and I'm sure you'll be familiar with this as well, which talk about skills and knowledge that people will have learned after a lesson. So after a 50-minute lesson, for example, in the learning intentions and such like, that they will have learned a particular thing. And one thing that would always occur to me is, well, what about forgetting? How do we know they're not going to have forgotten it by tomorrow? And can we really call it learning? Can we be confident that learning has actually occurred if the young people in the school classroom can't demonstrate this after a delay, perhaps in a different context, do the same thing out of context, or recognizing in a different problem? So I guess then that drawing in some of the cognitive psychology that my interests are based on, we can draw on the idea of performance versus learning, where we might say that performance is about what we can do temporarily in the right now. Just as if I were to say to you that my middle name is William, and then I was to ask you again in 20 seconds time, what's my middle name? You could tell me, or even a couple of minutes, but you're probably not going to remember in 2 months. So what we can do in the here and now when we've just studied something or just heard something is different from what we've learned, which is the permanent skills and knowledge that we develop. So the implication of that for teachers really is that what improves current performance, it can't necessarily be taken as a good guide to what is going to lead to long-term learning. And in fact, counterintuitively, often the opposite is true. Often things that make things more difficult in the short term are going to be more effective for leading to long-term learning. So some examples of that, just to kind of, that might seem a strange thing, like making it harder in the short term would make things better in the long term. But if you imagine telling people to copy something off a screen versus testing on them, you know, it's more active, it's going to involve them more, it's going to get them to think more if you test them on it. Or practicing something straight away when you've just heard it versus practicing again after a delay. Repeating the same kind of task versus trying new and unfamiliar concepts. Sorry, that should say context. So in each case, the second example would lead to more mistakes, it would lead to more subjective difficulty, but it would also be more effective in promoting lasting learning. So moving on to the spacing effect, which is a good example of what I've just been talking about, something that is going to make things a little bit harder in the short term, but more effective in promoting that long-lasting learning. The spacing effect is defining that a delay between one practice session and the next, so a delay of time, is more effective than doing practice sooner or immediately. So as you know, it's probably not you know, going to be news to you that cramming is kind of a flawed strategy, but we can apply that idea a bit more broadly and say, well, when exactly do we practice something? And there is research evidence that the longer the delay, the better. So if you imagine 2 practice sessions where you look at a particular topic or try a particular skill, then having a longer delay is going to lead to that learning being more long-lasting than if you have those 2 sessions fairly close together. There's obviously a slight caveat of that is if your test or your exam is like in a week's time, then you may need to do your practice fairly soon. But if you're looking at lifelong learning and the development of you know, a body of knowledge, a set of skills that you want people to have throughout their lives, then you'd want to have fairly long delays. This idea is based on the forgetting curve. Some of you may come across this idea, but essentially we forget things quite rapidly at the beginning and forgetting slows down. So if you practice too soon, then you're practicing when you haven't really, forgetting hasn't really kicked in, and it's going to have more of an effect if you wait until some forgetting has happened before practicing, because then it's bringing stuff back up to the surface, and it's going to be again a bit more difficult, but it's going to have more of an impact than doing lots of practice at the beginning and then the forgetting happens. So you're still in that position where you've forgotten a lot rather than kind of bringing it back to mind. In terms of practically how you would implement this, teacher, I think, often would tend to think, well, we need to consolidate something fairly soon, such as have a review at the end of a lesson, have a plenary at the end. So you could just move the consolidation tasks to a later lesson or a later week or even a later month, rather than having them at the end of the same lesson or homework the same night. So the actual tasks could stay the same. In terms of this idea about not overcomplicating things, you don't really need new materials or new tasks to implement the spacing effect. You just need to change when you do things. So there shouldn't really be much of an impact on workload. So plenaries, homework, that could be quizzes. Some university lecturers are investigating the idea of having a quiz at the beginning of a weekly lecture that tests stuff from the previous couple of weeks. So this is a great idea. Rather than just coming in and looking at something completely new, well, let's have a bit of consolidation of what we did before. A discussion, something like a project, is going to actually bring in lots of information from previous days and previous weeks. So there's lots of different ways that you could consolidate in a way that's spaced out over time. That's not very specific, I suppose, in terms of how much you need to do and what's going to be the most effective. And Rosson and Donosky have recommended that we practice things initially to the point where we can get it right 3 times. If you imagine, for example, you're learning a new phrase in modern language class, then you might want to get it right a few times in the one lesson. Of course, you want to kind of practice until you've got it. Get that initial mastery. Same in a maths class, same when you're learning new facts in social sciences or whatever. But they then say you want to relearn it 3 times at widely spaced intervals. So it's not enough to just do that initial class, but you need to come back to it. you know, again, there's nothing new under the sun. You could think about this as being a bit like the spiral curriculum, but I guess that the returning to things periodically is also about is also about retrieving and bringing things back to mind and staving off that forgetting. Kind of related idea is that a lot of what happens in the classroom, or many classrooms, is what we might call overlearning, where studying and practicing is going on beyond the point of mastery. Which we could therefore see as quite an inefficient use of time, because you could instead have the practice after a delay rather than straight away. So I think a really nice example of this is research by Rohrer and Taylor, where they looked at this with math problems. They had one group of pupils who studied a problem to mastery, where they're basically getting things right about 90% of the time or more. And then they have another group that do that, and then they continue to practice, and they do 3 times as much practice in total. They then test both groups after a delay, and as you can see, the percentage that they got, like a week later, actually I can't remember exactly how long later it was after a delay, there was 27% from the mastery group and 28% from the overlearn group. So 3 times as much practice, leading to a 1% increase, or 1 percentage point increase in terms of their later test score. So clearly a lot of forgetting has happened in both groups because they've not got a very high percentage, but it's not really helped to do 3 times as much practice. It would have been more effective for that overlearning group to do their practice in 3 different chunks, perhaps in 3 different weeks. Immediate extra practice, essentially a waste of time. Okay, so I'm going to talk about interleaving, and interleaving is in some ways very closely linked to spacing, because it's also about the timing and order in which we do things. And it's worth bearing in mind that human long-term memory retains information better if it's distinctive. So it's useful to draw attention to contrasts between things that are easily confused, whether it's ideas, facts, terminology, skills, or whatever, things that learners are likely to mix up, and help to draw their attention to that and understand why 2 things are different. So interleaving basically means shuffling or alternating items so that each one appears alongside contrasting items rather than appearing with things that are similar. So some researchers have called it the compare and contrast effect. You could imagine that if you want learners to understand the difference between, I guess these are like owls and eagles or something, a blocked condition would be where you have one lesson where you look at owls, another lesson where you look at eagles. And I don't know, maybe those things are so distinct that you wouldn't mix them up anyway. But an interleaved condition would be taking things that we might mix up and have them together. So one lesson where you look at a mixture of different examples of owls and eagles, and another lesson where you do the same. So you have the same amount of study time, you're just changing the order in which you do things. Again, if you think about something like maths, what we often do is we do loads and loads of practice of the same kind of thing. This is actually from my son's homework. But you know, you're probably familiar with the idea of having lots and lots of problems of a similar type, whereas interleaving would be mixing together different types. And perhaps again, after that initial mastery has been attained, then that would be the time to start mixing them up. So again, interleaving can apply to factual knowledge, but it could also apply to mixing different skills. It's been used for physical skills such as sports. Learners might feel that interleaving slows them down. They might think it's more difficult, it's leading to more mistakes, and that's probably true. But ease isn't necessarily a good thing. That greater difficulty, again, it may make practice harder, but it is going to lead them to retain things better over the long term. I did a study where I looked at interleaving of analysis and evaluation skills in a higher class, just to give you an example, as I was saying at the beginning, that it's not just about factual knowledge. You can interleave skills-based things that we actually do in the classroom. So for the teacher, I guess there's 2 main implications of this. One is to resist the impulse to keep learning neat, to kind of neatly categorize this subtopic on Monday and this other subtopic on Tuesday and so on. We didn't in human evolution learn in a tidy, structured way following a kind of carefully organized syllabus. We learned through the kind of chaotic reality of everyday life. And also deliberately draw contrasts between items that you know from your experience as a teacher are likely to cause confusion. If they're likely to mix these 2 things up because they look kind of similar, and if they've done them in 2 different lessons, they probably won't notice the difference. Those could be things that you put together and alternate examples so they start to understand why those 2 things are different in your subject. Okay, so just to kind of draw a couple of things together, Robert Bjork coined the term desirable difficulties to describe activities that make things more difficult in the short term but lead to more durable, meaningful long-term learning. And both spacing and interleaving could be seen as desirable difficulties. There are others, such as self-explanation, self-testing, retrieval practice. But these are two that are, I would say, quite easy to apply because they can apply to really any subject in any learning situation. And that's a quote from Robert Bjork together with Nick Soderstrom. Our goal should be facilitate long-term learning, but during a lesson, we can only really observe short-term performance, and that's not always a good guide to whether long-term learning is taking place. So we need to be, I think, mindful of that and go beyond what we see on the surface. I'll just do a slight, Darren mentioned the Psychology in the Classroom book, and do a slight plug for CLPL session that we're doing at Strathclyde. There's a Memory in the Science of Learning course at the end of October, which I'm running. So if you're interested in this kind of thing, we can have more than 15 minutes on it in that session. So that's a longer session on a similar topic. Okay, just gonna leave that there.
Jonathan, thank you so much. That was fantastic. So many brilliant pieces of advice there in your presentation. And I think really, given our current climate in education, both Darren and I are secondary teachers, obviously, and the whole kind of SQA examination assessment, striking that balance really between performance and learning, long-term learning, is a real kind of challenge, I suppose, that we're finding ourselves in, isn't it? So yeah, I really like that, and the idea of this interleaving, not changing what we're actually teaching, but just changing the order of it. And I think that's something that's really, for me, been really interesting in the way that I kind of have planned curriculums, and maybe looking at an artist's work rather than blocking all of that together in one block and then looking at a separate artist, maybe looking at the kind of key component that links them both and giving that as a way to compare and contrast. I think for learners, that has been really, really successful. So yeah, there's a couple of questions that have come up in the chat. Somebody saying, do you think this is worth a try in upper primary?
Yeah, I think that's a great question. I was actually just thinking about this earlier, that there's not really enough of this kind of stuff applied to primary school, because a lot of it is often associated with kind of secondary and exams, and a lot of the research has been done with university students. But I mean, it absolutely applies. There's studies of interleaving and spacing with like 3, 4, 5-year-olds. All the same principles apply, and it would be great to see. I think there's probably more scope as well for things like interdisciplinary learning and kind of bringing in a bit of some of the different, maybe a bit more flexibility in terms of how you present things. So I think, yeah, fantastic. Definitely could apply to upper primary.
Brilliant, thank you. I love what you mentioned about the university lectures, having a little review quiz. It brings me back to a quote I picked up from Paul Kirshner. Before you start something new, review the old, and that's always stuck with me, and I try to do that in my own teaching. I've got a really interesting question from Paul Cochrane. It's talking about spacing and interleaving. He says that he struggles with the margins between interleaving and space practice. I mean, how do they fit in together? Should you do some space practice in blocks first, or should we go straight into retrieval? Because I like that idea of mastery and overlearning. I mean, should children have experienced stuff and kind of got to mastery before we start interleaving it, or is there not that much of a distinction?
Yeah, well, I mean, some things you might want to interleave straight away just to have that compare and contrast, like you were mentioning, Fiona, about artists. If you want to know the difference between like a painting by Klee and a painting by Kandinsky, then probably looking at the two things side by side is one of the best ways to do that. There's going to be some situations where that's going to kind of overload, like maybe learning a new maths problem, where you really want to kind of get the hang of a particular thing, and then you start mixing in other things. But both spacing and interleaving can cause some difficulty, so you probably want to manage it and use your judgment as a teacher to think, is this going to be just too hard for them? Is going to demotivate them? Spacing, probably, again, there's an element of judgment as to how much spacing and when you do it. But you probably, as a guide, just want to be thinking, well, when are they going to be starting to find this difficult to the extent that they might just be completely forgetting it, and try to practice it just before that happens. Essentially, don't just wait till prelim time. But if they're likely to be forgetting in sort of 3-4 weeks time, and that depends on the material, because some things are going to be forgotten more rapidly than others. So in your judgment, are they still going to remember this in a week's time, or they, are they likely to be forgetting it tomorrow, then practice it tomorrow? So that's really what should guide you.
Brilliant, thank you. And I love the plug for the book, that Psychology in the Classroom book. I've revisited it a couple of times, and I also had you on the Becoming Educated podcast to talk about some of the things, and it really is a great book for helping teachers understand that cognitive psychology and how it can help us in the classroom with learning. And a couple of loved Jane Minnelli, love that comment about we don't learn neatly. That what you mentioned there, it's not as neat as lesson 1 this, lesson 2 this, lesson 3 this. It's all over the place, and we need to come back to it time and time again.
Yeah, making those connections. I should just say Psychology Classroom co-authored with Mark Smith, who's a great on stuff like resilience and emotion in the classroom. So he's a good person to check out as well.
Brilliant, thank you. Yes, you can follow him on Twitter as well. So thank you very much. Just before you go, can you remind us about your Memory and Science of Learning course with Strathclyde, and could we ask that you possibly post details about that on Twitter if you haven't already done so?
Yeah, I could post a link to, because basically all the CLPL that Strathclyde is offering is all solely on the same page. So I do one on Memory and the Science of Learning and one on study skills that are coming up, and then there's some on practitioner inquiry at the beginning of next year. So there's quite a few options for lots of different types, lots of different practitioners and interests. So yeah, I can post a link on Twitter if you want to share it. That would be great.
Brilliant, thank you. Just to pick on one there, the study skills one, is that useful for adults or school students or both?
It's mainly aimed at teachers, but I have had students come to that sessions in the past as well for like 6th year pupils and things.
Right. Brilliant. Thank you so much, Jonathan. Thanks so much for joining us for ScotEd. Such a great talk with some key results. Hopefully now teachers will go out and investigate a little bit more of the ideas behind the spacing effect and the interleaving effect, because like Derek Huffman said earlier on, they work and it helps us.
Yeah, hopefully it's helpful. Absolutely.
Brilliant. Thank you, Jonathan. You have a lovely afternoon. Thanks so much for being part of ScotEd, and we loved your talk. Thank you.
Thanks, Jonathan.
Thanks very much for having me here.
Yeah, and they do work, and they make our young people confident, and when they feel that success, that's what drives them, that's what motivates them, and that's what we want in the classroom, to have young people who are keen to learn and see the benefits of what they're doing in the class. So thank you, Jonathan, for that. I think that's really useful to everyone who is listening. I'm just quickly posting a link to that webinar that he was talking about, so if you want to join that, if that's kind of whetted your appetite, then feel free to link up with that.
Excellent. Don't encourage that. I'll definitely be there, so hopefully see some of you there. Thank you. So Fiona, who have we got next?
Okay, so we are so honoured to have our next presenter with us. She's already been mentioned today, actually. Khadija gave her a glowing praise before earlier on, and she is Tamina Begum, and she is head teacher at Forest Gate Community School, and she's joining us today from school. Thank you so much for going into school on a Saturday to get good Wi-Fi to join us. We connected back in January, I think. Tamina, was it? Yeah. We were both involved in a webinar by the Chiltern Learning Trust about remote learning, which seems like so long ago, but Tamina's had an amazing talk then, and she ran out of time, and everything she was saying was absolute gold. So we just realised that we wanted to give her another opportunity to share that with our Scottish listeners. So we're really looking forward to hearing from you, Tamina. What are you going to be talking to us about today?
Right, I'm going to be talking about our approach as a school to get better faster as practitioners. but this time round I'm armed. I've got my timer on. I'm in school, so the Wi-Fi works really well, and I'm sure you'll jump in to cut me off if I'm going on too long today.
Thank you so much. Take it away.
Okay, hi everyone. First of all, I just want to thank Fiona and Darren for having me on today. It's been what a wonderful lineup that we've had today. I've really enjoyed it. And I think what I'm going to talk about nicely echoes some of the things that we've listened to today. So first of all, just a quick background about my school, what I'm about. So I'm the head teacher at Forest Gate Community School. It's a secondary school, state school based in the London Borough of Newham, serving about 1,300 students and over 100 staff. We serve a very diverse community with lots of kind of your social, economic challenges. And despite that, the school is known for its very high performance. We have a Progress 8 score of +1. We've been top 50 in the country for progress for the last 4 to 5 years. And I've been in the school for about 9th year now, but I've been the head teacher for since 2020, so just before that pandemic. And I know that high performance brings with it high pressure, and high pressure brings with it stress. And I had to think really carefully about, how to strike that balance between serving our students, particularly in an area like this, doing right by them, continuing to get them those amazing life-changing outcomes, but also doing right by our staff, our wonderful staff who work day in, day out, ridiculous hours to do right by our students, and how to strike that balance without compromising on the other. And I think we found a solution, okay? And what we think is the answer to this is the quality of feedback. We think if we can get the quality of feedback right, and I'm talking, we can have a whole other session about the quality of feedback to students. We know how important that is in terms of their progress and their motivation and their feelings of success and so on. But for staff, for adults, the quality of feedback, okay? And like many others before me, I have adapted this presentation based on what I've kind of remembered and thought about after seeing some of the sessions today. So you might have come across this Gallup research. They said 75% of employees leave their job because of their direct line manager. And that makes sense. It's a mad statistic. It's a sad statistic. It makes me very sad seeing that. And it makes sense because your direct line manager is the person that you are most likely to be receiving feedback from. And we all know in our past, in our experiences, where we've had someone give us feedback that wasn't very good, ineffective feedback, and that the impact that had on us or those around us. Then I came across this term, a traditional Korean idea of the term nunchi, which basically means the subtle art of gauging other people's thoughts and feelings to build harmony, trust, and connections. Basically, really good feedback, okay? It's a little bit like emotional intelligence, but it's very much linked to being able to read a situation and adapt in a timely way. Adapt what you say, your approach, your feedback in a timely way. The nuance, which we know is often missing in many of our interactions, whether it's in person or online. And so, combining all of these things and then combining it with instructional coaching principles, which is all the biz nowadays, and I don't blame why, because it works, okay? The active ingredients we've looked at as a school to combine into making the quality of our feedback really, really good are the following 4, okay? A bite-sized area for improvement. If we're giving feedback, we've got to make it bite-sized, okay? Teach First came out with the term action step. I know STEP Labs use it. Action step based on a bite-sized area for improvement. We want to look at a clear model of better, okay? Creating a mental model of what a good one looks like, okay? Unpicking why it is better and how it can be replicated on our own practice. if we don't know what a good one looks like, just like in the classroom, we won't be able to replicate that. And then key to a lot of our the new ECF framework, teacher development, is the use of deliberate practice. More and more schools are doing this now because they're realizing how beneficial it is in getting better. So coaches or your line manager or your mentor, and I use these terms synonymously because when I talk about these people, I'm talking about anyone who is in a position to provide feedback. You deliberately practicing this action step, this thing that will make our practice better with the person in order to get it right before going live in the classroom or whatever that feedback might be pertaining to. And what we say is when we do that deliberate practice, we stand up. Okay, and the last one, having a standardized routine. This is where lots of schools get it wrong, okay? In order for change in teaching habit or whatever it is that you are trying to achieve, in order for it to occur, it needs to be done regularly, okay? And so this is a slide I used in school as part of one of our training sessions. We must facilitate time for this kind of practice to be done on a regular basis. We must facilitate time to lock in that success and have that loop so that we receive the feedback, which is good feedback, bite-sized. We understand what a good one looks like. We practice it before we go live, and then we do it all over again, okay? Locking in that success. Now, all of these principles, these active ingredients of instructional coaching, applies to all of these things. Line management, when we're sitting with the person that we line manage, essentially we're giving some kind of feedback on something. We must apply these principles. Whether it's, so in our school, we've got a coaching program. I know lots of schools have this now. If you're a coach, apply these principles, these active ingredients of instructional coaching. The early careers framework we are becoming privy to now this year, applying these principles in order to make our feedback to our early careers teachers really meaningful. And finally, which is what I'm going to talk about today in a little bit more detail, live coaching, applying these principles so that we make sure our feedback is of the highest quality possible. As a school, very quickly, we used EDI, explicit direct instruction. Essentially, it's a strategic collection of evidence-based instructional practices by the likes of Rosenshine and so on. Lots of schools are familiar with those. When you combine all of that research together, you get EDI, and the most effective teachers use these techniques. We've created kind of a lesson framework, if you like, a blueprint of excellence that all our teachers have contributed to and understand. These combined create the best teaching. And so any feedback, if we're talking about our craft in the classroom, any feedback is linked back to this framework because we know it works, it's evidence-based, and we know that students succeed from it. So live coaching then. Before I go on to this, the biggest premise that this stands upon is based on, and I'll throw the quote, Dylan Williams quote. It's a great quote. A lot of people use it. We all need to improve, not because we're not good enough, but because we can be even better. So the first thing we recognize as teachers is that no matter if we've been teaching for 10, 20 years, 2 months, okay, we've all got the capacity to improve. None of us are experts. We are experts on a spectrum or depending on the situation or the class. I reckon I'm quite a good teacher, generally speaking, but give me a new class tomorrow, I'm back to arming myself with all those behavior management strategies that in the beginning of my career I had to use all the time. And so live coaching is the next thing that we're doing as a school in order to perfect our craft, our practice. We want to focus on the thing as teachers that makes us happiest. What's the thing that makes us happiest as teachers? Being in the classroom. Okay, last week, I've got a year 8 class this year. I don't get to teach as much as I used to, which is a great sadness for me. And so I begged my head of English to give me a class this year, and she gave me top set year 8. And I taught them last week, I taught a year 8 class after about 5-6 years, I think. And I came out of the classroom and the CEO saw me and he said, what is wrong with you, Tamina? Have you had a coffee? And I said, no, I've just come out of teaching a lesson. So, and I think lots of people feel the same way. It makes us really happy. So why not focus all our efforts, everything that we do, on perfecting the thing that makes us happiest, being in the classroom and our craft? A bit of context about Forest Gate School. We've got a very open door culture. We've got ongoing kind of learning walks or learning visits. Teachers and students are used to it. We kind of go in and we talk, we give feedback using Google Forms. It's kind of in real time. There's a very open culture of providing feedback. So we're in quite a good position to move on to this thing that I'm going to talk about now. So I called it in the beginning spotting the spinach and stepping in. And it's a silly little analogy, if you like. But if you saw me today speaking to you, and I did check this before so I don't get this wrong, and you notice that I've got a big hunk of spinach in my teeth and I'm speaking right now, and you tell me about that spinach in my teeth tomorrow, I would not be very happy, okay? I'd want to know right there and then because I'd want to fix it. And so we kind of apply that analogy with our practice. In the book Get Better Faster by Paul Bambrick-Santoyo, he articulates it much better than I do, where he attributes it to hospital residency. Okay, so when he's talking about real-time feedback in relation to hospital residents performing their first surgeries, and he bases it on 2 premises. The first premise is that a patient's life is of the utmost importance in medical care. So a teaching doctor can keep that sacred whilst also training the residents by simply stepping in when needed. Second premise is accelerated development. By stepping in and coaching in the moment, the experienced doctors deliver more feedback to the residents get better faster. They fix their mistakes, they become experts quickly, and it's not a luxury, but a necessity. Now, my question would be, what would happen if in teaching we had to honor those same 2 premises of residency? Well, it looks something like this. Premise number 1, a student's learning is of the utmost importance. A leader can keep that sacred whilst also training teachers, whoever we are, whatever our level, by simply stepping in when needed. And second premise, same as the hospital residency, accelerated development. By stepping in and coaching in the moment, they can deliver more feedback to the teachers. We get better faster. They fix their mistakes. They become experts quickly. In teaching, it shouldn't be it's not a luxury, it's a necessity. And this is the thing that I want us to remember when so I know I'm going to get a question like, oh, but what if we don't want to, undermine the authority of the teacher in the classroom? That's really difficult. Correct. And there's lots of strategies that I'll kind of zoom through because I've only got 2 minutes and 23 seconds left. There's lots of strategies that we can use to navigate this idea of supporting the teacher, but also accelerated development of our own practice. But remember these 2 premises. Students' learning is of the utmost importance and our own accelerated development. Why wait? If I'm doing something slightly imperfect that someone has noticed in my practice as a teacher in the moment that I haven't noticed through not necessarily any fault of my own. We've got a massive cognitive load as teachers. We're juggling 30 individual needs and the slide and the computer and everything else. But someone else has noticed it. Instead of making a mental note of it and telling me about it the next day or at the end of the day, after I've repeated that imperfection in my practice every other lesson the rest of the day and making it a habit of mine, why not step in there and then let me know in a way that is supportive so that I won't make that mistake again? But more importantly, I felt the success of perfecting that in the moment. I've now got a mental model of it, and I will now repeat the perfect practice over and over again for the rest of that day, making that the better habit. And that's the thing that I want us to remember. Here are some strategies that the book goes through. I picked 4, there are others, but there's you could raise your hand and ask to jump in so that the teacher is the one in control there and they allow you to jump in. You might ask a question to the class to clarify something that you might notice that has not been clarified. You might feign emotion. I like doing number 3 the most. So we want our students to be confident and articulate speakers. We want them to project their voices in the classroom. So I often do this. What a great response there. Can you make that 10% louder so we can all hear it? Or you can model the skill, obviously. We've got a whole repertoire of strategies that we use, depending on the teacher that we're seeing in this moment that we walk into. Right, I'm going to quickly go through this. Okay, so what we say is just do it. Okay, in the book he talks about, you can talk about it with the teacher, you can mentally prepare for it, but if the teacher doesn't do it, they won't learn what they need to learn from their experience. They won't build that muscle memory required for the perfect practice. Oh, that's my timer. Or they won't experience what it feels like to implement it successfully. Cutting off imperfect practice then. The instant we see practice that is slightly off, okay, and that has negative connotations and it shouldn't, it's perfecting something that's slightly imperfect or could be improved, not because we're not good enough, but because we could be even better. We should be able to step in. It means the teacher never has a chance to internalize any habits that would impede the success of that practice. And if we're dedicated to coaching the teacher on and performing the skill correctly and not incorrectly, we've got what we call, because I'm speaking to a lot of Scottish colleagues, okay, from in London, we've got, actually you might have seen it, in Urban Dictionary, we've got the idea hype men, okay? So the term hype men, I'm going to introduce it. Essentially, the role of the hype man is to keep the main thing about the main thing. So keep the audience or the people hyped or raring to go in moments of downtime. Now, in our profession, we've got many moments of downtime. We've got deadlines that come up throughout the year. We feel pressured on many occasions. In those moments, you need cheerleaders, you need colleagues around you who will hype, who will remind us about why we love our jobs. And the thing that works for us is focusing on our craft and the classroom and the students that we teach. Along the left-hand side, we've got all the kind of forums that we use to keep the main thing about the main thing, both informal and formal. And we need our colleagues and those around us to maintain what we want to keep the main thing, which is our craft and getting better faster. And so whatever we're giving as feedback to each other has to be of the highest quality. I'm going to leave you with the success criteria that we're using over and over again to determine what is the best feedback. So it's got to be bite-sized and observable and practicable. It's got to be the highest leverage thing that will move us on in our own practice. And it's got to be achievable, small enough to be achieved within a week. And those are the three things that we're practicing over and over again. I apologize, I've gone slightly over my time, but that is all from me. Thank you very much, everyone.
Tamina, thank you so much for that. That's resonated so much. I love the idea of nunchi. That's resonated with us and kind of falls on from previous talks. This idea of clear is kind and unclear is unkind. Tell them they have spinach in their teeth. Now, I want to come back to something you said earlier on, if I may, Tamina.
Yeah.
You mentioned about teachers, kind of what you said about teachers being resistant to that and having you in the classroom. I mean, I would love to have you in my classroom and to model effectively and help me get better. But what do you say to that resistance and that idea that kind of you're undermining that was it, you're undermining the teacher in their classroom?
First of all, I'd say we've got to recognize that that's an absolutely normal and understandable feeling to have. And so the way that we kind of approached it as a school was, as with anything, lots and lots of training is required for something like that. Because number one, you know, you're talking about building a culture here. Strategy, what is it? Culture eats strategy for breakfast. That's the phrase, isn't it? We can have the best strategies in the world, but we have to operate within a culture that supports and facilitates that. So if we can cultivate a culture whereby teachers recognize that, you know, so-and-so is stepping in here because actually, oh yeah, I didn't notice that. And now I get it. And I'm going to do it over and over again. That's the culture we want. And to the students, a colleague of mine said this to me the other day. She said, I took my mentee along with me, early careers teacher, and to observe live coaching. So we encourage our colleagues to take their mentees, to take their line managers with them, and they kind of do it together to normalize it. And the mentee said, well, when you that wasn't live coaching, you were just team teaching. And that's exactly what we want it to appear as. And actually, to the students, it should look like team teaching. It's not a big deal. And to our teachers, it's like, oh yeah, she's invested or he's invested in my development. I'm so grateful that they pointed that out to me in the way that they did. Now I know I won't do that again. So what we've done is we've just put on lots of small bits of training in every kind of forum, in department meetings, leadership group meetings, early careers sessions, to normalize and to spread the strategies that we can use to intervene or live coach in a way that is respectful, it's helpful for accelerated development, and it doesn't undermine but supports the teacher.
Absolutely fabulous. I could listen to you all day. Just teaching makes me happy. I just totally resonated with you when you talked about your class and coming out of that class. That is the best bit, isn't it? It's just having that interaction with the young people and lessons that go really, really well. And that's what we want teachers to focus on as the best bit of their job. So yeah, absolutely. If we can help them to do that, then yeah, absolutely.
And I love the idea of hype man. I love that being the hype man and so on. It was such a good one. I'm going to steal that. But just a few comments in. Iram Tahir 12 says great advice, thank you. Olivia Drennan Ed, absolutely brilliant. From Tamina. Lena Carter, such great reflections on how we can support one another through our culture of live coaching. Tamina, before we let you go, can you please share with us where people can connect with you and find out a little bit more if they want to probe and ask further questions?
My Twitter, I'm not very good on Twitter. I don't know the terms. What is it? The Twitter handle. I called it a hanger one day and I got laughed at. Miss T Begum is my Twitter name title thing, so you can ask me on there or DM me or whatever. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Right,
thank you so much for your time.
No problem. Thank you for having me, everyone.
A pleasure. Thank you so much, Tamina. What a great talk, Fiona. That was so fascinating. Such interesting to get an insight into the culture in a school down in London and what they're doing to support. And it resonated with so much people. And I think what was beautiful about that is the interlink from other day. It brought me back to what Christine said about caring personally and challenge directly, about the spinach on your teeth. If there's something in your practice that I can help you and make better, why not model that your show? Why not model that, support that, team teach that to help people get better? And that two principles she's kind of stole from the medical side. Number one, student learning is of utmost importance in this idea of accelerated development. Isn't that just wonderful?
Yeah, people have found that really useful, I think, and the idea that we do that for young people. We show them what we want them to achieve. We show them what a good one looks like. So it should be that culture where we're all supporting each other to get better for the young people. So yeah, fantastic words of advice.
I love what you mentioned there. We talk about cognitive load and overload and working memory of our students, but we never think about it from the teacher aspect. When you mentioned there about getting a new class and you're starting again, there's so much noise in the classroom. And you mentioned habits. If we can make our habits better and kind of routinize some of the things in our practice so that it's easier, so the student what's coming next. And
also the timing of it as well. Yeah, I think the live part of it, not practicing, because I think that's so difficult for teachers, isn't it? Is to stop doing the things that we have bad habits of, and the more that we're left to kind of continue doing those in that time frame, the quicker that we can kind of get to the root of that and stop it and practice the good stuff. Hopefully that has a bigger impact for the young people. So yeah, fantastic there. I'm glad we asked Tamina to join us.
The idea of a head teacher just loving teaching and wanting to be with
having a class too, yeah.
We're going to move on. We're running about 15 minutes behind just now. So let's move on to our next speaker. Our next speaker can't be with us because luckily for him, he's playing golf at Gullen Golf Club, which is a wonderful golf club, and those golfers like myself know all about that. So hope he's having a great day and he's not lost any golf balls yet. So our next speaker is Jamie Orr. He's a team teacher at Law Primary and formerly the leader of teaching and learning at Dunbar Primary School. He shares a lot of his work on Twitter, and he's to see. Start that again. He's going to share with us how he sees professional learning in the primary setting. So let's share
He's
that.
actually watching from the 18th hole, he says.
Hello, my name is Jamie Orr. I work at Law Primary School in North Berwick, and today I'm going to be talking very quickly about staff and pupil learning in a primary school setting, which is something that I'm very passionate about. Please do get in touch via my Twitter handle, which is at the bottom of each slide in the presentation. So a quick bit about me. I currently teach at Law Primary School. For part of the week, I do team teaching, and for the other part of the week, I have a primary 6 class. Before that, I was the acting principal teacher at Eyemouth Primary School. Before that, I had a 1-year post at Dunbar as leader of teaching learning development, where I was out of class, supporting teachers and staff with pedagogy and professional learning. Before that, I was a classroom teacher at Dunbar Primary School as well. So lots of experience in different schools across all stages in primary school as well. And at the bottom there is my Twitter handle, so please do tweet during the session and afterwards, and I'd be really keen to engage with people. So the aims of my session are to look at learning sources that have had an impact on me, 2, how I've used these to support the practice of other staff in the staff room, how this has impacted and influenced in the classroom, both in my classroom and the classroom of other people as well, and then finally a sort of teaching takeaway for things to consider moving forward. So learning sources. The most influential thing that I've taken part in is professional reading in terms of developing my own practice. This has really shaped what I've done, and I want to put it out there that I really believe this can work in a primary school setting. It's not just for secondary teachers. Podcasts have also had a very big impact, as have online conferences such as ScotEd and before COVID Research Ed. I look forward to going to more of those in the future. And then finally, Twitter, very quick and easy, but these sources here have really, really impacted my own practice and the way in which I've engaged with other people as well. So my question is, does any of this belong in the primary school setting? And I would argue it absolutely does. And what I'm going to put forward next will hopefully help others to move that into their context too. These sources here have had a very big impact on my practice. However, what I often hear, and this is not a criticism, instead, it's a really good thing to be aware of and to make time for people to sit down and have discussions to iron out any concerns, listen to where they're coming from, understand that and think, right, okay, what can we do to present these professional learning messages to work in your context from primary 1 right the way through to primary 7. So yeah, fine, but tell me, how do I do this, or how does this work in primary so-and-so? It doesn't work down there. Well, actually, it definitely does. I did this 20 years ago, it's another one, and I have this one pupil who. So again, just to sort of recap there, these things do crop up, but it's really worthwhile taking time to build relationships with other staff and to listen to their concerns and just put forward the messages from professional learning and trying to get to a place where actually they feel confident to embed this into their own setting because the results can be great. So beginning with in the staff room, professional reading groups are a great way to begin that process of getting the professional learning into other people's practice. So they should be informal. And I would say that the chair of the group should encourage others to share their own experiences and talk about those. And also it can be very good to end any sort of session with a teaching takeaway where you give teachers something to go away that's evidence informed to try in the classroom. If I was to do a reading group this coming year, I would be really looking to use these 2 books. I think these are going to be great for teaching takeaway ideas and also for discussion focuses for teachers. Next up, A professional reading library. So these can help to change the discussion focus in a staff room. I think it's quite good to put them somewhere where lots of staff gather, so staff bases, staff rooms. They just look really smart and professional, and it also shows teachers that you're investing in them. You really value their practice, their daily work, because it's absolutely vital that people believe that. It's also a good place to share short articles, blogs, podcast recommendations, and here are some examples of ones that I've done in the past. Next up, Lesson Evaluation Toolkit. I'm not going to talk about the creation of this. If you want to learn more about the specifics of this and how to go about creating one, have a look at The Teaching Delusion by Bruce Robertson. But basically what this helps staff to do is pull together all the messages from professional reading. What is it that makes really great evidence-informed practices? And it then helps to create a shared understanding across the whole staff, which means you can have discussions about professional learning with the understanding that we're all at the same place. And it's a very, very useful coaching tool as well, so that if you do any sort of peer observations, for example, or if you do any other type of observations or any kind of coaching discussions, you can absolutely relate it back to the toolkit. And here's one that I did with staff at Dunbar Primary School. Next up, a teaching and learning improvement group. So this is a really vital group to have going if you can. It can be formal or it could be informal on a voluntary basis, but it's a great way to enhance the rollout of new initiatives and to evaluate their impact, because you've got teachers on that group of all ability, all experience. I think the more ability, the more experience you have, the better. They're a really good way to develop teacher leadership. And to give you an example of something I did with a previous school, we used the toolkit that we use with staff to support self-evaluation, and created a pupil version, one for early level, one for first level, one for second level, which then let teachers use this so that pupils could give them feedback on a regular basis. So it just goes to show that these kind of groups can really create great things, but also the teachers within the group help to spread the word and just get these initiatives rolled out. And of course, the impact of this clearly is that we're getting lots of feedback about our own practice, what's our strengths and what can we work on, and you can match these up from your pupils with your own ones, which is really great. It makes coaching very, very purposeful. So next up, peer observations. These are a great way to develop your own practice. I think on reflection that 10-minute chunks are best. So getting into classrooms to see a 10-minute chunk of a specific element in a lesson. So for example, if you wanted to work on your use of learning intention, you might just go in for that 10-minute burst. It's important to get cover in place for that, and likewise to make time at the end of the day to reflect on that. And these reflections should be linked back to the lesson evaluation toolkit. The person who taught the lesson should evaluate their practice against that, with the other person coaching them through it. And you can also set up a display board where you might share strengths in practice, and that picture there shows the breakdown of the toolkit and where areas of strength were. So now moving on into the classroom, how can all of this professional learning look? Now it's a very, very quick summary, but I feel, based on discussions with staff and my own teaching practice too, that we all feel better informed to make decisions on specific pedagogies. So for example, we feel empowered to know when is best to use teacher-led lessons, when is best to use student-led lessons. It's very empowering to know the difference different pedagogies make to the impact of learning. Lessons generally become more precise with their focus, and then the explicit teaching that follows is very, very purposeful, and of course that then leads to genuine success for pupils with learning, and it's very motivating for them when they see and feel that real success. Another theme is continuously checking for pupil understanding. It's become something that's embedded throughout all lessons that I teach, and also as I work with staff, they also report on the same thing, which is great. So again, these things do absolutely work in the primary school from primary 1 right the way through to primary 7. And then, as I said before, it really does create a feeling of success and achievement, both for pupils in the classroom, you know, when they just click and have that spring as they walk out the classroom door when it's just made sense. And as a teacher, it's very rewarding to see that and feel that power. So looking a bit more closely and looking at teaching new content, so new learning to pupils, here are some key things that I've taken from the research and other people I work with as well. So when you're modeling, the role of the teacher shouldn't be to quickly do your input and move on and just stand there for a minute. Instead, it should be interactive. It should be about you talking, asking lots of questions, getting pupils engaged in that, not lecturing. Rather, you as a teacher are the expert. Think out loud, get feedback from the children, backwards and forwards the whole time. So that's very, very powerful. Clear examples and models that are thought about in advance and well planned help with this. To make that more effective, the more precise your lesson is in terms of your learning intention and success criteria, the better your examples and models can be. And I would suggest that planning time with colleagues, for planning time, for example, should be spent doing this sort of thing rather than just highlighting E's and O's. Building in lots of checking for understanding. So introduce new learning in small chunks, review it, get feedback from the pupils, feedback to them, two-way process, very interactive. Then do lots of deliberate practice beyond that. So give pupils opportunities to inform their own learning based on what you've presented. And again, get feedback on that. So tasks should be very, very precise as well. So in my mind, this part of the lesson wouldn't be the only bit that I plan. I really would be doing this bit later on. I'd be thinking more closely about the first part, and then after that, I'd have a very clear picture about what the deliberate practice should actually look like. So what I basically mean is I'm not task-driven from planning, rather I'm driven by the precise focus, and then the task naturally follows that, and it's much easier to plan because you're very aware of what it should be that pupils should be doing. And also it helps to put in scaffold supports, and likewise to put in challenge opportunities too. And I think ICT has a great role to play in that. During the home learning period, lots of teachers were making lessons on video. Get those onto some sort of device and have that set up in the classroom so pupils can go along and look at the video or slides that you've made as a support. It frees you up to work with other pupils because that support is there as one option. And of course, review learning, lots of reviewing, evidence the impact of your teaching through all of these things here. Here's an example of a split slide that came from Craig Barton's book. I would use PowerPoint. I'd animate these things one at a time, starting with the left column, adding numbers through partitioning. I would reveal the bit there, 66 out of 28, and I would model what I'm thinking as a teacher out loud, writing it on the board, all pupils watching. Then I would reveal the questions on the right and offer pupils perhaps a choice of questions. They would complete that on a mini whiteboard, but they'd have that modeled answer that I did on the left to refer back to. So it's very, very inclusive, and it's powerful to think out loud. Next up, checking for understanding. So mini whiteboards have been a huge success for me. I think they're very powerful, they're very simple, and there's lots of things you can do with them. Doug Lemoff has got a great chapter in Teach Like a Champion where he suggests different ways that you should be asking pupils to write on them, how to hold them. I'd recommend that. Other colleagues have also really embedded those strategies. Quite often, it's very easy to ask a question and then say, right, who thinks they've got it? And then you accidentally just go to the person with their hand up, whereas you've got 22 other children, for example, who've not put their hand up, and you've moved on without actually getting to them. So using thinking time, pair time, mini whiteboards gets individual accountability. You move on once you know everyone's got it. They do the approach of understanding checking, so true or false questions, multiple choice, concept cartoons, odd one out, those sorts of things. And then end of the lesson, you should have evidence of learning through these approaches. So looking at some examples, here is a true or false on time. Here is one on grammar, looking at nouns, verbs, adjectives, adverbs. You can tweak that, you can add a bit more challenge in. Label the parts of a plant. So if you're doing plants as a topic, you might have taught this explicitly the day before or the week before, come back to it, label it. Here's one on producers, consumers. You may have done this the day before, the week before again. You want lots of detailed answers. You might do this on paper as a plenary. So when I'm thinking about teaching new learning to pupils, structure and simplicity are absolutely key in my mind. So here's a model that I've put together that I would refer back to when planning these types of lessons. And I know that colleagues use something very similar through the professional learning opportunities I've talked about before. And this tends to be the model that we use. So to round off this session, and I know it was very quick, but as I said before, I'm very happy to engage on Twitter, or you can message me on Twitter, and you talk about this all day sort of thing. But my main takeaways are relationships. Relationships are absolutely key, both in the staff room and in the classroom, to get this professional learning going from primary 1 to primary 7 with all staff, making a difference in the classroom. Relationships are absolutely vital. You've got to make time for people. So investing time, giving people time out of class if you can, to let them get into lessons so that they can do pre-observations, making time to coach. Just those cup of coffee moments make the biggest bit of difference. If you feel valued, you definitely perform better. 3, mini whiteboards, visualizer, PowerPoint, and clicker. I use all of those things in every lesson. Without them, I would be lost. I think those are absolutely key. And the reason I say PowerPoint and not other ones like Active Inspire is because I like to have text reveal bit by bit by bit. It helps with cognitive load. It doesn't make slides too cluttered. It keeps them simple, which is very good for pupil learning. It's important to break the "we've always done it this way" habit. You don't need to be bullshit. It's about listening to people and putting forward what you've got from professional learning to find a way forward. This structure that I've talked about before works in primary 1 when teaching the formation of numbers and letters, when teaching phonics. It works in primary 7 when writing persuasive letters and bits of writing. These pedagogies absolutely work in all settings, in all curricular areas. And finally, sometimes you've just got to swallow the green frog. It can be a bit overwhelming perhaps to try some of these things, but actually you've just got to give it a good shot, persevere, reflect on it, work with colleagues to figure out what went well, what you could do better, and keep on going with it, because it is extremely rewarding once you get over that hurdle. So any questions, please do get in touch from Twitter, and I hope that you enjoyed my session. Thank you.
Oh, I love that idea of professional learning in the primary school, and it goes on to some questions that was asked of Jonathan, and the idea of spacing and interleaving in the classroom. And Jamie showed some great examples of retrieval practice in the primary context. And I love some of the ideas around professional learning and how important relationships are, and investing time in people. And I loved his comment about like time spent planning with people. You should be planning your exemplars, your questions, and the things that will really make an impact in the classroom, instead of some of the bureaucratic things that we tend to find ourselves doing with time.
Absolutely, yeah. It comes back to a lot of what Billy said earlier on as well, doesn't it? About taking away the stuff that isn't making a difference and using the time, the precious time that we do have with our colleagues, to be working through, key vocabulary, the way that we're modelling things, the things that make a real difference to the learning and teaching of the young people. So yeah, really, really useful. I hope that was answered a lot of the questions that maybe came up from primary teachers in relation to Jonathan's talk as well. A bit more practical there from Jamie. So thank you, Jamie. And he stepped in at very short notice as well, so thank you. Anything that we've missed on the comments? Somebody mentioning that kind of meaningful professional learning done with primary and secondary together. Again, really interesting thought there as well about how we use that transition to improve the learning and teaching of what we're doing in both settings. So yeah, I think that makes a lot of sense as well.
We use in the secondary, although Jonathan mentioned a lot of the research on secondary, Jamie's shown there that they do work in the primary, so we can share that practice primary to secondary and work on collaborating and making sure our curriculum is truly progressive as they go through, and challenging and enriching and meaningful. So Fiona, let's move on. We've got a couple more talks to go. Thanks to those that are still with us in the afternoon. We're having a great day, and I'm loving it. I'm sure that you are as well. So who have we got next, Fiona?
So we have another secondary colleague now. So we have Andrew Bailey, who is a secondary science and for particularly physics teacher. He is also a Microsoft Innovator expert, and he does some work with the IOP as well. And we're really, really looking forward to hearing what he has to say about some things that have improved him as a teacher. I think there might be some references to things that we've heard already today. So look forward to this.
Certainly. And if you want to ask any questions, he's got his Twitter handle on the slide. Please contact him on Twitter. I'm sure he'll be happy to engage with anything that comes up from the talk.
Hello and welcome to my session looking at some things that have improved me as a teacher. My name's Andrew Bailey. I'm a physics and science teacher based in Dundee, and I'm also a Institute of Physics Scotland physics teacher coach, helping others improve their practice and understanding. You can follow me on Twitter at Andrew K. Bailey 13. A brief outline of what I'm going to look at here. There's quite an eclectic mix. When I was asked to present and given just 15 minutes, I couldn't really decide what to put in, and so I have decided to put a bit of everything in to give a little taster and hopefully some signpost towards things that you might find useful or interesting. Many of you in your teaching practice will use the Microsoft Office suite of tools that are now available for most teachers in Scotland through Glow. And if you're looking to develop your skills and practice in those areas, I'd recommend to check out the Microsoft Educator community. You can go through courses, you can extend your knowledge, you can get badges for that, and you can become a Microsoft Innovator Educator, and then you can apply to become a Microsoft Innovative Educator Expert, or MIEE. I've been an MIE for 6 years and found it was really helpful with my practice, and particularly with the last 2 years, because I had a great understanding of digital skills and how to use those before we all had to use those because we didn't have any other choice. If you're looking for expertise within Scotland, then I suggest you follow the Team MIE Scotland hashtag on Twitter, and you can also check out the blog where there's examples of good practice from different teachers added fairly regularly. One of the challenges of digital is that things keep changing all the time. It's an evergreen environment, and so it's good to keep up to date with little things. And I follow Mike Tholson on Twitter and on YouTube to get little hints and tips about what the new features are. Now, some of these take a little while to roll out to the Scottish Glow tenancy from when they're developed, but having an awareness of what new features and hints and tips are does help you practice and helps you include things from there. So there's lots of great videos that Mike has, and they're all 5-10 minutes long. Some are only a couple of minutes long as well, and I really find them useful for my practice. Going to share a few little tips that I've taken from those. So here are some of the tips that I've picked up. So if you hold down the Windows key and V, you can open a clipboard. So you can store lots of things to copy and paste. So you're not just copy and paste the last thing that you copied and paste. You can copy and paste 5 or 6 different things. So that can be useful when writing reports if you've got commonality of approach from that, or sharing documents and using different resources to put within those. If you don't use regularly the Windows snip tool, Windows hold down Shift and S, then you can crop and click things. So I do that all the time, whether it's things from the internet or things from past paper questions, to embed them into my presentations. If you're a science or physics or maths teacher or languages teacher, then you have your own different characters that you might want to be able to type in, and the Windows emoji keyboard can be really useful for that. If you press the Windows key and the period, the full stop button, then the emoji symbols come up. So as well as emojis, it's got all the Greek letters and things like that. So that can be quite good for entering into some of the online areas where it's much harder to input than if you're using Microsoft Word, for example, where it's clearer to see where you put in those kind of information. And lastly, if you want to fill up half the screen really quickly, you can press the Windows key and the left arrow, and the window that you're working on will move to the left, or you can press the Windows key and the right arrow to move to the right, and then you can click on another window to fill up the other half, so you can have sort of two things side by side really quickly. Found that being quite useful recently. So second thing I'm going to talk about is the importance of making connections and how this has developed me as a teacher. In particular, it's been my engagement in Twitter. I found that sharing and discussing and debating ideas has led me to develop a much improved sense of the Scottish education system, how it fits within the world, and to get great ideas and enhance my own learning and teaching and pedagogy. I find Twitter really egalitarian. If people came into your school to give you presentations, it might be difficult to necessarily get the time to have a chat to them and ask them questions. But on Twitter, you can be speaking to leaders in education, people like Dylan William, who's world renowned. He will respond to tweets and information that you put, and other people within Scottish education, educational educators and researchers from our different universities. So you can speak to them, you can get your information, you can develop your practice, you can get a good understanding. So I find that really, really helpful. And it means that your professional learning isn't just limited to the things that are on offer directly within your school. For me, it's about trying to find your tribe. So as an activist professional, it's trying to look at, well, who do you fit in? So there's great things from Pedagogue. I've been to lots of Pedagogue meetings in the past, and some of the online things as well, or the researcher type meetings, or whether it's my Microsoft Innovative Educator Expert groups, or subject specialism groups in terms of STEM or physics in my particular case. So I find finding your knowledgeable others can really help improve your practice and develop your practice and develop things like that. Okay, so now we're going to switch slightly and look at some particular aspects of pedagogy that I've found have been really helpful. As I've developed, I've become more research informed in terms of my particular practice. One of the things that I've found has really been helpful to me to understand why some things work better than others is cognitive load theory. There isn't time here to go into detail about what it is, but if you haven't seen much on it before, then there are a number of good documents that you can look up to give you an understanding of it. There can, like most things in education, there can be some discussion about how valid it is to apply in different situations and whether it's the be all and the end all. Is it, like Dylan Williams said, the most important thing teachers should know, or is it just common sense, or is it complete rubbish, as some other people might allude to? But for me, it makes sense from there. So cognitive load theory in effect says that if working memory is overloaded, then things that you teach, your content is going to be misunderstood. It's not going to be transferred into long-term memory, and learning will be slower. And a consideration of this in my planning has meant that it's actually made quite big differences to my practice. There's lots and lots of different ideas towards this here. One of those is something called the split attention effect. So we've got an example here on the left where we've got a lot of text and it's looking really busy in a particular problem, and then the problem example on the right is trying to simplify the existing problem on the left to make it much more straightforward and minimize the information that's got there. And this might be things that we would do as a matter of course, but understanding sort of part of it might be gives you an open view into what's kind of going on. In a similar way, there's things called paired examples. So I've got an example on the left that I would go through on the class to show how to solve a particular problem, and then an example on the right, a question on the right for them to do the same problem. different numbers, but the same method that's going on. So this might have quite a lot of different parts. So I found this way it's quite structured for the students, but it's also probably better than just having the example, because the students are actually doing some work in the case there. So they don't need to just write down and copy the example. They can straight away get the practice that they want. Looking at diagrams, consideration of load can decide what kind of diagram you might go for. So are you going to label your diagram with the descriptions as shown on the left, or are you going to have it as on the right with a key? And you can see quite clearly the one on the right takes a bit longer to look at from there. And so there are certain things in cognitive load theory that describe how this takes place, and the benefits to the learners that can accrue as a result of that. So having consideration of that can mean that when you're looking at pictures, you can decide how you're going to label them and what you're going to do. Sometimes I've found making sure that what you give the students is identical to the pictures that you show on the screen also helps, because little changes can be confusing. And some of that is down to the cognitive load theory in my view. Okay, the last thing I'm going to mention is about metacognition and self-regulation of learning. The Education Endowment Foundation have a great report about this, and they have 7 different strands that they give for recommendations and summaries of different areas of metacognition and how you can improve your practice as a teacher to develop pupils' own thinking and pupils' own self-regulation of what they're going to do. Each one of these you could talk about for a very long time by themselves, but the one that I've been doing increasing numbers about that I found relatively straightforward to do is number 3 there, where you model your own thinking to help pupils develop their metacognition and cognitive skills. So we've got an example to look at in terms of that. So if we go back to the paired example, one of the approaches you can have here from a metacognitive point of view is, as you're reading through the question, you can be talking to the students about what you're thinking. So when you're looking at particular words like speed, for example, I'd be thinking that symbol V. I'd be looking at the units. I'd be talking about those. I'd be talking about the type of problem it happened to be. I'd be thinking about the components in this particular case. So you're trying to model to the students how you solve the problems. So you're trying to give them that understanding so that then they can do the same with that. So rather than just stepping through the examples, you're talking about the solution approach that you've got, whether it's extracting the information from the question, whether it's looking at the key points, whether it's linking to the prior learning that the students should be aware of. So it's those type of approaches. And the reason it's important, because you need to understand the precursor and the components pieces to understand a particular approach. And I believe that you've got to have good subject knowledge to look at that, but you've also got to have good pedagogical content knowledge as well to demonstrate to the novice learners how to do it. So it's trying to make your thinking explicit so that novices and the students in our classes can understand the process. So it's not just about giving worked examples, it's about talking through the example. Where's this coming from? What are you thinking at the time? What type of links are you making as you read the words, to give them a structure for doing these things. Okay, thank you very much for listening to my talk there. If you're interested in any more, you can see my Twitter handle at the bottom of the page there. And it's been a pleasure to speak to you today.
Well, a good informative talk from Andrew. He apologises for the croaking voice and non-line performance. Andrew has been struck down with a little bit of a sore throat and a little bit of illness as well. But thank you so much for pulling through and providing that for us. So informative. I love that idea about Twitter for finding your tribe. I love what you said about finding your tribe and finding knowledgeable others. I've certainly done that. And I think you have, and I think it highlights the fact that this only exists because of Twitter, Fiona, because we've never met in person, which is still so fascinating, even though we've done 2 of these, and H.G. McGregor also says they made so many useful connections through Twitter. Teachers' Pets is very interesting. Thank you. And Caroline, really thank you. Very useful tips and links. I love that idea of the paired examples as well, thinking about students' cognitive load. Kind of Jamie alluded to that a little bit in his presentation, where he would kind of model, and like what Andrew said, the metacognitive talk, would model his work through one example, and then the other side of the board, his presentation, was all the problems for the students to fill in. So I really enjoyed that. That idea of metacognition is something that I've started to read and kind of learn a little bit and try and model my thinking. And as an art teacher, you probably do that a lot anyway when you're kind of demonstrating under the visualizer. Can you speak to that a little bit?
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's something that lots of good art teachers do when they are modelling things, and I think it's really useful for the young people as well to kind of hear those conversations that you're having in your head and what it is, because actually a lot of art is not just what you're doing with your hand, but it's actually what you're doing with your eyes and where you're looking. So it's a kind of directing the pupils to look in a different way almost, and I think it is really useful for them when they get to a point when they're stuck and they're not sure what to do. If you've kind of modelled that for them and had those conversations, then hopefully they can pick up on that when they need some help as well. So yeah, I think it's a really useful, really practical, Andrew, talk there. So thank you so much for that.
Thank you so much, and thanks so much for doing that. And as I said in the comments, please get in touch with them on Twitter, Andrew K. Bailey 13. He'll answer any questions you have, and you can introduce him to your tribe and add him as one of the knowledgeable others. We've got 2 more talks to go. We're coming to the end, but there's still so much still to do and still to talk about. So Fiona, who do we have next?
So next up we have Amjad Ali, and Amjad has been mentioned already today, I think, by David Cameron, and we are really looking forward to his talk. He's really passionate about improving learning and teaching. He does a lot of training to schools, and he's very kindly recorded us a training session about sharing good practice and reflecting on excellent pedagogy. So we'll hand over to Amjad and listen to what he has to offer us.
Refine or ditch. So looking at this idea of motivation, challenge, and success. So I've been a teacher for 16 years. I've been an assistant head teacher for, this is start my 8th year. I'm also a qualified SENCO. And on 1 day a week on Fridays, I deliver CPD and training. I've delivered in quite a few Welsh schools and all up and down the United Kingdom. So I guess I'm a consultant as well of some kind. But the main message I want to get across through this very short bio is the fact that I work 4 days a week in the school. So everything I share with you, everything that I talk about, I did this, we lived through this. It's not something that I've just read or I've just heard a podcast about. I have been doing this and I've been practicing all of these things that we're talking about with you all. So what have we overcome? What are the challenges that we've been looking at? So some of the challenges, I mean, this is not an exhaustive list, of course. I mean, aside from the horrendous death toll that our countries have faced across this global pandemic, in terms of the school and school structures, obviously the school years have been disrupted. We've had challenging home life that some haven't been able to escape. We've heard the phrase that sometimes school is the safest place for some of our students, and therefore, as a result of that, school not being open per se has resulted in lots of people's challenging home lives being exasperated, being multiplied, and no form of escape from those. For lots of people, including teachers, including educators, but mainly children, the lack of structure and routine has been a massive challenge for some. Students that have been supported at home versus those that haven't has created a digital and academic and social divide, and also furthered that divide somewhat. There's been uncertainty and anxiety around returning to school and COVID-19. Just when we think the vaccinations have kicked in again, this Delta variant has come through again. So the uncertainty and anxiety around that has continued and has perpetuated and has become stronger. Lots of my students in my current school, even though the government has suggested that we should all be back, there's quite a few students that are still completely shielding because of the anxiety and because of the worry and because of the fear around COVID-19. Obviously, some of the challenges have been leaving the safety of students' homes, both for adults and teachers. For myself, as a British Pakistani male, where the stats show that I'm 5 times more likely to succumb to COVID-19, that's caused a real amount of anxiety amongst myself, my peers, my colleagues around my home life, etc. There's been massive stumbling blocks to friendships and social interactions. I've got 2 little ones. One of them's 3.5. One of them was born just at the start of the lockdown, and therefore, if you spend almost a third or 100% of your startup of your life away from individuals, away from other people, it creates social interaction difficulties. There's been a massive disadvantage to pupils when returning to school. So, for example, has their uniform grown out? Has their equipment gone? Have they not been able to keep up with their shops not open, being partially open? How have they been able to keep up with that disadvantage? And, for example, how many people have actually picked up a pen? How many students have actually written, or have they just used computers if they were able to use computers? So those are some of the challenges that you and your school, your organization, your institute has overcome or has been working towards overcome. So aside from anything, there's a massive pat on your back for that, massive pat on your back in knowing that you've overcome some of the most turbulent, difficult, unprecedented, I hate using that term because it makes me sound like a politician, but these unprecedented areas of an education that you've overcome. So well done to you. Well done to all of those teachers that had to pick something up without any training. Remember before when we wouldn't do anything unless we'd had at least some CPD on it, but we've had to pick up remote teaching, live meeting, remote teaching, recording lessons, pre-recording lessons. All of those kind of things have just had to be learned by us at breakneck speed. So it's been absolutely phenomenal. So these challenges have been met with massive accomplishments as well. So well done to you all, and reflect on some of those things that you've overcome over this last year and a half. Lots of us were told to think about the catch-up conundrum and catch-up situation and catch-up problem, but most of the problem with catch-up itself was, what are we catching up? If everyone has been off, what are we catching up? So we as a school used what other schools were putting out and looked at a list of words that we wanted to avoid. We wanted to avoid using words like catch up, lost learning, damage to learning, time lost, make up lost time, behind, cover ground, cram, speed up, impossible to fit it all in. A quick activity that you might want to do is just pause me after this explanation and have a go at thinking of what alternative phrases or words could you use instead of the words in the red column. So once you've had a go at that, maybe compare to the words that we decided as a school and as a school system what we would use instead. So welcome back. So these are some of the words that we decided, instead of using the negative language terms, we would use, how do we move forward? How do we map and strengthen our prior learning? How do we consolidate our prior learning? How do we deepen and improve our knowledge? How do we revisit to strengthen, build upon, sequence, enhance, challenge ourselves and develop? Instead of using any kind of catch-up terminology, instead of any kind of being behind terminology. Because the reality is some of our students have worked really hard through COVID. Some of our students have kept up with all of their lessons, all of their work, and we didn't want that to be overlooked and that to be overseen. We provided up to 100 laptops to our students. We've only got a cohort of around 550, so 100 laptops went out, plus some of our own laptops. So we gave out over a third of laptops across our disadvantage indicator and made sure that everyone, irrespective of any labels or unable to receive remote learning. So think about your overcoming that language and continuing that language. So if, for example, you currently use low ability or high ability, maybe we shouldn't perpetuate this self-fulfilling prophecy, which is suggesting that they will always be that way. Maybe we should just refer to the students, if need be, as low prior attaining or having attained low prior, rather than giving them a fixed label in terms of their academic or cognitive ability. Just something to think about. So What do we want to do to move things forward, and how do we continue to grow with where we are and what we've achieved thus far? So I always like to receive CPD in the way that I like to deliver CPD, or the other way around. I like to deliver CPD in the way that I like to receive CPD. I think every effective CPD session should have ideas. You should be given ideas that are grounded in evidence, grounded in research, grounded in intuition, grounded in experience, grounded in something that has been trialed and tested. I think all good CPD should allow us to have time to think. So I'm going to facilitate that time to think by using these 3 words with you all. I'm going to get you to think about what will you try, what will you refine, and what will you ditch. So try is a simple word. What will I now do as a result of hearing Amjad speak? Refine being, oh, Amjad just invigorated some thoughts that I already had, I was already thinking, I'd already been doing, but now I want to bring those back to the forefront. And ditch is just as important as try. So as a result of hearing Amjad speak, what am I now not going to do any longer? I also think, finally, good CPD should have expertise. So I'm not claiming I'm an expert. I'm by no means an expert, but I have an element of expertise in this area, having worked in alongside the leadership team that's rolled this out. And we were rolling this out prior to COVID, actually, incidentally, because we work in a startup school. So think about all of your future CPD sessions. Think about how you should deliver CPD. Think about how you would like to receive CPD. I think all of us should get ideas, time to implement those ideas, and then expertise. So if I was there face to face, I'd be doing exactly like I'm doing now. I'd be giving you the ideas. I'd be giving you time to think by channeling those implementation intentions through try, refine, ditch, and I'd be hopefully providing you with some form of expertise through my delivery. So why do we need to do that? How do we do that? And what is it that we need to do? Now, these 3 words are absolutely vital when thinking about our future prospects and our future delivery and our future pedagogical advances, or just our future teaching, right, in a really simpler way to say it. Often what I find is that lots of CPD sessions, or lots of thinking time, or lots of provision, or lots of workshops, or lots of whatever you're receiving start with all of us wanting to know what you have to do. And the person delivering the training always wants to get across what the people receiving the CPD or receiving the training have to do. This is what you have to do. Then the person or people might say, this is how you do it. Very rarely, if ever, do people actually sell or make clear or enforce or impose or suggest the why. Why do we need to do this? Why is this important for us to do? So thinking about our remote learning, our blended learning, our digital learning, teaching that we've just been putting in place, that we've been involved in. Why is it necessary for us to continue with the successes of that? How will we continue with those successes? And what were those successes? The why is fundamental to get into the why, how, and get into the what. So this is based on Simon Sinek's The Golden Circle. Start with the why. Start with your why and know what's your why. That should be the grounding behind any kind of initiative or any kind of idea structures that we want to put in place. So if, for example, I asked you about your students, why should they work hard? Why should they help out? Why should they do their best? Why should they never give up? That's how we motivate students really and truthfully. We need to get them to figure out why motivation to success is vital. But also you, listening to me, as teachers, as colleagues, as associate staff, as training staff, as support staff, whatever the term is in Wales for ancillary or non-teaching staff. We want to think about why we need to do this. Why should we continue with the strengths of what we've been currently doing and the successes and building on those successes? So with that in mind, let's think about how do we get motivation. So a colleague of mine, a good friend, somebody that I do CPD sessions a lot with and run conferences with, Jennifer Webb, author, absolute powerhouse of a person who's at Funky Pedagogy on Twitter, states, and this has stuck with me since I heard her say this, we are privileged with insider knowledge, which allows us to access areas of the world which others cannot. In our students, this can lead to feelings of inadequacy, insecurity, and the feeling that, and replace the word subject for any of your subjects that you are teaching, is not for me. So essentially what she's saying is that sometimes we make too many assumptions about what our students know or should know. And therefore, as a result of these assumptions, the insider knowledge principle kicks in. So the best way to describe this is through a meme, right? Memes are only funny unless you understand what the meme is. If you don't understand the joke per se, you go, that's not a funny, that's weird. So let's look at a meme together. Ophelia, babe, come over. Hamlet, I can't, I'm hiding a body. Ophelia, but my dad isn't home. Hamlet, yeah, I know. Now, all of us that are into Shakespeare, are into literary references, are into this, will laugh, will chuckle, will go, oh, I understand Hamlet said that because, you know, he kind of killed her dad. Now, that is only funny if you have the insider knowledge, you have the insider information. If you haven't got that insider knowledge or that insider information, that doesn't come across as funny. Another example, George Washington once said, don't believe everything you see on the internet. Now, historians amongst us will instantly get the reference. The rest of us will think, well, of course, he didn't say that. He wasn't around when the internet was invented. I don't get it. That's what we have for assuming that all of us will understand the insider knowledge. And finally, a popular culture / science reference, unnecessary life vest, Ice Cube's float. So this man, this rapper is called Ice Cube. If he is an Ice Cube, why has he got a life vest on? Because Ice Cube should float. Even upon inspection or even upon explanation, it's not funny then. Memes aren't funny unless you have that insider knowledge. So I want us to think hard about our lessons and think, do you make unnecessary insider assumptions that students should know X, Y, Z, students should be able to do X, Y, Z, and students should be able to therefore participate in my lesson? So I made some of those assumptions with digital learning. I made some of the assumptions that students are actually a lot more tech savvy than they are. I made those assumptions that surely they're good on the computers because we have this kind of societal viewpoint that young people are tech savvy. But actually, it wasn't so much the case. They might be tech savvy on computer games or iPads or tablets or phones, but actually looking at physical interaction, kind of networking, schooling systems, they weren't as tech savvy as I might have thought. So thinking about ideas, thinking about time to think, thinking about expertise, I want you to think, what am I going to try? What am I going to refine? What am I going to ditch? Because the reality is, in order for us to be really intelligent as teachers, in order for us to come across as really intelligent, we don't need to use complex language. We don't need to use really difficult tools or really difficult systems. We just need to break things down in a really simple way, because that's the best way for us to get across our message, breaking down complex material in a way that anyone and everyone can understand. So my theory links to Jennifer Webb's theory, and my theory is this idea that learning promotes the desire for more learning. So think about your students that were doing well in their blended learning, remote learning, or digital learning, whatever you refer to it as. Were they the ones that were achieving? Because this sounds really logical, but actually we don't think about it enough. The students that do well want to do well more because they're doing well. Therefore, feeling like they're doing well is feeling of a good feeling. Therefore, they want to feel that good feeling more. I also believe that education, i.e. progress and attainment, is the best intervention, is the best therapy. John Thompson, a former head teacher, states that sometimes the best possible pastoral provision that we could give our young people, the most disadvantaged young people, is the best set of exam results possible. That way their doors are open and their future is a lot wider than they might have been to start with. And finally, if you're successful, you seek more success. This is absolutely vital. Think about your lessons, think about your delivery. At what opportunity is there for success? How long does a student have to wait to feel success in your lessons, be it online, be it face-to-face, be it live, whatever the situation? Just pause for a second and think, what will I try? What will I refine? What will I ditch? Give yourself 30 seconds per word and then resume the video clip for the rest. Welcome back. So in terms of picking up and not forgetting some of the things that we've learned through our blended learning or our digital learning journey, the Education Endowment Foundation come up with a piece of research. So there's not that much research on digital learning, obviously, be it because it's so new in terms of relativity towards education. They come up with these 5 summary points. The 5 summary points based on the research states that teaching quality is more important than how the lessons are delivered. So the platform you use or the software you use or whatever system you use isn't as important as the quality of the delivery. I mean, we'd all know that, right? Ensuring access to technology is key. So it's all good saying we've got the best platform, the most simplest platform, the most easy to use platform, but if students don't have access to that platform, they can't learn. So as a group, as a college, as an organization, as a school, as a system, what do you do to ensure there's access to technology? Something that come about from this digital learning divide was massive, which was peer interactions can provide motivation. Yet in schools or classes, sometimes we want to reduce or remove all peer interactions possible. Supporting pupils to work independently can improve learning outcomes. So if we could get them working on this area and seeing success and working independently in this field, we can really, really massively improve outcomes and close that economic gap. Different approaches to remote learning suit different tasks and types of content, i.e. different subjects. We cannot have a one-size-hat-fits-all policy for remote teaching. But what do we know and what should we continue to do to ensure that blended learning or digital learning or remote learning remains strong? Something that we all need to be aware of is that actually this blended learning approach means, is there ever going to be a snow day anymore? Is there ever going to be a day where students just have nothing to do from school? Is homework the way that we've currently got it on printed worksheets and booklets and logs and all of those kind of things necessary? How will we, or should we enable our revision sessions? Should we have after-school revision sessions, Easter, summer camps, all of those things? Or could we have pre-recorded semi-synchronous sessions? Should we get rid of the issue with some people living in rural areas and not being able to stay behind, not being able to get home by themselves, but actually being able to participate now through remote teaching? And also, let's think about the success again. Think about what has gone really well for you and continue to build on that. So I bought a book during remote teaching. I haven't bought an edu book for a long time, actually, because I found that lots of them seem to kind of regurgitate lots of the ideas that are already out there. I mean, I've been struggling to finish mine. I've been writing mine for, well, I've signed my book deal over 6 years ago, and I always think, well, what am I putting out there that isn't quite already out there, just in another format? However, Doug Lemov of Teach Like a Champion fame and renowned elements has come up with this book, Teaching in an Online Classroom. And it was a book that I bought straight away during the remote teaching phase, where I wanted to find out more. How do we do this effectively? So I'm just going to provide a quick summary for you and just run through some of the summaries based on his chapters and think about you referencing what will I try, what will I refine, what will I ditch? And hopefully most of this will be refine or ditch, because lots of you will have tried all of this already. But if not, it doesn't matter. Let's just consider where we are with this and continuing to use those and overlapping those skills or those areas within our current and common classroom. So he uses this phrase, dissolve the screen, in chapter 2, which I thought was absolutely fantastic. We needed to remove this idea that it was you in front of a screen and them far, far away. So he said, use warm welcomes by using their names, having a do now activity available for them upon entry, using positive narration throughout the whole remote learning or blended learning or digital learning experience, and exaggerating our gestures and movements. Now think of the overlap between this and the classroom. Warm welcome our students in by using their names, having a do now activity on the board as soon as they come into the classroom, positively narrating their positive behaviors and catch them being good as opposed to noticing the deficits, and exaggerating our gestures and movements will help us dissolve the screen. He also talked about organizing the learning. And as a Senko, I loved reading this idea that we should have holding slides imposing instructions. So cameras on or cameras off, microphones on, microphones off, load up the worksheets, this is the link. Having those holding slides or generic information available for students straight away is useful. Recall check, so retrieval tasks and interleaving previous learning is still vital, be it digital or live. Really, really important. Having written and verbal instructions available and reinforcing of each other and making them capitalize on each other, not making them kind of contradict each other. So when the teacher's providing those verbal instructions, are they written instructions going hand in hand with those information points? Pausing where necessary, not just overloading students with tons of information like we wouldn't in the classroom. And by using tracking tools, and I'll share with you some of those shortly. He also talks about checking for understanding. He talks about this idea of cold calling, this idea that not everybody's hand up needs to require an answer. So saying to students, for example, I'm going to ask you a question, think about your answer. He also said use things like pre-call, where you say to students, right, in a few minutes, I'm going to ask you this, namely you, X, Y, and Z. Weight questions. So give questions and wait for them to type their answers or write their answers or say their answers. Multiple choice questions on the chat feature, for example, instead of students giving their answer or agreement, just clicking like whether they agree that answer or dislike whether they agree that answer. Re-explain and recheck. So he talks about this a lot in the book, about this idea that just because you're there remotely and just because they can see and hear you, it doesn't mean they're understanding it. Repetition, for example, is a crucial tool when checking for understanding. So what have I asked you to do? Tell me what I've asked you to do. How long do you have to do this? At what noise level? What do you need to include? So think about how you would use those checking for understanding points within your lessons. He also talks about this idea about the distinction between a live lesson, which he refers to as a synchronous delivery. So, for example, he talks about we need to emphasize the personal engagement. Look, you're here with me. I can see you. We're in real time. Thank you. Thank me. Thank you. It's great to be here. Continuing to check it for understanding with our previous slide on those different measures, using people's names and positively narrating being there live, and sharing documents to track so you can work remotely live, for example, multiple Google Doc documents or multiple team documents, for example, and everybody submits. Nobody should be left out. He also talks about the power of what he would refer to as an asynchronous lesson, so an offline lesson. He says, still aim for depth and rigor, because sometimes, for example, this is an asynchronous delivery. I wouldn't make assumptions that just because you're watching this on record, I should lower the tone or lower my expectations. I would talk to you as if I'm still live. So I'm talking to you as if you're there. So pause the video clip, think about try, refine, ditch. So talk as if you're live, and signal the pause point. So resume recording after I've given you my instructions. Welcome back. Task lists are repeated to have them nice and structured using sequencing rather than bullet points. Like you can see, double spacing on the slides, making the readability of the information as clear as possible. And check and show, call good work during next live lesson. So if I had everybody submit to the process, I would then show you next lesson who was and who has done really well. So thinking about all of those strategies, thinking about all of those things, I want you to pause now and think, what will I try? What will I refine? What will I ditch?
I love that
Thank
idea
you.
of what will you try, what will you refine, will you ditch? And it made me sad to think, just like Teacher's Pet, the thought of no more snow days. That sounds horrendous. The interesting points that Amjad was making there about the use of technology. I mean, if I think of my own classroom, I'm using a mix of Teams for homework. I'm no longer handing out sheets. It's saving time on paperwork and so on. I'm able to mark it as it comes in, so I can lower my workload and manage it in 10-minute spells as it goes through the day. And I find that interesting. So I'm trying to refine that, and I tried that. So I won't be ditching that for a while. But I like that idea of what will you try, what will you refine, what will you ditch? And a lot of that ideas that Doug Lemov spoke about in the teaching the online classroom, we can very much take those into the classroom just now. And I think Derek Huffman spoke about a lot of them in his talk earlier on today.
Absolutely, linked really nicely to that, but did bring back some memories of online teaching from that time.
I love this as well. I love recording feedback as audio on Seesaw. Save loads of time. What a
Yeah,
great...
that's one of the things I loved, and one of the things that I really learned through lockdown was audio feedback. It's really, we've used it for reporting and just instant verbal feedback that pupils can listen back to and can refer back to at a later point as well. We do it so much in the classroom, but it's really nice to be able to tag it onto a piece of work or something as well. Yep.
Definitely. Now we're on to our final speaker of the day, the close of the day. Who have we got to close off our day today, Fiona?
So we are absolutely honoured to have Mark Burns with us, and Mark Burns is an author who has written Teaching Backwards and The Learning Imperative, which some of you may have read. Some really amazing stuff in there about education. He also is a very, very excellent educational consultant and works with lots of schools. I know he's been doing some work in Scotland recently recently, but is all over, and talks a lot about the way that we improve as teachers in schools, and the idea of doing 1% better +1. So we're really looking forward to his talk today, and hearing what he has to say.
Hello, my name's Mark Burns, and in this final session today of what has proved to be a great conference, I really want to explore this concept of +1. It's something I've been talking a lot about with school leaders and school teachers around not just Scotland, but also in other school systems as well. There's a kind of nagging desire amongst many school leaders and teachers that I talk to about not wanting to go back to what school was like in February 2020 and missing the opportunity that COVID provides us with to draw a line in the sand and step over it, examine the way in which our schools operate, and actually try to identify things that over time have not been effective or are not evidence-based. What I'd like to do in this session is really explore this question: how can we maximise the impact of CLPL on teacher performance? We've had a smorgasbord of CLPL today, some fantastic ideas. And one of the things that's notable is so many of you have given up a Saturday, one of your few days off a week, to actually engage in CLPL. That just shows your openness to learning. But what I'm really fascinated by is the process, not necessarily of pedagogy, but how do we ensure that the ideas we take from CLPL, how do we make sure we transform them into the habits and routines in our classrooms? Because only by doing that does CLPL actually fulfill its key purpose, which is actually about developing performance of us as a teaching profession. Now, to help us to think about this, and it's quite a useful model to use if you're considering any aspect or any process within your school that you want to critique, is to start first of all by trying to pinpoint exactly what you want as the outputs of this process. Now, this seems to be a banal question to people, because when you say to them, well, what do you want as the output of CLPL? They immediately say, well, I want it to improve teaching and learning in classrooms in our school. But when you push them and want to explore more and actually think about what actually has to happen for teaching to improve in classrooms, you then dig deeper, and these outputs actually can frame the process that we design and the way in which we design and set out CLPL. So often when you start probing, people start saying about they want raised efficacy for teachers. So efficacy comes as an idea coined by Albert Bandura. It's been popularised by the work of Jenny Donoghue and a work around collective teacher efficacy. But efficacy is about the belief that you can positively impact the achievement and attainment of the young people or the children that you're teaching. And two of the biggest drivers for growing efficacy in teachers is, first of all, mastery experience. Seeing the impact in your own classroom and that inspiring you to go on and continue to explore and experiment further with your practice. And it's really unfair thing about teaching. The greatest motivation goes to those people who are really good at it, because they get those mastery experiences. The other source of efficacy comes from vicarious experience. Seeing someone else in your own context change their teaching practice and that having a positive impact on the children and young people you teach. So the process of CLPL, we want it to lead to improved teaching, but we want that to also then drive growing efficacy and a desire to continue that process again. We also want it to develop a common schema. It's really hard to improve teaching in school if you're just doing it as an individual pursuit. The only way, in my experience, you can develop teaching sustainably is by developing a shared schema with you as a group of teachers. What is the thinking process that you use to develop your practice? What is the thinking process you use when you're planning and teaching? If we're all got our own privatized schema, it makes it very, very hard to collaborate effectively. We want the process to make people more reflective. Schools are incredibly busy places. The problem with that is, and we found this so often when we've been videoing practitioners, and many of whom we videoed in Scotland, is when they watch themselves on video, they see things in their classrooms they don't see when they're there. And that comes from inattentional blindness and the general busyness of us as a profession. So clearly one of the key things we want out of CLPL is a more reflective profession. A profession asks why, not in a negative way, but wants to demonstrate inquiry and curiosity about why they do what they do, where's the evidence base behind it, and maybe there's better ways of approaching them. And finally, great CLPL, and I've seen it myself, should lead to the potential refinements about how your school view great teaching. Through the discoveries that are made and the impacts they're had in classrooms around your school, it should reshape what our belief about what great teaching is. The other thing that that drives the process is thinking about actually what we're trying to do. Today, you'll have gained some knowledge, hopefully, ideas you're going to take back to your classroom or the team that you lead. But if it's just about knowledge in terms of developing teaching practice, then many of the books on teaching would be £1,000 a copy and not £14.99. It takes a lot more than just knowing things to develop the practice and the performance of practitioners. Therefore, we've got to work on attitudes, risk-taking maybe, a curiosity about whether the answer you've just received has been guessed by the learner, and whether I need to probe that to get them to develop their ideas. But there's lots of attitude change that needs to work in order to develop our performance. There'll be aspects of our practice that require skill development. You won't develop the quality of your questioning just on a one-day CLPL session. The way to develop questioning is actually planning, testing out in the classroom and getting feedback on your performance and then iterating that process again. And finally, habits. None of us, when we teach, are a blank sheet of paper. Many of us have well-developed habits that we've developed through years of practice, but some of those habits actually we need to make conscious in order to refine them. So CLPL has got to be structured to develop all of these aspects of practice. Otherwise, it's not going to hit that holy grail of developing teacher performance. Now, what I'd like to share with you is a model I've been using with schools in many school systems over the last 3 or 4 years. And I'm wondering whether, as part of this model, you can critique it and actually ask yourself, which aspects of this do we have in our school in terms of learning design for CLPL? And which bits have we got missing? And what are we losing as a consequence? For me, too often we dive into CLPL without establishing, how we're going to work together on it. I remember a school a couple of years ago who worked in a triad system. The problem was because they hadn't agreed on how they were going to work together, people were reticent about giving each other truthful feedback. Instead, they just said nice things about each other's practice. What they needed to do was establish and agree protocols on how feedback was given and received to make sure it was going to maximize the impact of the process on the respective teachers taking part. We've also got to identify the +1. And the reason why this session is called +1 is because +1 is manageable in the busy school. It's also shows that my learning has been that the minute you start changing multiple variables at once, if it doesn't work in your classroom, it's very hard to pinpoint which of those changes have caused the problems you're encountering. Efficacy can be raised much more quickly by having a +1 focus, a focus that teachers are thinking about every single day. A refinement to their practice that is good, that they can continually be thinking and just tweaking in their practice. Now, you may think, Mark, you've got low expectations, just +1, but is it amazing the incremental impact of a collective of teachers all working on +1 over time? That aggregation of +1s can make a massive difference to the diet our children and young people receive in school each day. And we can have a +1 this term and move on to a different +1 in the spring term. We've also got to recognise that it's going to take a cycle of change to improve what we do. And too often CLPL starts and stops with the plan. The training day, the action plan, and sometimes even those action plans themselves lack depth and lack focus. Here's an example of one that I was using with a group of teachers recently. And it was aiming to make sure that busy teachers left with absolute clarity on what they were going to be working on. The first area we explored was, well, what change are you going to make and what will it look and sound like when it's working effectively? What will you be doing and what will the children or young people be doing in your class? To get shared clarity on why the change was being made, what was the evidence base behind us adapting that change? What practical tools and strategies were we going to use? Because if we haven't got the practical tools and strategies, theory and research papers alone leave a lot of teachers just befuddled. They need, what does it look like period 5 in S4? What information or sources of feedback are we going to draw upon to help us to evaluate whether it's working or not? Too often, CLPL is evaluated based on how it felt. I'm much more interested in teachers thinking about, okay, so if I'm going to make a change in my classroom, how will I know whether it's working or not? What will be the feedback cues? Could it be learner voice? Could it be examples of the work in their jotters? Could it be video clips showing before and after? But unless I'm clear about the source of feedback, it's going to be very hard for me to evaluate the impact over time. And finally building in time to revisit and evaluate the impact of that process. So during that testing phase, teachers, 2-3 weeks can sometimes be enough, are constantly thinking about, okay, how can I adapt this into the day-to-day lessons I'm teaching? I remember a teacher called Kieran. Kieran's issue was the quality of his questioning. He would interrupt young people when they were developing their answers. He would only sample a very small proportion of the class, and actually a big proportion of the class never ever contributed. His mantra was to be more like a snail. And when I went into filming 3 weeks later, the transformation in his questioning was amazing. It was inspirational. Why? Well, when I asked him, he said, well, I've put these little snails around my classroom as an aid memoir to remind me every lesson, the thing I need to do is to slow down. The thing I need to do is to push those questions around. And the thing I need to do is shut up and find out whether the novices know, because I'm the expert and I know. And it was really, it really blew his mind when he watched the 2 videos, the before and the after. And it just made me think about the power of making habit change in your practice through this iterative practice and think. He said to me, all I did each day was I thought about what key questions I would ask in that lesson. A bit like when he was back as a probationer. And he said, gradually I've made that a habit. The benefit to him of stopping and thinking, and the benefit to us as a profession, is to build time to reflect. What impact have we had in terms of the CLPL that we've engaged in? What gains have we made? Why have those gains been made? What pains remain? Allowing people to discuss pains enables them to share the implementation issues they're facing, and then they can have another go at them on another cycle. And what's been the learning? If we just do things because we're told to do them without that deep understanding, my experience as a coach of teachers is people stop doing things they don't understand the reasoning behind. To look at cause-effect relationships. So for Kieran, his questioning improved, and then he noticed when these learners went to practice, they practiced with higher degrees of success, and he saw that cause-effect relationship. Better questioning means greater clarity of my class. And then looking for opportunities to transfer to different contexts. And I think one of the big challenges for teachers to improve their performance is actually the context change regularly. Monday first thing is different to Friday afternoon. If you're a secondary teacher, S1 where a class with a reading age of 6 is different to teaching your S6s. And that we need that deep understanding to enable us to transfer from one context to another. And I love this quote from Peter Drucker. And my line in the sand would be, how can we build back as a profession that's much more reflective and uses effective learning design to drive the improvement in teacher performance and drive the growth in efficacy of people? And where do we start and stop? Well, once we've reflected, we can then replan and we can iterate that. And it's only through iterative practice that we develop teacher performance effectively. I'm hoping in this session there's some ideas that you can take away. If you want more about what I do, I'm at Learn Imperative on Twitter, and my website is mark-burns.co.uk. I hope today's been useful, and I hope this session has added some value too, to help you to think about taking new knowledge and actually put that holy grail of transferring, developing performance in the classroom. Thanks for listening, everyone.
What a great finish. I love that idea. +1, it really is great. And I love that. When I spoke to Mark from a podcast, I love this idea of figuring out what makes beautiful and working slowly with that. And it echoes with the guy on questioning where he spoke about trying to be more snail. I love that little analogy.
What a great way to bring everything that we have had today together so nicely, and to think about how the amazing presentations that we've heard today can really have an impact back in school now, and to tie that whole process together. We're not experts on anything, having listened to 15 minutes, but we really hope that it's motivated and inspired all the amazing teachers that have tuned in today, that have given up a day of their weekend to listen to us, to think about what they can do in order to really be the best for the young people in front of us. So thank you to everybody. We have shared a link to our evaluation form. We would love to have your feedback. If you are able to quickly click on that link, I'll pop it in the comments as well for you to catch up with. We would really appreciate that as well. Thank you, Darren, for all your tech support backstage.
Oh no, it's been an absolute pleasure to do this again. Yeah, I can't believe we've done a second ScotEd. We've come to the end of the day. So many great themes that come through that, right from David's talk in the morning all the way through to Mark's talk in the afternoon. It's almost like we planned it. But we've shared that evaluation on YouTube and Twitter. Please share it with your colleagues if they watch as well and don't have access to Twitter, if they find us through the website. Thanks so much to everyone who has engaged with us today, provided comment, provided challenge for the speakers. Caroline Brace says thank you. Lena says what a brilliant day. Yes, I'm a little bit exhausted. I'm a little bit sweaty as well after doing all that today. Thank you so much. You can contact both of us on Twitter. You can find me at DN Leslie, and Fiona
at Fiona Lesbeater.
Lovely. So we've thoroughly enjoyed doing this for our second time. Thank you so much for getting involved. And we're going to have just one more song to finish us off. And that'll be ScotEd2, Done and Dusted. Fiona, any final remarks?
No, just thank you so much for all the support that everybody has given us, and we really hope that you'll engage with the recorded talks as well and share it with people back at school, and yeah, get in touch with our speakers, because they've been fantastic and so knowledgeable. They would be really, really delighted to help you out.
Definitely.
There's thunder clouds around the hometown bay as I walk out in the rain through sepia showers and photo days. I got a fleeting glimpse of life, and though the water's black as night, the colours of Scotland leave you young inside. There must be a place under the sun where hearts hold in glory grow young. There must be a place under the sun where hearts hold in glory grow young. There's a vision coming soon through the faith that cleans your wounds. Hearts holding the through this land, across far people, like the wind through your hands. There must be a place under the sun where hearts will grow young. There must be a place under the sun where hearts will grow young. There must be a place under the sun where hearts of old and glory grow young. There must be a place under the sun where hearts of old and glory grow young. There must be a place under the sun where hearts of old and glory grow young. There must be a place under the sun where hearts of old and glory grow young.